Freefall. A feeling of absolute weightlessness and animal fear. Why the hell is he falling off the roof anyway? But graduation is coming up and he's put up with so much. Then why? But there was no answer to that question. The only thing we can be sure of for sure is that today is the day he died. But is it safe to say that he's actually dead? It's been 3 months and it's hard to say this, but no one has ever seen a patient wake up from a vegetative state. It seems to be a nurse speaking, which the kid in the hospital bed vaguely hears. And next to her, it's his grandmother. He recognizes her voice. Yes, Hyun Seong, that's his name. But what happened? He didn't crash. Did he go into a vegetative state? But he hears and feels everything. No. Why is Grandma crying? Don't let her worry. He's about to open his eyes. It's okay. He's never been sick much longer before. He'll wake up soon and forget this whole thing like a bad dream. Yes, like a terrible dream that, unfortunately for him, never ended. And in this world of darkness, Hyun Sung was unable to do anything. The grandmother kept coming to see the protagonist. She was told by the stupid doctors that she should forget about her grandson. But how could she? I mean, she raised him so much after his parents died. She never give up. Come on. Please let him give some sign that he's still alive. And Kim would have liked to move, just a little, but his body just wouldn't listen. The sound of the heartbeat monitors was all that could be heard in this room. The days went by quickly, and the visitors changed too. Instead of his grandmother, his younger brother came to visit, but far from with encouraging words, he can't live like this anymore. The freaks who bullied Hyun Sung have now descended on him, and things aren't much better with Grandma. She worked in a café to earn money for treatment, but she hurt her lower back. What else does he want his brother to do? Isn't their efforts enough for him? If he's going to lie here like this, why doesn't he just die? He and Grandma wouldn't have so much trouble if he'd just die. Or he could just wake up. Stop lying there. Okay. But Hyun Sung wasn't even capable of crying. I couldn't wake up or die. Maybe it was all just a dream. Yeah. It's a very, very long nap. If he holds on a little longer, it's definitely just a little longer. But 3 years later, nothing's changed. And his little brother Hyunseong hasn't been around for a while. Are the nurses around? What are they discussing? It's hard to hear. But, did his grandmother pass out? No. Did overwork make her worse? But the female staff at the hospital didn't have an ounce of sympathy. Finally, that nagging dad would stop coming. Now they'd turn up the TV and the music. Nowhere, absolutely nowhere on his journey Kim met normal people. All those who threw him off the roof and beat him up for months, and even the teachers who just watched silently and did nothing. If a miracle happens and Hyun Seong starts, he'll destroy everyone. I don't care if it's jail, prison, time, whatever. And the first, yes, would be to take on the Minho pack. It would make him sob in pain. That the protagonist wouldn't care at all. Wouldn't care how much pain he was in. After all, it doesn't compare to the way that scum made him a vegetable. Even now, he wouldn't even come close to feeling the suffering his grandmother had endured because of that juvenile brat. And so gradually, Hyun Seong would kill them all. But no, these wet dreams, it's not for him. It's not enough, not simple revenge but a plan. Plan from start to finish, with all manner of methods and techniques. It's been for years, 5 years, 6, but all the time Kim hasn't wasted. He's going to think it through. Make sure those bastards never get up again. A plan for their total destruction, and one that would make them suffer even more than the protagonist himself. We need to make sure there's nothing left of them. And after 7 years, he finally finished. He's thought of every last detail. There's gonna be hell to pay for those damn bastards. Except that 10 years later, Hyun Sung never woke up. And no matter how much you think about it, it's absurd. What was he planning? It's been years. Everyone's graduated long ago, even from uni. And he remains chained to this hospital bed, and no one can help him. I wish someone will end his suffering now. He's already lost his mind. Well, what's this? Himself. What a weird dream after all. But whatever. Although stop, it's morning. The usual TV nose, and a regular high school blackboard, and the usual nose of their class. What the hell is going on here? But he's dreamt about it many times. True, of course, not as realistic, but still. Just why is he in pain in his sleep? Taking the pen, Hyunseong decided to check for sure. He slammed it on the table with all his might and it broke. Ink dripped from it, A dream can't be that believable. So there's only one conclusion here. It's not a dream at all. And this is confirmed by the screaming behind the protagonist's back. It was Park Min-cho who kicked their classmate to death. It was all because this asshole doesn't do what the fuck he's asked. Yes, if Min-cho wanted to do it himself, you would have done it yourself. And watching this, Hyun Sung recognized this moment, right? That was the starting point of his endless pain. Everything he's been through started at that exact moment. Everybody watched and nobody did anything. That the protagonist decided to repeat his actions that put him in the hospital. He told the asshole to stop immediately. And Min-cho was surprised. Didn't he hear him there? Hyun Sung, he better not get involved. Or does he think he's any different? Don't let him kid himself. Someone like him, yet, someone like that. He's gonna stop by that asshole's house and not even hear the end of it. After all, he was back for his freshman year of high school, exactly the moment he needed so badly. Yes, the main character remembers this day to the smallest detail. At first it was a very ordinary morning. It was the same for Park Min-cho, who, as usual, hardly listened to the teacher. For him, it was just an ordinary day of bullying his classmates. He sat and played a game popular on phones, Legend Online. But I was too lazy to work out on my own. And there's a bespectacled guy sitting next to me. So maybe he'll play too and help him pump up. Huh? But Min-cho doesn't hear the joy in his voice. This smartass has to answer I obey and no other way. That unlucky guy was Lee Chun-min. He used to be one of the best students, but his grades started to gradually drop. It was all because of Park Min-cho, because he realized that since his grades were good, his parents must have given him a lot of pocket money. That's how Park Min-cho made this herbivore buy things with his pocket money. That day was different. You take care of your own problems. That's how the kid with the glasses responded to the class bully. He just couldn't take it anymore. And that's when Kim first saw the brutal violence with his own eyes. Of course, Hyun Sung didn't want any trouble either. But he had asked Lin Jong-min for help with his studies before. And to watch this harmless kid get beaten up and no one even comes to help, the main character just couldn't do it. But when Kim wanted to go and do something about it, one of his classmates stopped him. Yes, it's wrong, of course, but still, it's Park Min-cho. If Kim interferes, he'll get his ass in trouble. Yes, Hyunseong himself knew what his classmate was telling him. But still, the protagonist himself was always at the top of the list in gym class, and his grades were higher than most, so he decided to intervene. After all, Park Min-cho didn't scare him, especially since the teacher soon returned and resolved the situation. But from that day on, that bastard switched to Hyun Seong. Daily bullying and harassment. Every time he'd get grabbed by that asshole's crew, beaten to a pulp without even giving him a break. And after being bullied every day at school, he couldn't even sleep at night. It was hell. There's no other way to describe it. But now, with his own hands, Kim has decided to go down that path once again. The local scum's face was covered with the mark of the blow, and he had no intention of forgiving that. Except who's going to ask him? Grabbing that sunburned bastard. Hyunseong rolled his face across the desk. That kind of made the blonde man's nose bleed. But who cared? On the contrary, it was time to hit him again. After all, Kim had imagined this situation many times before he fell into a coma. He knew Min-cho was a fighter who relied only on physical strength. He wasn't used to getting first, so he was immediately confused. And because of that, Hyunseong won't give him a break. A punch in the face, then against the desk, and I think another punch in the face. He's been waiting for this moment for 10 years. Throwing that jock's carcass into the closet, Hyunseong decided to go straight for the heavy artillery. He kicked Min-cho in the face. I don't really care if this jerk dies now or later. Raises his face, then gets punched in the face. Heel block with his hand. Great, Kim's gonna break his arm. But suddenly, this beating was interrupted by a chair flying in from nowhere. Park Min-cho's lackey stormed in and demanded that it stop immediately. But here's the thing. Kim had no desire to stop. And it was strange. Minho, one of that scumbag's gang members, was surprised. What is Hyun Seong doing? He should have known that they would intervene, right? Why attack their leader? Yet, he didn't look scared at all. That the bulky guy standing next to him doesn't care if his opponent is scared or not. He'll wipe Kim out. And of course the protagonist knows this ambo. In fact, they are not Park Min-cho's gang at all, but just bullying whoever their leader points out. And the strongest of the bunches, Kang Jon-seok, and Hyun Seong, isn't afraid of him at all, especially since the teacher will be here soon. Which means they have no choice, they have to leave. So says their leader, they'll figure it out later. But still, Jang-seok will warn you before he leaves. The protagonist is dead. No matter what, they'll meet after school, and let him not even think about running away. They can't wait for their next meeting. And Park Min-chul, having scrambled over to his desk, didn't even realize what it was in the first place. He only remembers the first blow, and woke up on the floor. How dare that scum humiliate him? He's gonna destroy him without a second thought. The rest of them are gonna get together after school, and that pompous turd can't handle it. And there's no way Min-chul would have lost one-on-one. He just got a little sloppy, he got caught off guard. But Kim can play hardball all he wants. He is, after all, the class president and in charge of many things. Previously they just avoid each other, so the blonde didn't touch him. But if the president decides to cross the line, so be it, and beat him to a pulp. That's what the blonde man's chum thought as they waited impatiently for class to be over. But I wonder what happened to this Kim Hyun Seong. Was he under something or something? It just feels like he's gone cuckoo. Alright, young Minho hopes he's not a problem. They'll just stomp him first, and that's the end of it. I don't really care why he did it. Maybe he's trying to act tough in front of a crowd. If they don't punish him, the others will start looking down on them too. That's why it's best to wipe this guy out so he can never look them in the eye again. And class was just about over. Tak Min-chul has been waiting for this moment. That's it. Kim's dead. Except the protagonist was expecting the same thing, and knocks the kid out with a leg kick. But no. Where to? It's too early to pass out. It's time for them to pick up where they left off. And Blondie didn't understand. What the hell was this nonsense? This guy didn't run away, but instead waited for them. Minho and the others from the parallel class were already getting up from their desks. The school is a restricted area, and Hyunseong won't just run away from them. So it's about time. We went and got that show off. Except that when this group got to the right classroom, there was a good-sized crowd standing around, and they were very excited. That's when Minho realized there's something obviously wrong. And then he realized, it can't be. Could it be that thing again? There's no time to think, we have to run. And as they squeezed into the classroom, there was an unenviable sight before them. Their leader was covered in blood, seemingly hanging unconscious, and Hyun Sung is the scorer. Looked at the people coming in. Are they late? How's it going? Are they gonna be crowding the entrance much longer? And not for long, because Kang Kun-seok immediately rushed to the main character. But that's okay. Kim spent 10 years replaying the scenario over and over again. Park Min-chul was easy to deal with initially, but this thug is a completely different conversation. There's no way you can beat a big guy like that with conventional methods. But then what do we do? Simple. Use whatever methods you can. Even the ones Hyun Sung from the past would never have thought of. Like hitting him in a temple with an iron locker lock. Virtue. Righteousness. There's no use for that shit. To get revenge, you have to live like it's your last time. And you have to do whatever it takes. Who cares how much this idiot has pumped up his body? If you hit him with the intent to kill, like with hard steel to a weak point, he can hardly stand it. Well, that's it. Good luck to him in his hospital bed. This left the remaining twosome in indescribable horror. But now is not the time to relax. I mean, it's basically his only chance. As he accelerates, the protagonist wants to throw Chuan-taek to the floor with all his might. He's weak, so he can't take it. That's it. Confused by the pain, he would no longer be able to block the next blows, which the protagonist will take great pleasure in inflicting. Yes, and there are risks involved. Kun Minho could attack him from behind at this moment. But how can a plan be without flaws in a one-on-4 fight? So I don't care. We'll hope that Minho-taek continues to stand in a stupor. He's always been very weak in spirit. He'll kill John-taek first to equalize the numerical advantage, then he'll go after him. It's the best option available to him. You may have to rely on a little bit of luck. Looking at the disfigured face of another asshole, Kim Hyun Sung understood. This is a fight he's imagined many times, except his body can barely keep up with his thoughts, and frankly, he's running out of energy. He overestimated himself a little bit, but still, there's no chance of him stopping here, because there's only one last one left. Minho, who was horrified, didn't understand. Had Kim always been this strong? No. That's impossible. How would he hide it from others? Something's changed. He wasn't like this before. He's literally like the devil in the flesh now. All the others have been knocked out and he's on his own. He doesn't stand a chance. Yeah, that's exactly the kind of insecurity and weakness Kim was counting on. It's time for them to call it a night. What? Are your hands shaking? Let them pray. So they don't shake after a concussion. But Hyun Seong didn't throw a punch. It was because of the teachers shouting in the hallway. Oh. Yeah. That's it. What? Did he think he'd get away with it? He made such a ruckus in class, the teachers will probably notice. 3 students lying on the floor covered in blood. The situation will be obvious to the school authorities. The only thing this asshole is going to get now is a record at the police station. Although Hyunseong himself was still smiling for some reason, in just over half an hour, Kim was being told off in the teacher's lounge for what he'd done. This is the class president. 3 of them had been taken to the hospital, and their faces were a mess. But the teacher himself was thinking of something else. God forbid that this incident would be blamed on him. If he didn't want to be blamed for something, then he should make Kim take the blame. But he had always been normal, so why do something like this? Okay, we need to intimidate him more. It won't end at the school level. In the last 10 years, a teacher has never seen a student do something like this and not think about the consequences. Better get him ready. The victim's parents aren't gonna let this go. He'll be held accountable, and he better pray he doesn't end up in jail. That absolutely calmly, Hyunseong replied. What's the point of all this? There's no point in exaggerating everything. Is this really the first time a teacher has dealt with school violence? He's a pro at it, isn't he? Let him figure it out in the way he usually does. Won't inflate the case, just forget it. Is it so hard to keep it quiet and not make a fuss? In response, the man immediately slapped the bratty kid, and he knew this was going to happen from the beginning. It wasn't just the bullies that were the problem in the first place. He was driven to his death by bullying and total ignorance from the teachers. Everyone just watched, and now this corrupt degenerate pretending to be a righteous man. But Kim remembered everything clearly. Class 1 teacher Kim Yoon-chul, although teacher is a bit of a mouthful, this piece of shit never even tried to be a real mentor. And smiling, Hyun Sung says he'd better stop. But Yoon-chul didn't think so. He swung again for a slap, except he's sure he doesn't want to stop. Tell him to turn down the volume, otherwise Hyun Seong will turn it up. And he won't keep quiet about the money that bastard gets from his parents and just eats like a pig. And he has a close relationship with Minho's family. Shouldn't he shout it out to the whole school? Yes, it's just words that are hard to prove, but it's unpleasant. But that's just the little things. There are a couple of other very interesting facts, like the one about the English teacher. That's why Kim said to let it go, or that piece of shit still wants to continue. After so much bullying, the protagonist decided something. He knew it wasn't a good idea, of course, but he couldn't solve the problem himself, so he decided to tell his teacher. Yoon-chul listened to him then and asked Bonton, is it really like this? He was bullying his classmates, but he said he would never do that. What's the point of him bullying his friends? It's just a joke. I guess Hyun Seong just misunderstood. All right, after hearing this, the teacher lectured that punching someone in the face wasn't going to make anyone feel better. Everybody got that. Well, that's great. Only in reality, absolutely nothing has changed. No, not really. It's only gotten worse. As he walked out the door, Park Min-chul immediately told Kim to follow him. What are you thinking of doing? Ratting them out. Did you really think it would make a difference? What an asshole. And in just 5 minutes outside the school, Kim was already getting his ass kicked. He could only helplessly take the blows. Injustice, anger. That's what he felt. After all, if you're a teacher, if you're a mentor, you could at least check. It was unlikely that the student would lie about being bullied. And here comes the teacher. Now he has seen everything personally and will understand the situation. He will punish them for sure. Except Yoon-chul just turned away and pretended that nothing was happening. It wasn't until later that Kim found out that the man was complete trash who was getting bribes from his parents, including from Minho, who was hammering him. He wasn't going to help anyone from the beginning, but hardly Kim gave up. He decided to change everything with his own strength even though he was alone, and knew he couldn't when he tried. He fought back against those scumbags. He was about to be free of their oppression. But just the same day, the parents of the main rich guy in the asshole company, Minho, came in. And they started complaining about who the bastard was who did this to their son. And my son just kept saying the same thing. Hyunseong started it first. His nose was broken. His parents won't just let it go. And in the end, just like before, Kim was blamed, even at the school violence meeting. Only the protagonist was punished, and the Mancholi gang got away with it. Unfortunately, Kim only realized much of this when he was already a vegetable. For example, that he cannot take revenge on his own. He needs support from adults. And right now he's trying to get one of them under his thumb. Yunchul wanted to say, "What the hell is this boy talking nonsense?" But single quotes. That man better start thinking about how he talks to Hyun soon. He knows everything. He met Minho's parents through an alumnus. He's been helping that family since before he started school. Now he's getting a handout every month. That's hardly his worst sin, but the fact that he's having an affair with an English teacher who, by the way, is married with 3 kids. Yeah, they go to motels with her a lot. So how's Kim doing? Should he go on? Or does he realize his life is in the shit? If all this is revealed, his career in education will be over in an instant. And let it be known, if he continues to behave like this, the protagonist will gladly make his life difficult for him. He'll be very happy if that corrupt bastard is finally fired. And Hyunseong knew all of this because when he moved to the 3rd year of high school, many of this grief teacher's cases were solved. His wife came to school and threw divorce papers in his face. His wife came to the school and threw the divorce papers in his face. And if so, this information is the biggest fear of his life, so this should definitely work. Before bowing his head, Yunchul quietly said that what? What is required of him? It was nothing really. Just let him live as before. The teacher didn't get it. What do you mean? I mean, let's just let him continue to be trash. Ignore student problems, hide some things even if it's wrong, but only with one correction. Now Hyun Seong has all these privileges. Don't let information about the incidents get out. I don't care what means or methods he uses. Then so be it. No one will know about Kim's terrible secrets until he graduates. You got it? Well, that's great. But Yunchul's teaching staff won't be enough. We have to move on to the next step quickly. But first, Kim has some unfinished business. At this time, Minho is going crazy. How dare that upstart do this to them? Well, the teacher's not gonna let it go. He'll expel him. If Minho doesn't cross paths with him, he'll never see that bastard at school again. To be honest, when he came face to face with Kim, he was a little scared. And that might have hurt his reputation in class. And he doesn't want that. Minho should be seen by everyone as a leader. And some Hyun Seong won't take that right away from him. Quieting himself, the boy sat back down at his desk. It's probably just a coincidence that this jerk was able to knock out 3 people at once. Minho's going to beat him one-on-one. But he just got his chance, because Kim happens to be standing right at the entrance. He remembers, doesn't he? They're not done yet. They just started, and with a punch to the face, the main character beats this rich fool out of his desk. Eyes filled with fear. That's what's left of this schoolboy's self-confidence. And with each new blow, it got smaller and smaller. He even started begging for mercy. But what mercy is there? Kim was just getting the hang of it. But then hope appeared in Minho's eyes. Yunchul, that bastard is being paid by his mother. He should come and take care of it. But just like before with the main character, the teacher just ignored it all. Yet, even if he doesn't expect anyone to help him, because no one at this school wants him. Until 5 minutes ago, the teacher was considering what to do. Yes, he has almost no chance of working it out. 3 students were sent to hospital beds. Of course, it's more favorable for the management not to know about it. But if Hyunseong doesn't get punished, the students' parents will surely go ballistic. Especially Minho, his parents would literally kill for their son. Not only that, they own several buildings in Dosan, influential enough to provide free maintenance for their school. They also paid for the recent renovations out of their own pockets. So obviously the principal will cover for them at all costs. But the biggest problem is that Yunchul also received money from them. If the incident goes public, what will he do? We have to think of a way out of this situation. There's no direct way out. But what? Yeah. What about separating Minho from this case? He hasn't touched Hyun Seong yet, which means he can let it go. Yeah. His friends got beat up. So what? It's not about their son. Damn. I just have to ask Kim to leave Minho out of this before he makes a mess of things. In a hurry. The teacher ran out towards the right classroom, except it was too late. The guy was pretty much out of it. No matter how hard he tried, he ended up falling short. Shit. Okay, I don't give a shit about that asshole's parents. After all, if Hyunchol's affair is discovered, he will lose all his assets. That's exactly what Kim was counting on, who just wouldn't quit. He was laughed at by such a spineless lowlife, and for 3 years he's been told so often, it's his own fault for being weak. Except, in reality, it was the shivering dog that was making fun of him. Well, he's had enough. Sitting down on the desk, the protagonist began to ponder what had happened. If he didn't touch Minho now, the problem with the rest of the gang would be easy to scuttle. But only Hyun Sung isn't going to hold back to cover someone's ass. Otherwise, he wouldn't have originally hit Park Min-chul right after returning. He would have avoided them and been able to live a quiet life if he wanted to. Except that after 3 years in that hell, and then another 10 years in a coma, he had an enduring desire for revenge. And this is just the result of that desire. Obviously, it's about to get very nosy. First he beats up 3 people, and now he's beaten up Minho. The principal wanted the school to have a prestigious status, so he would definitely try to punish the offender to the fullest extent. And there are plenty of witnesses, so there's no way to cover it up. They can't stop the rumors now. But except that if Kim can't even handle some school, what revenge can we even talk about? No. This is just the beginning for him. And some time later, at a teacher's council attended by the protagonist, a principal named Otae Hwang was just tearing up hand metal. This is unacceptable. Hyun Sung didn't just send them to the hospital, he did it with all the cruelty he could muster. Even after talking to the teacher, he didn't show. The victims' faces looked like they were out of a gangster movie. This is a school. We need to punish him severely. And everyone nodded, including English teacher Lee Minho. She was about to say that this student should be kicked out of the school, but with a small push, Hyun interrupted her. Of course, he couldn't say anything out in the open, but he couldn't let the situation escalate. Otherwise everyone will know about their relationship. It's time for him to make his move, which the protagonist has been waiting for. Yes, Hyunchul agrees, his student did misbehave, but as their class teacher he can assure. This incident was caused by Park Min-chul and the other victims. Otae Hwan didn't know what he was talking about. And about the rumor that Park Min-chul and his bunch were bullying other students, so Hyunchul himself was watching them and wanted to punish them. But Kim snapped earlier, he couldn't take it silently. So he, as the class teacher, thinks that Hyun Seong is just a victim and the offender. If only he is punished, it would be very unprofessional. To which the director replies that professional or not, it doesn't matter, it still needs to be done. And as if Hyunchul didn't mind, the head of school did not take a challenge to his decision, because he knew Minho's parents wouldn't let it go. It was better to deal with the instigator at once, so as not to incur their wrath. They can't lose their connections with such powerful people, especially if Taiwan wants this school to become prestigious. So the PTA will meet in a week to decide what kind of punishment Kim will get. Until then, it's best to keep quiet about the incident. Kim Hyun Sung himself will be suspended from school until a parent-teacher conference is held. Let him think he's unlocked, and come back in a week with his guardian. Yeah, okay, he got it. With these words, the protagonist went out into the corridor, where their class teacher was already rushing to catch up with him. Well, he did his best, but he just attacked Minho. Anyway, it's a hard problem to solve. So, well, he might as well not attract any more attention. If Kim's calm, the teacher might somehow let it go. The protagonist was amused, the way he groveled before him. Apparently, he had long ago lost the teacher's conscience, which he should have had. Not a man, just trash, although this time he's not much use, but in the future ... Yes, Kim says he does. The teacher try. Except he knew the truth from the beginning. You know, about Park Min-chul and his antics. So why didn't you stop him? Let him get it through his head. The only way to keep the main character quiet until graduation is to do everything for his own good without a second thought. And if he doesn't, not only his own, but the English teacher's life will be completely ruined. Kim promises that, and he always keeps his promise. So this man just doesn't have any other choice. Although in fact, the protagonist would like to get rid of him right now. But still, the main goal is still a long way off. You can't throw away people who could be useful because of rage. Yeah, just a teacher. but if you nail him to the wall, he'll go to great lengths to survive. Picking up his bag in class, Hyun Sung was confident, in a week's time, he would set about executing the plan he'd been hatching for years. And then the director of this charade will face problems he never imagined. Returning home, Kim remembered how long it had been since he had walked down this alley. He lives in this dilapidated house for 50 million won. That's about 20,000 bucks. But at least that's it, because if it wasn't for his parents' death insurance, he'd have to rent, and pay rent every month. When his grandmother told him during one of her visits that she had sold it to pay the hospital bills, it was as if a whole world had been shattered for Hyunseong. After all, he used to really dislike the house and thought it was junk. But now he's very happy that he has a place to go back to. And opening the door, he immediately called out to his grandmother. Except for some reason, no one was home. That's right though, Kim remembered. It was the same hours grandma was at work. Oh, good. He doesn't have time to be sentimental. He was extremely lucky that somehow he was able to return. And so it is necessary not only to take revenge, but also to prepare a place for his grandmother and brother in which they can live normally. They're a week away from PTA, and therefore, opening the diary, it's time to rewrite the plan that the protagonist has developed. In 2 years, he will definitely achieve it, but to do that, he needs 3 things. The first is his personal strength. After all, he needs to be strong enough to deal with the school gangsters. Of course, becoming as strong as some champion isn't going to work. But he is someone he knows with that kind of strength. And if Kim could lure him to his side, it would be a lot easier. Because of this, the second point comes out. His adversaries will be organized into packs. And to deal with that, Hyun Sung will also need to gather a group with common interests. But he's the problem here. He's still just an ordinary high school student. A perfect plan can be worthless if you don't have the strength to execute it, so you will have to try and get the right people together. And third, but most importantly, a problem that Kim can solve thanks to her memories. Influence. He needs influence to make it all happen. And for this committee issue, it's going to be more useful than ever. That same evening, some man at the police station was yelling at the whole place. Do they even know what family he's from? What good are they if they don't even know the famous people who live in Dosan? Or what do they think, because they're police officers, they can do anything? Jen Spav told that old man to calm down. What the hell kind of old man is he? He's actually 35. How old is he? Have they even seen themselves? That disgruntled man is Boko Chongbo, the eldest son of Myun Chin Construction. He was literally trashing the cop's office. Except they already knew who the troublemaker was. His antics set the whole town on edge. He's been more cautious lately, though. It's because of the inheritance fight. Well, he'll sit down and think about it. Since he maimed them, I guess I'll have to plead guilty. That the bastards who picked on him had themselves to blame. Weaklings, that's all. Shit. If Jang Bom gets a case now, his brother will have an advantage. This situation is really bad. His father recently announced he's going to have a succession race. All to decide who's worthy of running the business. In other words, to take his place. On the one hand, Jang Bom himself, who had only finished high school, and on the other hand, his younger brother, who graduated from a prestigious university. Not only that, he married a powerful woman from Dosan 3 years ago. So he's strengthened his position even more if the news leaks this case. And the cops are apparently so eager to put all the dogs on him. They can't just let him go after he beat up innocent people. Except he didn't hit anybody. I mean, that's the 100th time he's told them. Those assholes hit him first. Yeah, the cop heard it all before. There's no evidence, no security footage. And so far, the victim's testimony can't be refuted, yet. And you can't argue with that. Sounds like he's really fucked up. But just stop. What's this high school kid doing here? And this schoolboy says he's here to be a witness for this man. Who can he discuss it with? And the evidence provided by the suddenly appearing protagonist was quite convincing. There's a video that clearly shows that it's just like Jang Bom said. He was hit first, obviously. It was a provocation. Kim says he was just passing through. But he thought the man was in trouble, and there were no cameras around. So he asked the driver standing next to him for a tape recorder. He knew the minor's testimony wouldn't be very convincing, but no one could challenge the video. The man tried his best to avoid the conflict, but these provocateurs kept up. They attacked him first. He had no choice. He had to defend himself. It's not his fault he's strong enough to knock them out with one punch, so it's kind of self-defense. And Jangbum was really happy. He's telling the truth. What a lucky guy. He has a good face and a good tongue. Yeah. It's just like his father told him. Only hit those who deserve it. And now he has proof. No one's gonna judge him. Yeah. That's what the cop concluded. This is the end of the investigation. When the attackers wake up and testify again, he'll call Jangbum again. And to be honest, the cop apologizes. I should have listened more carefully to what Jangbum told him. And the cop jumped to conclusions because the attackers were dead. But the heir to a big corporation doesn't care. Jangbum says he's memorized his face well. He'll give that officer a good life. Let him look forward to it. When he came out of the police office, Jangbum was filled with gratitude. The kid had saved his life. And he, by the way, never forgets those who helped him. So here's a wad of greenbacks for him. He's giving it out of the goodness of his heart, by the way. And Kim took it without question. He surprised the man. Usually, at that kid's age, they're afraid to even touch that kind of money. But you're the one who didn't bat an eye. And you got the DVR footage, too. What an unusual guy I am. And this guy wants to ask. Jangbum doesn't think it was an accident. The man doesn't know what that schoolboy is talking about. But the man decided to speak frankly. He knows very well what kind of man he is. Heir to the company. And right now, he's in the middle of the race for chairman. And his opponent is Jang Soo's younger brother. He knows all about this eldest son of Myung Chin construction. And Jangbum was clearly tense about it. Who is this kid? But he'd already told him it wasn't an accident. And more importantly, the protagonist has proof. So what's up? What does his contact think? Kim learned all this information while he was in a coma. Because the TV was always playing information about him and his family, about his life and his ignominious end. Anyway, if a man is really grateful to him, how about giving Hyun Seong just 1 hour? He promises Jangbum won't be harmed in any way. Or maybe not at all. Will be a life and death decision for him. There was no choice and the two moved to the café. There, the protagonist decided to show the heir of the company the full video from the recorder. He only showed the cop the ending. And now what really happened is being played back. And why it's not a coincidence. As early as 30 minutes before the incident, 3 men came to the convenience store. At first glance, they seemed like ordinary shoppers, no big deal. But after 30 minutes, they never moved. It's like they were waiting for someone. But as soon as Jangbum arrived, they magically moved. They started pushing their faces. They wanted to be hit, of course. Jangbum tried to settle things, but in the end, these men struck first. Maybe this 35-year-old Foret has already noticed. The recent incidents that have happened to him, they're kind of weird. It's like someone's running the whole thing. And it all started right after the air race was announced. That things started happening to him all the time. What if Kim says that Jangbum's younger brother John Seok set it all up? After all, the answer to the question of coincidence or intentional evil changes a lot of things. The man thought for a moment. He, of course, thought it was suspicious, too. But he didn't think that his younger brother, who had a huge advantage, would go for such dirty methods. Why is this schoolboy telling him everything? But this the protagonist will hide. However, the real reason is this. Munchin construction is only known in this province for now. But very soon they will have a dramatic growth due to solid capital and technology. They went counterintuitive, reduced margins and increased the percentage of completed buildings. Later, the name of this company would be listed among the biggest conglomerates. But in the process, both sons would be removed. The trouble started with the youngest, John Suk. It was such a big news that even every high school student knew about it. The younger son used dirty methods and wanted to become the heir at any cost. But it all ended when the older brother found out. He got so angry that he hit John Suk. And that was enough to cripple the one. Their father Munson was furious and declared that both sons were incompetent. The information that they would not get the company caused a great outcry. It got to the point where people were specifically following them and posting their every move on the internet. All for the sake of memes. Thanks to that, Kim was able to find the store where Youngbyum was buying from. But in the end, the director will be replaced by a professional manager they hire, which will bring the company to the level of the big conglomerates. Honestly, It would be better for the company itself if Hyunseong didn't interfere at all. The eldest son is not angry enough to eliminate his opponents, but at the same time, he starts up at half speed and is completely incompetent. And the younger is a completely immoral person who does not shy away from any method to achieve his goal. The company will grow and grow if it doesn't fall into the hands of these two. But the only one who doesn't care about that is Kim. All that matters is how useful this company can be to him, whether he's doing the right thing or not. A butterfly effect that can change the future. None of this is the protagonist's problem. Even if the future takes a turn for the worse, Kim must protect himself, his family, and take revenge on these bastards. So he tells John Baum that he'll help him defeat his younger brother. And in the end, he's the one who becomes the new director of Myeonchin Construction. But frankly, I find that hard to believe. How can a high school student? Yes, Kim certainly knows that the heir to the corporation has more competent people helping him in this race. But isn't it strange, all they do is pour honeyed speeches into his ears. And an ordinary high school student unraveled his brother's conspiracy, about which they kept silent. It's obvious, they're Jang Seok's spies. And in doing so, Hyun Sung himself is not asking to take his word for it, but only to give one chance so that they can build a relationship based on trust. And that made John Baum think about it. Walking out of the cafe, he lit a cigarette. His head is going to explode with this news. And the cafe employee asks him not to smoke. Fuck him. Either he'll shut up or there won't be a brick left of this cafe. Watching this, the main character recalled everything he knew about the man. He was born an heir and lived happily ever after, with no thought for the future. His nickname is Time Bomb, because he's too violent. But Kim's not looking for the righteous. On the contrary, Jen Baum is rotten enough to eventually destroy his brother for power. That's why he's the perfect figure for Kim's plan. Finishing his cigarette, the older son thought, his brother there seems to have lost all sense of the world. This kid is clearly not wrong. Compared to his brother, Youngbeom is nothing. He could lose his inheritance at any time. But is it right to trust a 17-year-old high school student he's meeting for the first time in his life? However, it was at that moment that the man remembered the words of his father. He had always told him, if you don't have the skills yourself, you need to surround yourself with the right people. And don't look at age, gender, or anything else. The main thing is to find the right people, and then he can definitely handle running the company. Putting out his cigarette, the heir to the company returned to the cafe. Let the kid start by telling his plan. Youngbeom will listen to it and decide whether he wants it or not. After a while, John Sok got a call from the perpetrators, who completely failed, and his brother was never prosecuted. He threw the phone down in a rage. How could you screw up like that? All because of an old man with his old-fashioned principles. What inheritance by seniority? Obviously, his brother could never be a worthy director of the company. All right, we need to cool down. He still has plenty of advantages. Even if nothing changes, he'll still be the heir. Except, out of the blue, there was a phone call. They're in huge trouble. His wife broke into Han Sung's office. Meanwhile, Kim kept talking. In order to win the race, the older brother needs to realize the reality. Between the two brothers, who is more suitable for the position of company director? It's obvious that Jang Seok, the older one, isn't even his rival. After all, he only finished high school and didn't even go to university. He's also his younger brother. He married a girl from a powerful family. As soon as he returned to Korea, he immediately suggested that the successor should be chosen in a fair fight. That's how the race began. There were no coincidences here from the beginning. Jang Suk did a great job of taking the director's seat for his favorite. What about Jang Baum himself? Just seniority, that's all. There's no objective advantage, nothing but disadvantages, lots of problems, lots of fights. Who would ever volunteer to support an older son like that? And it's really getting to the man. Will he say something of substance? Well, yes, naturally, because even in this situation, Kim thinks there's a chance of winning. After all, despite the obvious advantage of the younger one, the headmaster still decided to have a race. All because of the naive idea that the eldest son wants to be the heir. That's why they're fighting. Even if Jang Sok is better, but just times better, the director will still choose between the two of them. All because he's hardened to the bone and wants the eldest son to inherit. And in that case, well, this is just a guess, but suddenly Jang Sok, who surpasses his brother in everything, will sink to the bottom where his brother now just dwells. What will happen then, if the two brothers are on the same level? Who will the principal choose? Now that's more like a real competition, when the opponents are on the same level, and then the fact of seniority will play a key role that cannot be changed. And the best place to start is with Jong Sok's wife, who, by some unknown coincidence, brought home a whore with whom her husband was cheating on her. That's what the main character was talking about. They need to fulfill 3 conditions to defeat his brother. The first thing is influence, and unfortunately, Jenbom is lagging behind. His brother married the daughter of a big shot while he was clubbing. The second thing is reputation. He's got a bad one here, too. Crazy bastard from Dosan, that's what they call him. And lastly, skills. While Jenbom was busy drinking and having girls, Jensuk was working hard and improving himself by doing numerous administrative tasks. The difference between the two is such that his brother doesn't even need to try. Even a small demonstration of skill would be enough to beat someone who did nothing at all. But from now on, they're going to have to turn the game around. One condition at a time, and they'll start with the first one. How can they surpass their brother in influence? He's not likely to marry the daughter of powerful people quickly, so that's not an option. Which means he'll have to think outside the box. After all, there's no need to look for a wife if they can get Jang Seok divorced. That way they neutralize his advantage in influence and bring him back to the starting line where Jong Bom himself is. And after a while, the father called both sons to him, and the younger one had to apologize. Only his father, Ko Min Chin, was hardly interested in these pathetic excuses. Min Chin has already talked to his father-in-law and promised to punish his son severely. That's so that it wouldn't come to a divorce. I had to beg him on my knees to give him another chance, but he told me to tell him that Jong Suk's wife will now live separately from him, and he will be monitored all this time to make the final decision. Junior wanted to apologize again, but his father turned to shouting. He was sick of apologizing. He'd warned him to watch what you do in a marriage. If he wanted to go out with women, he should have stayed single like his older brother. What kind of people are they like? Speaking of the older man, what was he doing at the police station? Asking this question, the father expected his son to make excuses again, but they discussed it with the protagonist at the café. Then Yongbom suggested that they should dig out more dirty secrets about Jung-suk can't tell their father, with a message like, "He's a disgrace to our family. We shouldn't give the company to someone like that. And then dad will definitely make a decision in their favor." But that idea alone was doomed to failure. When Kim was in a coma, he heard a documentary about their father, Myung-chin. He knew everything his sons did, and that included his younger brother's plots. But he turned a blind eye to it, because such methods were also appropriate. Myung-chin chooses an heir far from a clean past. The heir's life can be a bit messy. For him, the most important thing is to lead the company to success, and in that case, a bunch of dirty rumors will hardly change his mind. He'll just put the company in the hands of a professional like he did in a previous life. Getting rid of the younger brother isn't enough. After all, it's no guarantee that the company will be given to Yongbyum at all. We need behavior worthy of a future principal. We need to show the other side of this fool. They'll show him as no one's ever seen him before. And already, at the meeting with my father, the man just bowed his head and said, "It won't happen again." Regardless of the reason, Yongbyum caused trouble for his father, and will accept responsibility as his son. Ma Young-jin said that he knew what really happened. He was provoked, and he still tried to settle it without a fight. He did well, handled the situation with dignity. His father is really proud of him. And walking out of his father's room, the younger man was blazing with rage. He tells the older man that he doesn't know yet who took down the address of the office where his mistress was. But if he finds him, he'll tear him to pieces. But Yongbyeom didn't care about any of that. "Good job, I'm proud of you." Those words stuck in his head. His father, who had always been so strict, now recognized him. Which means from now on, these things should happen more often. And for that, we need to talk to that schoolboy again. He did it that same night. Thanks to Kim, Jengbom got his father's recognition. So now he believes him. What he, as heir to the company, should do next. To become the next director, he will dry everything up and accomplish everything. To which Hyunsung told his new acquaintance not to relax too much. Jong Sok is at their level only in matters of influence. To get around him and become director, you need to earn a 2-point lead. Of course, Kim has a couple of suggestions for the first time. But it'll probably be a little difficult for Youngbyum. Let him start working in the company and learn management. As the time comes, Kim will tell him what to do. And the man wondered, did he really need to become an office clerk? Doesn't matter, though. He's gonna do just like that kid said. Well, that's all well and good, but it's not that simple. Kim wants to remind him of their conversation at the cafe. They teamed up because they needed each other. And in return, Jangbum promised to fulfill Hyun Seong's wish. And he's not going back on his word. What can he do for his new little brother? Well, that's what they're about to discuss. On the day of the legal committee meeting, Minho's mother Kim Seung-cha was fighting with Hyun Chul. She gave him enough money to listen to all this nonsense. Don't make a fool of her or she be out of this school faster than a bullet. Make sure the student who hit her son gets expelled. Otherwise, he would feel bad himself. And Hyun Chuli had nothing left but to mumble well. But what should he do now? He immediately ran to Kim to tell him that he was trying his best to keep the punishment to a minimum. But stubbornness alone won't solve the problem. But Hyun Seong already knew that Minho's mother was pushing everyone. But that's no excuse. Let her use her head for what it's supposed to be once in a while. Or maybe he wants Kim to tell, and then they'll go down together. So he better choose carefully if he wants to live. And Kim should go, because they're probably waiting for him. At this time, at the PTA, Minho's mother had already agreed with the principal. Realizing this, Hyun Chul was desperate. He would lose his job either way. You are just only as a traitor or a bribe taker. And the savings he has now are barely enough to live on. But what is it? It's not his grandmother sitting next to Hyun Seong. And the principal has started the meeting. The accused's class teacher will be the first to explain everything. And jumping up from his seat, the teacher blurted out, "It's obvious. The incident was the fault of Minho and his cohorts. They bullied other students, and the victim is falsely accused of the crime." He said that because he recognized Jangbum, that's Myeonjin Construction's eldest son. And yet, when he looked at the list of people present, he thought they were just similar names. This guy is more powerful than Minho's parents. Then it's obviously time to switch sides. But the director didn't understand what he was talking about. Let him explain. And Hyun Chul will gladly do it. He received many reports about a group of students who called themselves the Park Minchul Gang. They had been bullying other students since the beginning of the semester. He of course asked them not to cause more problems, but the situation was only getting worse. And right before the incident, Park Minchul was bullying Lee Jongmin and Kim. He just couldn't take it. He said, "Don't do that. We're all disciples after all." He tried to stop him and spoke to him from the bottom of his heart. The Park Minchul just brought more guys with him and went to direct threats. But let them think to themselves, if someone tries to attack them, will they just keep quiet? Obviously, Hyun Sung's actions are just self-defense. Minho's actions are the same. He was an informant in the gang. Of course, Kim decided to act preemptively so that he would not be threatened. Yes, for self-defense, Hyunsung's stick is a bit over the top. But it's important not to ignore the reason for this. If only one person is punished in this situation, how are they any worse than garbage? That was the end of this circus in the form of a teacher's report. And the principal was amazed. What is he talking about? No need to change the subject. They were going to discuss Kim's attack on the others. That there was someone out there bullying others, that's not proven by anything. And that's a different conversation. There is no reason that can be used to justify violence. It is certainly useful to understand the case, that the punishment for the bully should be in any case, and to prevent such incidents, it's better to make it a showcase and punish the culprit severely. But first, we need to listen to the other side. Let Minho tell us what really happened. And he's gonna tell. The teacher's words are completely different from what he experienced. When he came to class alone, he saw Kim beating up Park Min-chul Lee. It was business as usual until then, but then Hyun Sung decided to attack for some reason. They can interview witnesses, that's what happened. It's obvious that Kim is to blame, and Minho himself isn't telling a single lie. He just couldn't watch his friend get beaten up, but Hyunsung also grabbed a gun and started hammering anyone who tried to calm him down in any way with it. And so Minho is completely at a loss as to why the teacher is trying to put the blame on them. And that wasn't the end of it either. The fact that Kim had been summoned to the teacher's office seemed to make him even angrier. After all, after that, he cane man beat up Minho in front of everyone for nothing. Is it really Minho's own fault? That's when his mom got involved. Oh, come on. Her son got beat up. What's there to talk about? Such cruelty. And at school. Today it's her son. Tomorrow it's other kids. I mean, you can't ignore that. Yeah. That's what the PTA thinks too. Hitting someone is wrong. You should be punished. Yeah, they have to. Meanwhile, Park Min-chuli and company were discussing Kim's expulsion. Their friend's mother will definitely do it. When it comes to her darling son, she turned the whole school upside down. Yeah. Park Min-chuli thinks so too. But if he still doesn't get expelled, he will personally hammer Hyunseong until he begs him to stop on his knees. Even if he's expelled, he'll still go after him until he's compensated. Well, an extra $200 won't hurt. They'll buy themselves a cheap bike and ride it around with the girls. Except things didn't go according to plan. All this nonsense was interrupted by Jang Byum. What a bunch of bullshit they're doing here. Like, is everyone pretending, or do they really not get it? It doesn't even occur to them that this demon in human form started everything first. And the director would like to argue, what an insult. But Jang Byum asked, what was he if not a demon? He's already found out everything about them. Their gang is quite famous around here. Everyone in the neighborhood knows them, but for some reason now the school is trying to cover for them. They're just not aware of it, or maybe there's money involved. These assholes just got one siege, but the ambulance came, so what? Hyun Seong was trying to protect himself first. That's what the class teacher said. So why don't we just get to the bottom of this? It's better to be honest. If a thug had bullied someone in their school days, would they have stood by silently? That's when Minho's mother couldn't take it anymore. Who the hell is this guy? Kim doesn't have any parents. What kind of scumbag shows up here? But with a smile, Chen Bom remembered the conversation in the car. Kim then asked to be his sponsor, and he didn't understand why. He could have just asked for money. That the main character certainly needs money, but it is not an end in itself. To defeat strong opponents, you need to be strong yourself. To be honest, Hyun Sung is planning to cause a lot more trouble at his school. And it won't be easy fist fights. Some things could get him in trouble with the law. And it's times like these that Hyun Sung would want to rely on his new acquaintance. After all, with such a powerful man behind Kim, no one will say a word to him. So if Jang Byum defends him and shows the right result, then Kim will give his word. This man will be the next principal. The protagonist will do anything for that, and then it's no big deal. And if he beats someone up or something, the man will take care of it. So when asked who he is, Jang Byum can proudly answer the question. Hyun Seong's guardian and the future heir of Myungjin Construction. The people sitting here don't seem to know who they're talking to. Hyun Seong is his precious little brother. He's not the type to cause trouble for others. Suddenly, Jang Byum finds out that they've even formed a committee for him. He had to quit his job and come here. The school was about to become prestigious, and he hoped Kim would graduate without too much trouble. As the heir to the company, he even thought of sponsoring it. But now there seems to be a change of plans. Who would have thought that she was so rotten? Minho's mother wanted to ask what kind of threats were these, but Jang Byum interrupted her. He's just speaking the language of facts. What is a teacher's duty? Aren't we supposed to instill just and righteous values in students? So why the hell not? Kim, who handled the bullies and saved his classmates, should be punished. Would they ignore years of bullying and punish someone who stood up for himself for the first time? Where was their PTA when these bastards were beating up others? Why was it like they were blind at that moment? Although Jang Byum knows, it doesn't matter, he's from a poor family. We get money from his parents, so we'll turn a blind eye. That's what they must have thought. But if that's the reason, Jang Byum won't let it go. A prestigious school. No way, he'll raise it to the ground. And generally make sure that anyone who was on Minho's side couldn't even live in this city. They might consider it a threat, because that's the real threat. And cold sweat broke out on the parents' faces. Director Da-hwan himself didn't believe it. It really is Minchon Construction's eldest son. But how? Isn't Hyunseong an orphan who lives with his grandmother? If the director were to help Minho now, he wouldn't just lose the opportunity to gain connections with a large corporation. No, he'll be kicked out of town. So wouldn't it be better to cut all ties with Minho's parents? It's a good opportunity. If Minjeng Construction becomes a sponsor, It's only a matter of time before it becomes a prestigious school. Yes, now he'll be called a traitor, but if you think about the future, the choice is obvious. So actually, Taewon heard it too. They have a group of students to bully others. Does Jang Byum really want to say that Minho was the instigator? Minho's mother wanted to intercede, but alas, it wasn't her turn to speak up. The principal doesn't want to put the blame on someone else, he wants facts. It's not like the PTA meets to do the right thing based on all the data available, and they're as follows so far. Hyun Seong is one of the best in terms of non-school achievements. He must have had a reason to do that. Simply put, how about hearing his own position on this? The protagonist was jubilant. He was finally asked for his opinion. After all, in the past, they wouldn't even listen to him. That's what a powerful man can do. But if it wasn't for those bastards, Kim wouldn't be a vegetable. So it's time to tell his story. He had already talked to many teachers about Park Min-chuli's gang, but they all told him the same thing. Park Min-chuli is not the kind of person who would do such a thing. Maybe it's just a joke, and at the end of the day, be a man and figure it out for yourself. And sometimes the teachers said they would help, but even so they didn't get into the heart of the matter. They only scolded a couple of times, and that gave the bullies even more confidence that nothing serious would happen. Yes, he hit Minho and sent 3 other people to the hospital. But here's a question for them. Why is the main character sitting in the culprit seat if he only hit someone once? Is it because I overreacted? No, it's because the school thought Hyun Seong was defenseless. Even if he'd been pushed off the roof, it wouldn't have made a difference. No one would be punished. Laws are different for rich and poor. And if that's the unchanging truth, the protagonist will make the most of it. He says this gang still exists and will continue to ruin everyone's life. So let them be punished to the fullest extent of the law. And if not, he will have to spread the word about this case outside the school. And everyone will know what this place is. It will be an embarrassment to Dosun. And the only way to keep him quiet, it's a just punishment. Minho's mother immediately stood up and shouted. She would not let anyone accuse her son. No one. Now she's gonna call her husband. They're gonna dance some more. So he picked up the phone. He remembered that the Minho PTA was supposed to be held today, and these people say it's all their son's fault. The teacher, the principal, they all say the same thing. And it's just because some older son of Minhun Construction is here. Those bastards are ignoring all the help they've gotten. What's he like? Where is he now? Can he make it? It's better to show them what their family can do. But only surprise was heard in the receiver. Jang Byum is the guardian of the culprit. Does his wife have any idea who she's talking to? Minhun Construction could just wipe them out. I don't care if Minho is punished or not. Let him agree to all the terms and leave immediately. And after a brief conversation, silence hung in the classroom. And by nightfall of the same day, Hyun Seong lay at home. And remember what happened next. He was issued a sentence of 100 hours of volunteer work, that the rest of the offenders, including men-who expulsion. And the kid himself didn't believe it. He got expelled. Does that bastard Hyun Seong say something to him? He's gonna kick his ass. That's just him. Is stopped by his own mother. And right after that, he says to his son, let him fall on his knees and beg for mercy. The boy didn't understand, but Kim repeated it to him. On your knees, now. No. Why would he do that? He's already been expelled. Why would he humiliate himself? Oh, he doesn't understand. Well, then let him ask his mommy if he should kneel or not. Come on. Let him try. And who knows, maybe then Kim will only have to expel him from school. And his mother repeated to him, get on your knees, now. The guy just didn't have a choice. I had to apologize in a humiliating pose. Just like in the past, the main character's grandmother apologized to the bastard's parents. Now he's going through the same thing. But, what should I do? Something Hyun Seong doesn't feel relieved at all. So let her wait with patience. Minho's life is going to be a nightmare. That's how the PTA story ended. And Hyun Seong comes in a message on his phone at that moment. It was the expelled Park Min-kul, who wanted to meet. Well, now Kim is one step closer to avenging the gang that drove him to his death. And that same night, the protagonist honored his request. Stuttering with uncertainty, Park Min-kul said he was happy to see him. But Hyun Seong replied that pleasantries could be omitted. What does he want? And Min-kul started to apologize. Bullying the other guys was wrong. Because of his immaturity, he just didn't realize how hard it was for those he was bullying. And after a week in the hospital, he fully agrees with the committee's decision. So he promises he won't be a nuisance to anyone in the future. So maybe Kim will let this whole situation slide. His teacher told him that one authorization from the protagonist wouldn't get him expelled. Minho was personally present at the meeting, so he can't be excused. But the three of them still have a chance. Maybe Kim can help them. Getting expelled from school now is literally the end of their future. Please let them put it all down. Minho will do anything. Any errands or help with schoolwork, just say the word. Everything will happen. Hyun Seong understood. It looks like that bastard didn't expect to be excluded. No wonder Park Min-chul can act like an alpha. Except he's just a high school student whose future can be broken with a snap of his fingers. After such a high-profile expulsion, no school in Dosan will accept them, and a record of violence on his record. In their country, it's an end to life. And Park Min-chul said something else. He's not really allowed to talk about it. But someone ordered him to bully other students, but Kim replied that he already knew that. That won't surprise his classmate. He already knows exactly who's behind all this. Because after a couple years in a coma, Hyun Seong heard a report about a dead student who had left a suicide note. It contained some very interesting information. It was about an organization calling itself the Golden Circle. It originated in the prestigious schools of Gangnam. And the members of the circle were never identified even after 10 years. The founder of the organization saw children suffering from school violence. And then he realized there was actually money to be made in this. He recruited bullies among students with suitable physical attributes. Then he sniffed out which students had rich parents. He offered their children protection while they were in school. There was even a whole system where a student received the best grades in the group under defense. But if something went wrong and a person fell down in the performance rating, the local thugs would quickly explain to those with higher grades where they belonged. And in this simple way, a commercial. In the future, only the lowest members of the Golden Circle hierarchy were identified. Even with them, the matter was quickly hushed up. Their identities were not revealed until the very end. Therefore, to take full vengeance on those who made his life a living hell, Hyun Seong must destroy the cause, not the effect. He will figure out the Golden Circle and destroy all of its members. That's what he's telling Min-chul, but there's a discrepancy. The Golden Circle is based in Seoul and Gyeonggi-do. But in their small town of Daesan, the organization has no influence. So who thought of hiring Park Min-chul's gang, to which he called out a name? It was a high school student named Shin Hyun Seong heard about him. He's at third year. He literally runs everything at their school. But it's news that he's a member of the Golden Circle. It's unlikely he knows much about the top brass anyway, but he must have some information. But how do we get it out? Yeon Min is a big guy who could make his debut as an MMA athlete in the future. Kim's no match for him, but he'll figure out a way later. And now Min-chul wants his forgiveness. Well, taking the bastard by the collar, the protagonist remembered. So many accumulated layers of emotion in him over those 10 years. Forgiveness? Repentance? There's no such thing. Now he's going to show this creep what's going to happen every time they meet. And with those words, he drove into the scum's face again. In the protagonist's past life, Park Min-chul grew up. And when he had a daughter, he devoted all his time to her. And so did everyone else. They achieved happiness and success. That's what the protagonist refused to believe. Where's the justice in this world? But now it's as if karma itself is controlling his hands. These nits won't forget their injuries for the rest of the day. The next day, Hyun Seong returned to school, and they were talking about him. To think what happened to him, he fought so fiercely. You shouldn't mess with him. You used to be a good boy. And now what? There's a reason they say there are devils in a quiet pool. Quiet people accumulate anger, and then they can't stop. However, when Kim himself entered the classroom, all this talk died down. He walked in silently and sat down at his desk. But suddenly, a silhouette appeared behind the protagonist and said thank you to him. It was Lee Kun-min, the same guy who got slaughtered. He had already heard that Park Min-chul and his whole gang had been expelled. It's all thanks to the protagonist. Let him feel free to ask if he needs help. After hearing all this, Kim asked, why did the brat who hadn't even dared to help him at the committee meeting now come to thank him? His testimony could have helped a lot, but but he pissed it away, and now he's thanking me. Kim's seen him and his pleasantries in the grave. Let him go, and don't let Hyun Seong see him again. Meanwhile, on the roof is that high school student Shin Min. Park Min-chul was talking to his lackey. What are they gonna do now? The plan is dead in the water. It's a circus. Stupid little kids ran over the kid and didn't recognize he had a roof. After this, it's obvious to everyone. Kim Hyun Seong has no touch in Daesun. No one will risk competing with Myungchin Construction. The kid asked, so what do you get now? They're hammering him. Nah, it's a dick swim. Shin says, it's a shitty situation, but it's workable. What? His partner's an idiot. Hasn't he figured it out yet? It's a great opportunity to make more money. You can get tens of thousands from this little punk. You can be happy about this outcome. What's up? Who's in charge of the high school freshman right now? Tell him to get his ass up on the roof right now. Meanwhile, Kim Hyun Sung, who was sitting in class, understood. In order to overcome the golden circle, he must excel in his studies. After all, it's the diligent students who become their targets. If he consistently gets straight A's, the gold circle will definitely make a move. He's been harassed before. After all, Kim had done well in high school. Apparently, that was one of the reasons why Min-chul and the others were giving him a hard time. 100% Shin Min gave them that order. That they were happy to try, especially since they had a personal motive. So there's someone in the class who doesn't like Hyun Seong, and he'll definitely want to take him out so he can get the top spot in the class rankings. But he certainly has a couple of suspects, but Hyun Sung has to be absolutely sure before he can act. In the meantime, it's time to prepare for what the future holds and proceed to the next step. That's what the protagonist did. He remembered there was a man like Yoon Kyun-cho, the first Korean MMA fighter to win a world title. But now he's just an echo of the past that everyone has forgotten about. Now he has a martial arts center in Daesun, which, by the way, is where the protagonist came to. He really wants to become a good fighter. After all, Kyun-cho is the next piece of the puzzle in his plan. Meanwhile, up on the rooftop, an ambulance was brought up to Shin Min and his suck-up. He's the one who ran the first years. His name is Jin Woo, and unfortunately, he can't raise the level alone. Anyway, Shunsu has heard that this kid will take any job, so here's his assignment. First year Kim Hyun Sung. Make him retarded, but not so retarded that he can't even say 2 words. The future retard himself was currently in Yoon Kyun-chol's gym, and he was pretty much telling him everything. They have both physical training and rests in the gym, and he can prescribe a diet. The tuition is 150,000 won a month. He said a lot of other things, but Kim listened with half an ear. He'll think he's unrecognizable because of his mustache. But it's definitely the same Yoon Kyun-chul. He's a former UFL champion. And he asks what motivated this kid to start practicing. Kim replies that he just wants to learn how to fight well, to be able to smear all the assholes who bully others. But Yoon wasn't satisfied with that answer. They don't teach you how to fight here. If Hyun Sung came to this hall just to punch someone's face, then he had the wrong address. Maybe just work out a little, and the bad guys will go away, or maybe a little exercise. But of course, Kim didn't like it, and he had heard a lot of things about Yoon Kyun-chul. There's a reason why such a famous man has slid down to just a backwoods gym owner, namely, banned substances. After his 3rd title defense, Kyun-chul took a doping test and was found to have anabolics in his blood. Kyun-chul admitted his guilt and didn't even make excuses. However, despite that, his career is still over, but that's beside the point. Hyun Sung himself came to him because of another characteristic of his. After all, another Korean athlete, 2-time UFL champion, Kim Moo-il. A man who has achieved unprecedented heights has revealed the secret of his success. He is not a nugget, and he has no talents either. The reason for his success is the special training method of his teacher, Yoon Kyun-chul. Yes, this man has trained even a 3rd-rate fighter to the level of a champion. If Kim gains his trust, he'll build a great foundation for his body. That's why the main character says, strange that Kyun-chul would talk about morality. He's been doing whatever it takes to achieve his goals in his time. It's the same approach for the protagonist. So what's the problem? To which Kyun-chul replied that it was just a mistake for which he paid hard for. If he went back in time, he would never step on the same rake. The consequences of those years still haunt him, and if the schoolboy hasn't gotten it yet, he'll tell you straight up, he won't get away with it. Just like Yoon didn't get away with it. Anyway, let him go. No one will train him here. Going to the gym just to kick some asshole's ass is a sure way to jail. To which Kim only said one phrase, 100 million. He'll give him 100 million won. He knows very well the man needs money right now. So, if he agrees to teach him, Hyun Sung will send him 100 million the very next day. Even if Kim leaves in the end, Hyun Chul still has the money. It's literally no risk for the man. Yes, the side effects of doping, social stigma and disqualifications from all competitions are just some of the problems Hyun Chul is facing right now. And he knew all those consequences, but he decided to do it anyway. I bet he thought the end justifies the means. Well, Kim feels the same way. Perhaps after this training, he will get into fights left and right, and the consequences of the main character's actions will be terrible. Maybe he'll be crippled in the process, or maybe he'll end up in a juvenile detention center and then transferred to prison for the rest of his life. But Hyun Seong is prepared for all of that, so that's why he came. Just like Yoon Kyun-chu once did, right now Kim is desperate and needs help. And looking into those dark blue eyes, after hesitating, the coach replied, he won't let the kid touch that doping crap. Yes, Yoon Kyun-chul himself used substances, but he wouldn't let a young guy get dirty in that shit. So from Kyun-chul, the protagonist will only get training. And he agreed, but that's not all. Get in the ring. If he can stand at least one round against him, the former champion, then good. Yoon Kyun-chul recognizes the kid's drive and willpower and accepts him as a student. That night, Hyun Seong returned home. His grandmother, however, was in shock. What had happened to him? I mean, there's nothing on him. Who did this to his grandson? What son of a bitch beat him like that? Just let her speak. She teach him a lesson. To which Kim replied, it's okay. What good is that? Did he see himself? It's just awful. Meanwhile, Kyun-chul was at the gym, berating himself for his own act. After all, until a couple hours ago, he actually got in the ring against this high school kid. In his life, he met different people while he was playing sports. There were bullies, and there were many students who were often beaten up. But it doesn't matter what Hyun Seong's motives are. Goals and desires are just words, and once you cross the ring line, none of that matters. Kyun-chul saw the guys who were confident in their strength begging for mercy on their knees after a couple of punches to the jaw. Anyway, here are the rules. 1 round, 3 minutes, no kicking. Let him try to survive this time. If he proves his will unwavering, then so be it. Kyun-chul, make him the best of the best. How's it going? You ready? Then let him defend himself. And the former champion himself appraised the lad with a glance. The stance is flimsy, but there's not an ounce of fear in his eyes. But it's too early to draw conclusions. Let's see how it changes after the first strike. But surprisingly, the protagonist blocked. At least, that's what he thought. That the UFL champion's kick easily penetrated his block. He was that strong for sending a guy straight into the octagon. But why is he lying down? Let him get up. It's only been, like, 10 seconds, and Kim stood up. But only to get more hits. He knew if he missed one of these, he'd pass out instantly. Only. What is it? Why did his opponent stop hitting? All because Yoon Kyun-chul kicked him right in the knee with his foot. Of course, Hyunsung couldn't stand on his feet, and fell down. Coach offered him right away, if he wants to, he can finish it right now. As long as the kid's still conscious. But finish. Hasn't 3 minutes already passed? Hyunsung asked, rising to his feet. The first minute, meanwhile, was already coming to an end. The main character took on all new ones, and more blows. But he realized he'd soon run out of steam that way. He should at least go on the offense once. So, almost blindly, he tried to strike, but it was a mistake. He opened up. Now dodging, Kyun-chul was able to prescribe Kim a powerful uppercut. It made a guy's eyes pop out of his head, and he literally collapsed. Well, he's ready. I wonder if it's even been a minute. Although, Yoonu had to admit, this high school student was a pretty tough nut to crack. On the other hand, it's not like the man was trying too hard. It was more like he was giving in so as not to hurt the guy. Who's he kidding? Though, it's just an excuse. Kyun-chul himself wanted that high school kid to stand up. so that he would have some reason to take the money without any conscience. Still, it's a good thing he knocked him out in the end. You can't sell out to some punk who can't even take a punch. So thought the ex-fighter. But behind him, a voice was heard. Where'd he go? They're actually not done yet. The main character didn't give up. They continue, and turning around at those words, Hyun saw the same distraught dark blue eyes. He's got a stubborn one, so far. Tough. Guess we'll have to ground him for good. Yoon says that from now on, there will be no more indulgences. He'll fight at full strength. Without waiting for a response, Hyun snaps out of it and throws numerous punches. But suddenly, there's another pause. Would he kick again? Hyun Sung won't make the same mistake twice. Except it wasn't the same technique. It was a punch to the liver that the kid clearly didn't expect to get. Writhing in pain, he fell back into the ring, and Hyun says, sternly, there's a minute and a half left. If the guy doesn't get up in 15 seconds, they're done. And Kim would love to get up, but his body won't listen. He's trying to get up, but it's not coming out, not at all. Because of the blow to the liver, the protagonist cannot do nothing at all. But that's what Yoon was counting on. A high school student can't take it, so just give up and go home. But like that, no. You gotta get up, just get up. Come on. He's been waiting for this moment for 10 years, Coma, praying to God to turn back time. And now what? Can't take one punch. Gotta get up, or it's gonna happen again. Just fucking stand up once. Until he gets his revenge. I don't care what happens to him or his body. So, until Kim gets rid of the bastards responsible for everything, he has no right to give up. And the coach was surprised. Not everyone will be able to get up after this blow, physiology as it is. How awful this guy's life is that he's so eager to get his way. If a man with such terrifying willpower learns to fight, his life could go down the drain. Yoon certainly appreciated the guy's persistence, but he wouldn't let him live a life full of regrets. And he will personally stop Kim here and now. So he punches his hardest, most powerful punch. No high school block can save that. But still, Hyunseong kept repeating to himself, one must be patient to stand on one's feet. I don't give a shit if his nose gets broken. I don't give a shit if they knock a couple teeth out. He must endure against all odds. 12 seconds left. My legs are shaking. I can't breathe. And Yoon delivers the final blow, right to the solar plexus. Guy was thrown back against the cages. But coach immediately wanted to finish him off with a punch to the head. Except the timer finally showed 0 seconds. This fight is over. And Yoon wasn't happy. Where the hell did he come from with such stamina? Get out of the octagon. He says the hospitals are closed. But have the kid go straight to the doctor tomorrow. Now get him to follow him. He'll give Kim his account number. Even though Hyunchun didn't want to accept the money, he really needed it. 2 days ago, the broker of the new fighting company wrote to him. He wanted Yoon to dope again and perform one last time. They would compensate him. If it wasn't for that 100 million, he would have agreed. But now that he has that money, he can refuse the offer. Hyun Sung himself made excuses to his grandmother. It was just a misunderstanding with his classmates. It's not a big deal. It'll be resolved soon. By the way, do they have a subscription to the weekly newspaper? The grandmother says that yes, she's probably paid over 100,000 for it over the past 10 years. Well, that's great. Her grandson's here to give her some good advice. There'll be a questionnaire from Munchin Construction this month. Make sure Grandma fills it out, because who knows if she be the one to get lucky. But Grandma didn't see the point. Even if they are chosen, they have no money to move. But her grandson immediately corrected her. It's not hard to get a loan now. And they would cover it from the sale of their current apartment. And in the worst case scenario, they could put the title to the lot up for sale. Grandma wondered, since when did her grandson become an expert in construction? He is not an expert, he just read a couple of articles. In fact, John Baum will personally put his grandmother on the list of winners. Of course, the main character would like to give her 100 million at once, just like Kyung-chul, but she start asking where the money comes from. And if you do it this way, Grandma won't suspect a thing. Win and win, no suspicion. The next day, Shin praised Jin-woo. Good job. Well done. You can't look at that guy's face without crying. And he didn't understand. What did he mean? What do you mean what? Hyun Seong is walking around with a broken mouth. That's the way the big guy did it. Well, he's handsome, the guy's limping. Shin couldn't have done better himself. So from now on he can say they're bros, they can even walk together after school. And Jin didn't know what he was talking about, but since the older man was so kind to him, he'd pretend it was true. Well, if there's anything the big guy can do, he's always at his service. But after a while, Jinwoo himself saw the kid. Someone really fucked him up. But who did the Dark One build after the PTA? Shin seems to think that Jin did it himself, but to be honest, he could have done something like that too. This guy seems to be a sky guy. So now the big guy's gonna pretend he did it. So no little thing will ever open their mouths at him. Anyway, let his asshole tell everyone. If anyone even says hello to this Hyunseong, Junwoo will break that person's knees. But Hyun Sung himself didn't notice the haytag in his direction yet and went to another training session. Yoon told him that the most important thing was to train the body. Because if the breath is not enough for a couple of blows, it's no use getting into a fight at all. If he said he had nothing tea, that's when Yoon will see the guy's got the stamina for a fight. Then they'll start full training. We'll plow every day for 2 hours a day. And the protagonist had no choice. The rhythm must be kept. Shin Yoon-min is a long-time athlete. If he wants to beat someone of this level, he'll have to experience this training as if it were an easy walk in the park. And don't forget, this is just the beginning. To bring the golden circle to justice, you'll have to face enemies far more powerful than Shin. The coach, on the other hand, was amazed. The schoolboy stands on his feet after 2 hours of training, and his endurance is amazing. This isn't just a warm-up. It's really 2 hours of hellish torture that takes all the juices out of you. Kid's got a lot of potential. Maybe we should start him on a special training program. Anyway, he tells Kim that when Yuna got kicked out of the league, he started looking for ways to get to the top without doping. His career was beyond saving, but his students ... he wants them to shine in the ring. So from now on, he's going to incorporate something special into the main characters. If he keeps this up, he will definitely gain unprecedented strength and surpass everyone. A whole week passed like that, and when Hyunseong was back at school, a student approached him. He said he thought it was unfair. Kim didn't do anything wrong, did he? That man was Sivu, a freshman in high school. He says that Hyun Sung is a little different from what he thought he was, so he was a little afraid to meet him. But still, Siv is not happy that the main character is being ignored for such a stupid reason. So maybe they would be comrades, but Hyunseong was surprised. He's being ignored. What is he even talking about? What do you mean? Didn't he notice everyone's avoiding him? That this is the first time the protagonist has ever heard of such a thing. Maybe Sivu will tell him more about it, but he really didn't know that Jingwoo was threatening everyone about communicating with him. That's what he said. Anyone who goes to Kim's company gets a couple of broken ribs. Okay, so why did Sivu come to talk to him? But Sivu doesn't get it. Why is Kim being so rude? Doesn't he remember? He and Kim were friends in junior high school. So even if Siva gets beaten to a pulp, he still won't put up with his friend's pain. Hyun Sung remembers this guy. In his past life, he defended the protagonist when he found out about a problem with his classmates. And then, at least for a short time, Kim was able to feel freedom from bullying. But one day, Park Myung-chul and his gang turned on Sivu himself. They beat him so badly that they broke his leg. And since then, Hyun Seong hasn't heard a word from the guy. But later, already when the protagonist was in a coma, Blondie came to visit him. He was truly sorry that he didn't stand up for the protagonist to the end. And because of that, something irreparable happened. It was because the fracture made him afraid. Sivu couldn't live with the thought of being beaten at every recess. He thought he could really be a hero, but it turned out he was just another fool. And if he had been given another chance, he would definitely never have left Kim to his fate. That's what he said in a previous life, but in this one, Kim is firmly telling him not to. You don't need to be his friend. You don't need to be strong and big. Hyun Seong can handle all his problems on his own. No, Sivu is against it. His comrade apparently doesn't even realize the magnitude of the problem, but he's aware of everything. Let him go. The bell has rung. Okay. The guy's gonna leave, but let Kim know he's gonna do whatever he wants and he's not gonna leave anyone behind, so he'll meet up after class. Obviously Kim didn't mean to be rude to him, but he's got a lot to do and a lot to live through. A lot of hurt and pain. Nothing good will come of Sivu's interference. He'll just get hurt again. That's all. In fact, He'll have to cut all ties except family ties. Family's something you have to put up with. But, ow. The protagonist doesn't want to drag other people into this revenge phase. And he certainly doesn't want his friends from the past to get hurt. That's why we have to get Siva to back off somehow. And he's kind of fallen behind, actually. He said he'd meet me after school, but he's nowhere to be found. Did he give up? It's for the best. Just out of the blue, Kim hears his classmates talking. They say Jinwoo dragged Siwa somewhere. Should I tell the teacher? What difference does it make? It's none of their business. They'd rather go to the cafeteria. That the protagonist got it. Shit. Was his friend being attacked? And it was true. Ambal warned me. It's forbidden to talk to Kim Hyun Seong. He's like, alone, or maybe he just hasn't felt fear in a long time. Blondie asked reasonably, who is this big guy to tell him what to do? He doesn't know what Hyun Sung's problem is, but he's his friend. So let him stop fucking around and do what he wants to do. And the big guy was about to say something, but was immediately kicked in the mouth. From that one, he flew right back against the wall, and it made him very angry. What the hell are these dumbass windpipes hatching? Let them need that carrion together. They might be happy too. Except Sivu easily kicks them back. Not only that, but my hands go into action, too. Truthfully, Blondie himself was thinking of something else. Obviously, Hyunseong wanted to prevent this situation from happening, but, as it happens, he got into a fight. But how can such an injustice be ignored? Hyun Sung is just playing it cool, but obviously, he's still the same kid he was. But most importantly, he is his friend, therefore, Sivu will never abandon him, unlike others. Only his goals may be bad, but the hooligans don't care. They easily began to crush the kid in numbers. And Jungwoo asked him why he was swinging his legs. Is he learning taekwondo? Slapping the guy in the face, Diambo scoffed. Little thing like that blonde kid. Learns a few moves and thinks he's worth something. Only it ain't fucking true. And now Jinwoo's gonna prove it, in practice. Let him get it through his head. His life is over. From this day forward, he and his buddy Hyun Sung will be inseparable in their torment. Their lives are going to be a living hell. At first period recess lunch and even after school, Jinwoo will call them at any time, and God forbid they don't show up. Then he will. That the guy didn't have time to say anything, because the door to their office was opened by the main character. And the only question he's got is, this big guy, is he out of his mind? And Gromala was surprised. What's that trash want to say? That the protagonist might want to. But first you have to think obviously the genie is in a higher category. Without a plan you can't win. To get the upper hand, you have to piss off that narrow-minded guy. Anyway, Kim heard some kids complaining about Jinwoo beating them up. It's funny. A huge fat guy who can't even punch, bullying little girls. I mean, what else is he gonna do? He just lost a one-on-one with Sivu. The only thing that saved Jin was his entourage, or is Hyun Seong wrong about something? And the plan worked. The overgrowth yelled. Nobody move. He's gonna fight alone. He's gonna fuck that asshole up himself. That's exactly what the protagonist was counting on. I'm sure this dumbass jackass is gonna come at him right now. The only reason he's the ringleader is because of his size. But while it's big, but he's painfully predictable. Kim takes an easy straight right to the jaw. What's up, big guy? You still up? That makes Jin even angrier. He's really going to send him to the next world. But Hyun soon understood the bully's plan roughly. He wants to take it in the clinch and thinks he can withstand the attacks coming his way. That's not at all the case here. Kim has already landed a nice punch. That's why Jin was clearly not going to be happy. Another punch to the jaw. And then the solar plexus. What? Still standing, but it won't be for long. Another straight one to the face. Now would be a good time to kick him in the neck. Press down as hard as you can. So he won't even think about getting up, so he's afraid to even cough. It's for his suckers to show off. And a couple more punches were enough to make Jinwoo cry out. That's enough. He wasted his time on him. Don't let him get angry. That the big guy's not gonna get away with apologizing. He'll say one more thing about Kim or his friends. He'll be out of here in a couple of punches. Now have him repeat the words of apology. Loud and clear, so everyone can hear. And Jinwoo apologized. He didn't mean to. He was forced. Shin Yun-min is him. That high school kid. I couldn't just say no to him. Let him forgive him. He was just following orders. If it weren't for Shin, he would never have gotten involved in this conflict. He promises he won't hurt anyone else. What a laughingstock. With those words, the protagonist let the dumbass go. And let him remember, he says for the first and last time, let them leave Siva alone. Even if they just give him a dirty look, they'll be in trouble. Cutting finally lashes out with a leg kick. Kim says cross him, and he'll get them all, even on the other side of the world. He'll find them, and he'll destroy them, every single one of them. A little later, Artusam was in the nurse's station and Kim was counting out his friend, but he told him to stay out of it, or what happened today might happen again, to which Sivu replied that Kim had not changed a bit. When he saw that he was being beaten, he immediately came to help. How could he turn his back on such a friend? The blonde doesn't know what Hyunseong's deal is with these goons, of course, but Dickie's going to wait for Sivu to leave him alone. They're not strangers after all, and even if they have to relive everything that happened today, one more time, it's not a problem. To which the main character told the guy not to think too much. He didn't punch Jingwoo's face for him. No, he'd gone to the trouble on purpose, and he'd be glad to kill the Ambo. Everything that has come before is just the beginning. Sivu generally knows what the protagonist is trying to accomplish. He wants to tear through every one of these obfuscators. Even if he has to sacrifice everything in the process, he's been through shit like this, and he can't even tell anyone about it. So don't let his friends suffer like that. Hyun Seong only wants revenge. And if Sivu hangs around, he'll probably get punched in the face too. He needs it. He's already out of his depth. This is his limit. Kim still considers him his friend, but let him remember, the good and friendly Kim Hyun Sung is gone, so he better stay out of the way. He can't even follow the path of the protagonist. In his heart, Kim hopes that he was able to talk his friend out of it, and he'll be okay now. But Siva's own attitude only makes him angrier. Meanwhile, Shin was sitting at his desk, waiting for the money to come in. And his reward was doubled. I wonder where he should spend the money. He's got a great job. Tens of millions for whipping little girls. I wish they'd always pay for that kind of freebies. They say the neighboring school can make money too. If he works a little harder, he'll have a good life. It's a gold mine. I wish I could be a gold circle broker in this neighborhood after graduation. What the fuck is that noise? What kind of asshole slams the door so hard? That was the main character. Did he get it right? Shin Yoon Min, that bastard in front of him right now. The insult, of course, was not tolerated. And he had already risen to teach Kim a lesson. Except that one flew straight in with a leg kick. The guy blocked, of course. But who is this underclassman? What does he want? But instead of answering, Kim hit Shin up again. He didn't understand why he was fucking fighting. But what difference does it make? You can feel that the kid is carrying iron, but the punch is still weak. And it moves very predictably, like a pattern. But just at that exact moment, Kim took advantage of this jock's relaxed vigilance and punched him in the stomach. His name is Kim Hyun Seong, and Shin was looking for him, so he came here. Taking a breath, the older man laughed. No, but he's a cadre, of course. Did you get up on the wrong side of the bed? And it looks like he really didn't, because the main character hit that scumbag with a chair. And he's not gonna give us a break. We can't lose our edge. So he throws the chair, and he carries it with a punch to the face. But only this time, Shin had time to block. All right, now it's his turn to hit. Kim realized it was likely to be a straight in the face, but no way. He thought he was the only one who could pull a stunt around here, and it hurts to miss that, but compared to his coach's punches, it's nothing. In fact, Hyun Sung knew from the beginning he didn't stand a chance against Shin Yoon Min, but he wanted to prove something to himself. Kim didn't expect to be bruise-free. His goal from the beginning was to go for broke when there's nowhere to retreat, and there it was. He caught that jock's leg, and now he's grabbing my knee and running right out the window. And his carcass smashed the glass to pieces. The older guy leaning out of the window didn't understand what the fuck he was doing there. What does he want? What does Kim want? He wants Shin fucking dead. But that's when Hyun Seong was dragged away. He's crazy what he's doing. And all Hyun Sung did was yell at the third year that it wasn't over the day that Creep stole his friend. He signed his own death warrant. He'll smash his face in with a chair the first chance he gets, and his suction will be the same, so let them get ready. Shin was standing there, unable to process what had happened. His douchebag asked him how he was doing, and he said, "What do you mean? How?" His buddy didn't see Shin beat up that first timer. No, he saw it. but he should look at his own back. And within half an hour, it was being broadcast throughout the school. Some students will now have to go to the principal's office. And some time before that, teacher Hyun Cho arrived on the scene with Jin Woo. What's going on? Not even a month later, Kim did something weird again. He'll have to cover his tracks again. Of course, shutting up Jin Woo won't be a problem. But director Tae Hwan, yes, that's a problem. It's not clear, of course, that it was on the committee, but he's always strived to turn the school into a prestigious institution. He won't turn a blind eye to that. At least, that's what Hyun Cho thought, but the director had just told him clearly, they're gonna let it go. They need to ignore it. Maybe Hyun Cho hasn't heard, but there is information that the eldest son of the Jangbom family, he is the head of Myeonchin Construction without 5 minutes, and he said he was going to contribute a lot of money to the school. And when he became a company director, even more. And sponsorship, it's different from charity. Sponsors expect something in return for their contribution. And what does Hyun Chul think such a powerful man is trying to achieve by giving money? Image? Reputation? No, of course he wants a favor. So while Hyun Seong is studying within the walls of this institution, whatever he's done must be mended. They'll pretend it never happened. Besides, they're used to it. They've done it before. But granted, there's no way a principal would ask a teacher to do a teacher's dirty work for free. All possible privileges available under the labor contract will be given first priority to Hyun Chul. Oh, and like their new sponsor said, their company's latest building has a couple unoccupied apartments for the right people. Real estate prices are going up, and he and his wife probably need a place to live, maybe even an apartment for each of them. What's he gonna say? In fact, nothing has changed, but from now on, they'll just keep an eye on Hyun Seong as well. Do you understand? And of course, it's understandable. I'll do my best, glad to do my best for the school. But that's the spirit. What a responsible teacher. It's not a bad thing to be friends with him after hours. Yes, of course, Hyun Chul is honored. Their school will 100% reach unprecedented heights thanks to the genius of this principal. Well, that's flattery. But don't let him forget, their main goal is for Hyunseong to graduate without any fuss and dust. And then their establishment will definitely receive unimaginable privileges from Myeonjin Construction. And of course, Taewon promises not to forget everyone involved, but suddenly, their dialogue is interrupted by a teacher who bursts into the office. They have an emergency. Hyun Seong has been beaten up. And, of course, two of those corrupt bastards were in shock. Who's the one who dares to get handsy? Naturally, it was about the incident with Shin, and he was outraged. It's not fair. Some degenerate breaks into his classroom and attacks him. Why hasn't that idiot been expelled yet? But the principal didn't seem to hear his words. He would think that a high school student who was still learning martial arts had attacked a junior. Such insolence would be a huge stain on the school's reputation. Yet. Hyun Chul heard about that bastard too. Beats up junior high school kids every chance he gets. Well, the principal asks. No need for insults. But the teacher is just gritting his teeth. This student is behind most of the fights in their school, and the kid didn't know what the fuck was going on. That little retard almost fell out the window. There were tons of witnesses. Yes. Hyun Chul knows every case has witnesses. The question is whether or not to believe them. Let him go and ask any passerby who inspires more confidence, an excellent student or a scumbag like Shin, who will be chosen. In response, the school bus sent the teacher. Who's the asshole opening his mouth at? Let him listen carefully. He keeps playing the victim, and then they'll remember all his sins, and more. So he asks one last time. Shin admits that what he did was wrong. And at that moment, the guy felt an extremely ambivalent feeling. The adults at that school were as corrupt bastards as he was, and now he's getting it. You don't want important uncles crossing the road, so it's better to admit he was wrong. But as he left the office, he was filled with anger. Everyone had turned against him. What's he supposed to do in this position? Graduation is just around the corner. Can't be too publicized. Looks like I'll have to pony up some extra dough, but I'll have to look for outside help. He called some guy driving an expensive car, and he didn't understand either. What a pain in the ass. Where does Myeonjin Construction even come out of? Everyone who bullied the kid has been expelled. and the principal and his teachers are roofing him. But the problem is that the failure of the performer falls on the superior, that is, on himself. And the Golden Circle does not forgive this. Well, then the Golden Circle broker in charge of the suburbs, named Gontigu, would have to take the matter personally. So he immediately came to the principal's office and introduced himself as Shin's uncle. He told him that he had been treated unfairly. What does the principal have to say about it? To which Taewon replied, unfair, that is ruled out in their establishment, yeah. But Gontigu heard the exact opposite a couple days ago, for were beaten up and expelled. Why? And all this while the other side of the fight went unpunished. Shouldn't this case have been referred to the police? Or maybe this school just has a special relationship with King Hyun Seong. In that case, don't expect any favors. The principal only laughed in response. What an entertaining story. But there are laws in Dosan that must be obeyed. Based on the students' future, they decided to resort to a police investigation. And by and large, this situation has already been resolved. So if Gontigu wants to go ahead, let him do what he thinks is right. The man was angry. Unlike others, he does not throw words into the wind. Taewon already understands what his guest is getting at. But see, in Dosan, such threats won't work one bit. Then Gontigu went to the police, where they just spread their hands in front of him. So what? It's just an act of self-defense, obviously. It was clear to them even without an investigation. Or is he just trying to ruin the life of a local student? That made the Golden Circle broker very angry. People had lost faith in law enforcement because of people like these corrupt cops. If they don't handle the situation legally, Gontigu will definitely take it to the public. They know how powerful the internet can be. To which the policeman laughed. It's Daesan. You know, it's not Seoul. It's Daesan. You can flood Twitter with tears. No one will care at all. They'll forget about it in a couple weeks. So this guy doesn't stand a chance in their town. Walking out of the station, Gontigu realized. The chief of police seemed to be on good terms with the director. But what else could you expect from such a small town? Everyone knows each other by sight and covers for each other. The reason Taewon is so calm is because the local mafia is covering for him. Yet, localized organized crime has always been a problem. If only they worked by some kind of rules. A man of them could have had some kind of a hand in it. However, closure and defense of their own territories is a much higher priority for them. Which meant that outsiders are strictly forbidden to enter the criminal underworld. I guess that's why the cops in the capital don't want to work in the countryside. It's a simple case, but nobody wants to do it. But Gontigu is now up to his neck in this shit. What the fuck is he supposed to do? The Golden Circle has never once hit the dirt. This is partly the reason for the organization's current reputation. If Gen makes it all go down, Krug will probably send a new broker to fix it. But all his labors will be for nothing, because those who have wronged the circle don't live long. He needs to calm down and think things through. He will definitely be able to get out of this situation. And that same night he called Shin. So he's totally screwed. He didn't fulfill the order, and he took a raise. He's supposed to pass around what this schoolboy's done? No. Well, then let him listen carefully. Let him learn to analyze the situation correctly and draw the right conclusions. Who told him to destroy Hyun Seong in the first place? He was only told to bring him down. Anyway, let him use his suckers or take care of it personally. I don't care. But he needs to be given a C with a C. So what if the teachers are on his side? They can't see everywhere. Anyway, the circle doesn't forgive mistakes, so let him deal with it. And Shin was angry, because yesterday Gontigu had promised to help him, and now he was getting away with it. He says they'll both get whipped if he doesn't do it. What's he gonna do? It's been a long time. But he'll think about that later. He's getting hit in the head right now. Kim warned him, didn't he, to walk and look around. He just wanted to hit him with a U-turn, but the protagonist calmly asked, is the results of the exams more important to him than his own life? After the broker talked to the director, Shin's business has gotten really bad. Don't ask how Hyun Seong knows that. It doesn't matter at all. It's more complicated than he thinks. Shin must know about it. Hyun Seong's sponsor is the eldest son of Myeongshin Construction. And the main character has those connections. There's no way he'll get that third year off the hook. He won't get off with a simple expulsion. Hyunseong will take the case to court and make sure he goes to jail for the longest possible time. And when Shin gets out of prison, the people of Myeongshin will welcome him with open arms. They'll only have one job: make sure the kid can't get a place to live. So he'll have to leave Dosan. But alas, it won't end there. This nightmare will go on for the rest of his life. Shin yelled in a panic. Why is he crazy? Did you find a fighter for justice? No. Kim had justice on his dick. He just wants to wipe out all the bastards who meddled in his life. So if he wants to go to school like everyone else, wants to be considered a human being at all, he should grit his teeth and take it like dozens of kids he's beaten before. With those words, the protagonist began to simply hammer this once formidable jock. And the very next day at school, Shin was sitting with a bandage on his head. Yeah. His reputation's taken a hit. All he hears about is how he got beat up. All because of this asshole. That little thing's easy to break, isn't it? The only problem is the ones who's behind him. But you can't leave this kid alone either, because in that case, he'll get his balls twisted in a golden circle. And if you believe the rumors, they have terrible penalties for misdemeanors. So I'm kind of an asshole. Maybe the exception and the penitentiary isn't such a bad thing. Huh, what the hell is he thinking? This is an asshole. Did he lose his mind when he took that money? If that's the case, then there's only one way out. Hope that Hyun Sung himself will somehow fall behind in his studies. Maybe then he will be given some more time, but otherwise it will be the worst possible scenario. Kim himself thought, while his threats were in force, things would change dramatically after the semi-annual exams. You just need to get great scores and everything will go by the golden circle, one place at a time. That Shin trying to survive, that his broker trying to cover up, they're all going to run into trouble. But Kim will get what he wants. All they have to do is get good grades, by any means necessary, even if it's through the principal, or through Jangbom, or even by studying. Either way, it's a done deal. From now on, this school will be afraid to even look at him funny. Building a body out of anger and fear endowed the protagonist with an indescribable sense of confidence. But even that's no reason to stop practicing. Hyun had told him that was what kept him from exhaustion even in the most extreme situation. When you have the will, you can't let your body's limitations get in the way. He needs to hit like his life depends on it. That way he can survive even the most perilous situations, like this one, for example. And with those words, the coach swung around and wanted to strike, but Kim cleverly dodged it, and regrouped and counterattacked the man. Well, there it is. He's very good. Well done. We can call it a day. To think this guy's such a talent, takes punches that would knock others off their feet. You'd be jealous if this wasn't just a regular money deal. Yoon would like to send this kid to professional sports. And Hyun Sung changed his clothes and thought about it. His coach had recently scolded him for practicing in his spare time. I guess it's true what they say. You have to be able to recover to get stronger. All right, I'll see you tomorrow, Kim wanted to say. But suddenly another person entered the room. And the protagonist recognized this familiar silhouette. It was Sivu. And he came to sign up for the section, and he did it for a reason. Back then at the nurse's station, he wondered what could have happened that the man had changed so much. Why the guy who laughed a lot was always trying for his grandmother's benefit and trying to be a better person in every way possible, had fallen into some kind of abyss. Sivu replayed the main character's words over and over in his head. Shit, Hyun Seong was like he'd been replaced. He wasn't the same. What should I do now? Suddenly, his thought was interrupted by a classmate. Hyun Seong and Shun young men were fighting, and it came to Sivu abruptly. Kim, he did that when he was a kid, too. Yeah. Hyunsung won't just let the people who hurt him get away with it. All right, he's out of here. Walking over to the window, Sivu thought for a moment. His friend had gone the wrong way. It was because Sivu himself was powerless. How could he leave Hyun Sung alone? Of course not. So now he's going to go head to head with the protagonist with his head held high. But Hyun Seong wasn't happy about it. Is this the new guy the coach was talking about? No. The protagonist apologizes, but don't let him go. If necessary, Hyun Seong will make up the fee. Only Yoon replied that it wasn't Kim's decision. The coach himself thought that if Hyunsung had a friend with him, then the likelihood of him making a mess would be much less. Therefore, Hyunchul reiterated once again, whether to take people to the hall or not, only he decides. He'll take people from Sivu, and let this idiot rest. The training is over for today. However, after walking with the guy to the other room, the coach was disappointed. It turns out that Sivu knows that Hyunsung wants to get rid of the school bully. And not only that, He wants to help him do it. What are they all doing? Making the same mistakes? No, he's got to understand. The gym is not a place to teach violence. If Kyung-chul had his way, he would have thrown them both out of here. To which Sivu, taking off the band-aid, replies that he understands. The gym trains the body and the spirit, but let the coach look at those wounds. The guy got them just for standing up to assholes bullying others. School violence now, it's much scarier than adults think. And if Hyun Sung hadn't come to his aid in time, Sivu could have been crippled. Even now, Hyun Seong is risking his life. He doesn't want to turn his back on such a friend. Therefore, Sivu asks that neither he nor Hyunsung be persecuted. They both came here consciously. Here's the money. That's all the guy has. But if it's not enough, he'll get a part-time job as well. And even if the coach doesn't agree, Sivu will still help Hyunsung one way or another. Yoon couldn't take it anymore and slammed his fist on the table. What the fuck was this? Why were the youth so desperate? Cockiness. And in a situation where your best friend is backed into a corner, is it fair to say to such a person, suck it up and bear it? No, obviously not. So, exhaling, Kyung-chul said, they'll start tomorrow. But if the guy is going to slack off, he'll be kicked out immediately. Nothing wrong with that. Just giving him a chance to survive against violence, that was the deal. And Sivu walked out of the office. Except that at that very second, a glove flew at him. The main character dumped her. He says that Jenchul seems to be okay with it. But Hyun Seong was against it. So it would have to be up to Siv to prove that even after falling into the abysses of hell where Kim himself was, he could make it out on sheer perseverance alone. And that this friendship he's holding on to is really worth it. A minute later, the two were already standing in the ring, and Blondin was discouraging his friend from fighting. It's not a healthy decision at all. Why would they fight? But Hyun Sung was convinced that it would be better than Sivu getting into this quagmire. If Sivu goes the way of the protagonist, he'll probably die in battle or go to jail. Either way, he'll end up with nothing. What's he want? To which the guy replied that he understood all that. And that's why he's here. You can't fight alone. And with a sigh, Hyunsung said, warning right away, they are not friends in this fight. With these words, Kim rushed forward. Whether he wanted to or not, he would have to put his friend on his back and burn all bridges. Except his hubris was quickly knocked off. Sivu took the protagonist down with a couple of quick punches. Don't let him get cocky. Blondie's a former athlete. After all, Hyun Sung didn't think of underestimating his friend. Let him have no mercy. But it's one thing to say it, but it's another thing to do it. The advantage in this fight will be very hard to get. If Sivu hadn't been so sure of his own abilities, he wouldn't have gone after the bullies. Blondie says so himself. He would have been one-on-one against Jinwoo. Wouldn't leave a mark on him. You can really feel the impact. No wonder, because Siwoo was a successful taekwondo fighter many years ago, winning medals and honors in droves. However, at one of the tournaments he had to fight with the son of the president of the association. And there he lost for a completely ridiculous reason. Apparently, the judge was bribed. He wasn't even given a chance. And that event finally killed the athlete in Sivu. But the tenacity, perseverance never went away. Then we're gonna have to break it. And after swiping the blonde man, Hyunsung asked, his friend must not have heard of the false hook. Even a heavy man can be easily put down with it, and even a weakling can be put down with it. And right after that came the first punch to the face. Come on. Let him surrender. Just let him say it. I surrender. In the end, the defensive guy, memories from my childhood flashing through my mind. No. There was no way he would abandon his goal and leave him in the lurch. Sivu tries a counter takedown but to no avail. Who's asking him to interfere? Hyunsung will figure it out on his own. Come on. Let him beg to be calm. But in response to all this, Blandon only laughed. That's when the protagonist realized, he's not gonna make it. What an asshole. Why do you have to be so stubborn? Sivu's been a loyal friend to him enough as it is. But he's stubborn because he hasn't forgotten anything. As a child, Siva was always teased and punched for nothing. But he couldn't say anything to his grandparents. Siva didn't want them to worry. After all, it was they who had raised him, not his parents, who had abandoned him to his fate. And then Hyun Sung came into his life. Well, of course, it's unlikely to be remembered, but this moment was well stored in Sivu's memory. And after all this, Kim asks why his friend is so stubborn. Yeah, Maybe it's really stupid, but why would his friend turn away? Blondie will keep doing what he wants to do. It's his way. Quit taekwondo, stay friends with Hyun Seong. Those are all his decisions, and he's not going to regret them. Suddenly, this intimate conversation was interrupted by the octagon door opening. What's with all these girls and their whining? They'll keep snotting and start practicing at last. In turn, Coach Hyunseong promises that by the end of the training session, he will make them equal in strength to the UFL champion. And these were not empty words. Hyunseong realized that both of these guys were gifted. So why are they still being bullied at school? Even without training, they could handle a couple of hungry kids. He's faced a variety of fighters over the course of his UFL career, but to be so good at calculating the power of a punch and close, no, to have someone do it at that age, the former champ has never seen it. Hyunseong still has a non-human animal will, as well as a good understanding of what's going on, allowing him to turn the situation in his favor. But most importantly, it's the ability to find gaps in the opponent's defense. Sivu is also talented enough to make it to the big leagues, but the protago. That's why Yoon says he has an app. He didn't really want to make it at first, but the guy's skills are so high that it's a sin not to use them. They're fighting about this schoolyard thing right now. Let's just let it go. School and problems and stuff. It's better to focus on sports. Of course, Korea buried Kyunchul, but he still has connections in the pro scene. So if these two do their best, they'll both end up on top. To which Hyun Sung asked him a question. Why did the coach originally start wrestling? He started to answer that it was just a simple interest at first, but Kim interrupted him. That's the point. He personally doesn't care about sports. His body is so broken that he wants to quit every time, but he has a goal. I'd rather let him die than fail. That's the only thing that gives Hyun Seong strength. And the main character seriously says, let the coach think long and hard. If he doesn't like something, they can cancel the deal and part ways. But most importantly, don't let Hyun Seong get in the way. Stepping outside, Kim asked his friend for a measured response. Is he sure he won't regret going down this path of revenge? It's not even his own choice, but Sivu answered firmly, yes, I'm sure. Okay then, Hyun Seong won't discourage him anymore, but there are a couple conditions. First, practice every day. If he lags behind, he may not even come anymore. Secondly, he can get involved in fights, but only in fights that he can pull himself out of. And if he knows he can't pull it off, or if it smells of crime, he'd better stay out of it. Siva was specific, wasn't he? And the main character asked, did he not understand something? In response, the guy just remained silent. He certainly didn't expect Hyun Sung to make a big deal out of it. What kind of crime? Okay. So far, it's all just words. So is that it? No. There's one more thing. From now on, mention construction will pay Siva stipend. Just don't let him ask too many questions. And if he doesn't like something, he'll leave right away. And when they're done and out of this hell, if Siwoo lives long enough, Hyunsung hopes that his friend's life will be much more pleasant than his own. That's what he'll do. It's not the best option, but at least Kim can see for himself that his friend is gonna be okay. After a while, Hyunsung was already at home, and there was his younger brother Han Jin waiting for him. He was watching some cyber sports match on TV. His favorite team is playing right now, and if they win, they will go to the finals. I see, and Kim will go make something to eat. The protagonist already knew the result of this match. The team his brother was rooting for would win. And Han Shin, though he didn't speak, he probably wanted to do more than just watch. He loved video games, but never asked others to buy him a computer. The younger brother just didn't want to be a burden to others. And so in this life, three people, the main character's grandmother, his brother and Sivu will only get the best. Hyun Sung will reward them with his vengeance and do whatever it takes to make life go uphill. And it absolutely doesn't matter who gets in his way. Shin Yoon Min, Golden Circle, whatever. He'll crush everyone. And that's when the main character got a text message. It was Yoon Kyun Chul who apologized. He didn't behave properly, trying to force his desires on the boy. He will not burden him with a sports career anymore, but if he suddenly changes his mind, Yoon will be very happy. A couple of weeks had passed since then, and the semi-annual exams had begun. It was getting warmer by the day, but it was far from being a good time to go for a walk. The top 10 students will be announced to the public, so this is a period in which to make a loud statement. The conditions are certainly the same. Watching everything closely, and for cheating immediately stake. If Hyunseong fails the exam, the whole plan will go down the drain before it even begins. On the one hand, he doesn't need good grades. He can just collect the evidence on the golden circle and make it available to the public. But on the other hand, it's like chopping off Hydra's head. It's not enough to bring these assholes to justice, because then, the ringleaders would simply go into hiding and go unpunished. If Kim wants to make it to the top, he has to become the biggest pain in their ass. Test the patience of the golden circle time after time, and make his impeccable reputation tarnish. And grades are just a small, but necessary stroke of the picture. You could say, the first step, from which everything begins. Yes, today is the day his revenge truly begins, and it's all very reminiscent of one picture from the past. When he was in his final year, there was a drama on TV in which the main character was far behind in his studies. But then he went back in time and became the best student in the country. And everyone was discussing the show at the time. Opinions vary, but one of them was this: if you're dumb, you'll still be dumb if you go back 10 years. You won't be the best in your studies. Kim remembered that conversation like it was yesterday. They crammed a bunch of flashbacks into the story to show how the main character overcame in his past life. And that he's actually a lot smarter than he looks. What a painfully familiar story. In his previous life, In-sun had studied very hard for these exams. But at the end of the day, all that effort was for naught. He was never able to pass well. But now the protagonist remembers everything, every single correct answer. While everyone is steaming, he already knows everything ahead of time. But at the same time, Hyunseong regained consciousness. He's really stuck in those high school days. Even as a victim of violence, Kim was constantly learning. He regretted it when he became a vegetable, because he had not even had time to live a normal life. But now those memories lay branded seared into his head. Yes, Hyun Sung is stuck in the past. He lives in the past, remembers only the past and cannot go further. But even realizing all this, the protagonist will never forget all the agony he went through. They made him into the man he is today. The exams passed quickly, and the lists of correct answers were already given. The pupils immediately started checking whether they had written correctly or not. The only one who didn't hover and just stared out the window was Hyunseong himself. But his loneliness is interrupted by a classmate named Oyuji. She wonders why he decided not to check his work. The guy replied rather coldly. He remembered the girl, though she's pretty popular, and in a past life, she confessed to him. But he said no because he couldn't combine studying and dating. And now HG's proposing. Maybe she'd check out his work. Let me see. Okay. First C, second D, he's good. He's coming along nicely. And as we got to the end, it turned out that Korean Kim had written a 100, and that's quite a coincidence. The most popular girl in the class checks his work. Of course, everyone else is watching. It's definitely going to get publicity. Especially since Hyun Sung also got 100 points for the story. And for this exam, too. And this one. What's that mean? He passed every exam perfectly, and the news quickly reached the director. He got a call immediately. A kid who wasn't even in the top 10 is the first in the class. Wang said that the test was going to be very difficult. To which the director said Hyun Seong was always smart, but yes, no one expected this result. In response, the interlocutor questioned the fairness of the examination. Could this student have been helped by someone? And Taewon completely denied such a thing, as it would discredit their school. But then the caller wants to know what academy Hyun Sung is studying at. Taewon asked which academy Hyun Sung was studying at. Taewon interjected, "Academy? No, Kim only goes to school and has no tutors or additional training." No wonder, because their institution already provides the perfect program for learning. And so spending money to study somewhere else just doesn't make sense. That was the end of the conversation. Yoon Chul, who was sitting next to him, asked, wondering where else Kim had studied. No wonder, the exam was really hard. Daehwon said, "Well, how could it be otherwise? The best students don't know what they're doing. Did you want a test without any favors? Here you go, sign your name." No one was supposed to get 100 points on this test. And yet, Hyunseong managed to do it, and without any help from anyone. Impressive. The principal can already see how such a student can get the highest score in the universal examination across the country and afterwards get into the best university. They finally had the opportunity to be the best school in Korea. Myeongshin Construction has potentially the best student in the country. With factors like these, Taehyun's old dream could come true. Except now Kim Hyun-soon is more of a troublemaker than a help. So what about when the best student in the school becomes the most troublesome as well? The reputation of their institution could be severely damaged. Yoon Chul remembered his assignment to keep an eye on Kim. That's go. Because from now on, you'll have to work even harder. After all, this student is now the most important asset of their school. And since the school's hope has risen under Yoon Chul's wing, he will be getting a raise from this month. And that's just the beginning. Daehwon clearly tells the teacher not to miss this opportunity. After all, he's the key to the school's success now. And many of his privileges will remain with him even after Hyun Seong graduates. And of course, Yoon Chul said with a smile on his face that he would do his best. The next day, Kim went outside with his teacher. He was impressed. There he was, their best student. So what did he want to talk about if he just says, Yoon Chul will do anything for him? And Hyun Sung asked, does Master know anything about the Golden Circle? No. Then let him listen carefully. Kim is about to tell us something very important. After finishing his explanation, Kim reminded Yoon Chul, if something happens, they'll both go down. The teacher didn't really have any doubts, so what should he do? Stop Shun Yoon Man? No. Hyun Sung said the situation hasn't changed and won't change. For now, he just has to wait. Whatever happens, let him ignore all fights, but he better be prepared in advance. It was at that moment that Yoon Chul realized, don't underestimate those words no matter what happens. At the same time, the Golden Circle broker was kicking the failing Shin Youngman. One more shit like that and he may never be found alive. Don't let him forget. It's his last chance. And after a while Shin was already sitting with his suckers and discussing a further plan of action. Those suggested breaking the kids' knees outside of school, and that was it. But the leader was against it. Of course, they can't always put the little bugger in a baby carriage. But just outside the school, the Munich scum will swoop in, and then they know what will happen. They don't have a choice, they have to do it at school, where those premature businessmen can't get them. The main task is to make Hyun Seong realize that his roof is shit. Yeah, they might be happy to do it, but how do they do it? Pak Min-chul and his boys nailed him to, and where are they now? But Dae Seon-ho, Bin Lava's sophomore class leader, wanted to take the floor. He says we need to approach the issue differently. They're going to come at Hyun soon all at once. It's no secret that the headmaster is shaking up the school's reputation. He can punish them individually, but what will he do if there are 30 culprits at once? He can't cross that line, because his reputation is everything to him. And on second thought, he thought, well, it's not a bad idea. And a couple days later, Kim Hyun-soon sensed something wrong. When I was walking by, I got pushed, and then some asshole backhanded him in the head, and then the rest of them came along. What's he so quiet about? They're waiting for an apology. You see? The bastard's making a fuss. Oh, an apology. Now Hyun Seong will apologize properly. After knocking out the first one, the protagonist immediately lunged at the others as well. Couple of moves, and they were on their knees, finishing the latter with a kick to the head. Kim says, have him tell the man in charge to take it easy and a half, and brought the whole flock of sheep to him at once. But after a couple of lessons, Soon-ho took up the challenge as well. The situation had changed. He wanted to get the first-timers on first hand then run over the crowd. But since that's the case, it's better to end it right away. That's him right there. Kim Hyun-soon, the main character, laughed. Didn't the big guy recognize him? Well, and with a night fight here, they're worse off. So how about we go outside the school, or the professors won't bother them? So they did. And after a while Kim stood alone against a dozen men. As a vegetable in a hospital bed, he has rethought the plan countless times. But the scenario where things were supposed to go with Jang Seok was a wild fantasy. And it wasn't like that in real life. As always, everything is sweeter in my head. You can fantasize about anything, and always in your favor. Except in reality, things never go according to plan. A lot depends on this fight. If it doesn't, the price will be high. But still. The protagonist asks for 10 men. Is that all they could scrape together? But does he think they're retarded? Stop showing off. That's okay though. Sunho will personally bring him back down to earth. Since he can't take a hint, he'll tell him straight. Kim exploded at the authority figure and ... but the guy didn't finish, because Hyun suddenly yawned loudly. This is boring. Why don't they stop fucking around and get down to business? Kim already knows why they're here, but you can shorten the pompous speech. He sees people looking in the windows. They're all piling in on him alone. That's not very boyish. So let them come one at a time. Sunho, if he wants, can come out and get punched in the face first. Or you can care like a bitch and wait till the end. Or what? They'll piss themselves and come in droves. Pathetic. And this speech wasn't an empty bravado. Until now, Hyunseong had relied on drastic measures. However, recklessness and cruelty had damaged his reputation. Arming yourself with a chair and a lock, or suddenly attacking an expecting nothing enemy. That's how those who rely on luck rather than strength operate. And the protagonist needed to fix it before the damage to his reputation became too serious. And then he'll be a really important figure in the school. He will eradicate any doubts about his own superiority. In response, Chong-hyu, Sunho's right hand, immediately shouted, once one by one before the bizarre zero only let him take into account. He probably won't even make it to the second opponent. Except she'd refuse a powerful punch. Kim was able to cover himself with his hand in time. Chang-yun swung once more, but the protagonist dodged, and from a sharp counterpunch to the jaw, the kid's eyes really popped out of his head. Jin-woo, who was watching this, was astonished, putting Sunho's right hand down with one punch as well. It does seem to be a tricky little thing. No, fuck him. She's not gonna mess with him anymore. I should have gotten rid of him in the beginning. Except it's too late for that. In his face. That's a pretty big punch. It was Sivu. He was back, and it was time for him to settle another loose end. Sivu didn't make the decision to attack. It was when he saw Hyun Seong being bullied again. He came over to ask what he was going to do, to which he said he'd take care of it himself, and Shin Youngmin and his suckers. Hyun soon understands his friend's worries. But it won't do any good if he gets involved. They'll just both get run over by the numbers and the son's over. But Kim has a plan, and he's gonna handle this all on his own. You don't need Blondin's help here, but you need help elsewhere. I'd rather let him get revenge on bald-headed Park Jin-woo. That's what the guy did. He's gonna keep that asshole breathing. With a kick to the chest with his foot, Sivu interrupted any of his efforts to attack. The bald head got it right away. He can suck it up with one punch. No. We can't. We have to pack. Well, the first blow, the second blow, it's all gone. But there it is. I got you. Jin-woo's going to get him. That's what the big guy thought. But he just took another uppercut. And afterward, pushing off the ground, the blonde decided to finally finish him off with his foot, crushing his skull. And Hangsun didn't waste any time either. It's the second oldest kid to be beaten unconscious. Sunho got it too. That smart bastard was against them. He'd planned this from the beginning. If it was Sunho's will, they would have trampled Kim with the whole gang without even blinking. But in front of everyone. Yes. That's not gonna work. What are they gonna do? It's already the 5th. Is Hyun Seong really going to be able to handle all of them by himself? If that's the case, then it's a total failure. Even if Shin Yoon-min doesn't rule it out, he'll join the Golden Circle. No, and it's not a good idea to get involved at the end of the fight, either. He's got to get in now if he wants to earn his credibility. That's why he's yelling to come to him. He'll say it's nothing personal, except he's already scattered so many of his guys, Sunho won't be left out now. To which the protagonist grinned, so maybe he should just stop taking on weaklings. Of course, the big guy got angry, and he immediately punched the insolent man in the face. To which he unexpectedly retaliated, and he gave it back to me. But just why? After this exchange of blows, his opponent balks, and he's not even trying to dodge. Is that sick asshole really going to fight him head-on? Doesn't he care about the weight difference? Alright. Well, let's see how long this little guy lasts. Dearly had Sunho thought that already from the next strike, he'll be holding his jaw and coughing up blood, and taking this guy by the hair. Kim finished him off for good. What did those assholes become? Have them bring Shin Yoon-min over here. The ringleader under discussion was very confident. Hyunseong was the one to go after a second grader. He wouldn't be able to make it. Except his cheerful spirit was quickly shattered by a classmate who entered. Sunho's really screwed the pooch on this one. In total, Kim took down as many as 9. So what should they do? But for some reason, Shin continued to smile. That's enough. Let him continue according to the plan. No matter how connected Hyun Sung is to the principal, this is still a school. And beating up 9 students is not something you can just hide. All of Shin's friends immediately rushed to the teacher's lounge. That's where Kim checked out the second graders without blinking an eye. There's blood everywhere and unconscious kids. We have to call the police. And the beaters themselves were not slow either, calling the cops time and time again. It's serious. The students are dying. That's exactly what their plan was. If the testimony was consistent, no one would be able to write anything off as self-defense. Even if they could. I don't care. Shin wasn't going to finish it all in one day. Let's see how much Hyun Seong can take. And the minute the police got a call from the principal, and a few days ago, an important question was brought up at a teacher's meeting. Do any of them know what the Golden Circle is? No. Then Yeonchol will enlighten them. It's a group that makes a business out of school violence and gets paid to threaten students. When one student is targeted, the local bullies don't give a hoot. And if teachers think this organization hasn't reached their school, they're wrong. The recent incident involving the Pak-Min-Chuli gang is precisely related to the Golden Circle. Of course, everyone was tensed by this statement. Teachers were literally confused. But Yeonchol quickly took matters into his own hands. His colleagues don't seem to know what to do, but that's understandable. Involvement in the circle's affairs could lead to the end of their teaching careers. Except one thing's for sure, they're all in the same boat now. Park Min-chul, Chu Young-taik, Kun Minho, Soon Hu and Shin Young-min, and not even just them. Dozens of students are connected to the Golden Circle in one way or another. What do his colleagues think will happen if all this information becomes public? Heads would roll, and not just the top. Their whole school could be shut down. That's why Yeonchol gathered them all here, to respectfully request that you do not interact with anyone involved in the circle. Let them continue to work in the normal mode and stay out of school squabbles. The higher-ups will deal with it, so he says again. There is no need to be heroic and do foolish things in pursuit of the title of righteous teacher. One of the other faculty members objected. What do you mean? Well, they have a moral obligation in stopping violence. But Yeonchol was quick to interrupt him. Does he want to cross the road to the Golden Circle? Then let him be ready to be their next target. Is a teacher really willing to do that? Well, then let them consider it. Legally, they don't ask, doesn't want to. No wonder. Well, then let everyone remember from now on. Everything's quiet at their school, nothing's going on. And that's why teachers have now ignored all student complaints. Stop panicking. What are they making up? Don't they have anything better to do? But surprisingly, not only here but also the police gave the students the same answer. False alarms are punishable by law, so let them stop this nonsense or they'll get a fine. When Shin heard the result of his scheme, he was furious. What a bunch of useless rappers. They call themselves gorgeous, and no one's ever laid a finger on one of them. They're idiots, just to keep their hands clean. And the cops are no better. Since when is this country such a mess? So they all got screwed over. Whatever. Fuck them. He'll find that Hyun Seong and tear him apart. Except that's when the bully's cell phone rang. And for good reason, of course, because up until a little while ago, finishing his cigarette at a small microloan center, Chengbom asked, does his name mean anything to this loan shark? If so, he has a suggestion. Chengbom has a new project here, and he's looking for someone to help him out a little. Simply put, he's offering cooperation, and of course the moneylender is interested. It's a chance. If you become a partner of Munchin, you can make a fortune in Dosan, eh? And in return for this offer of unprecedented generosity, what should he do? Oh, it's nothing. Have him write out an application in the name of Shin Min-sok, Shin Young-min's father. Then you're welcome to be a partner. And it was his dad who made that college Young-min school. He was desperate. What's his dumbass son doing there? What kind of brainless asshole is he? Who is this Kim Hyun Seong and what did that idiot do to him? Don't let him lay a finger on him again. Do you hear me? The debt collectors broke into the house and almost killed them all. It's just starting to get to Shin. How far has this fucking puppeteer got? Suddenly, Jongbom picked up the phone. KKK, can you hear me? Well, let that degenerate listen to him carefully. Soon their house will be on the market. His daddy's trying to avoid. Well, how else do you collect debts? Business is business. but that still won't be enough to pay it off. And then that debt will be transferred to Shin himself. Does he understand? He'll never fucking pay it back. It's time for him to get over it. His life is fucked, but there's one way it won't be so bad. If he does that, he'll be Hyun Seong's personal punching bag for a while. Just let him keep it in mind. It's a secret. No one can guess that Shin is giving in to him. Can he do it? The guy just wanted to stammer about whether it was fair. But who cares about honesty anyway? The only thing that matters in a fight is winning. And don't let him forget, Jangbon never throws words into the wine. And a minute later, the face of the one Kim had been waiting for finally appeared in the schoolyard. Why is Shin Yeonmin so out of sorts? He's frozen. Well, let him come. Even though Yeonmin remembered that he wasn't allowed to touch the main character with his finger, he still went ahead, and he's already swinging to strike. He realized his opponent wasn't dodging, so I had to pretend like he missed. But Hyun Seong realized that it looked like the guy had gotten the call. Well, then let him have it. What did they tell him? To be a punching bag? Great. Why was he so stubborn before? Alright, Kim will give Shin Yeonmin one chance. Let him kneel like a wimp, or risk everything for honor. It's up to him to say that Hyun Sung expected Shin Yeonmin's breakdown. That's exactly what happened. Without the observers around, maybe he would have agreed to the terms, but being a 19-year-old teenager, he couldn't keep his sanity. Shit all or nothing. He digs this scum here and now, that's what he thought. Not surprising, since he had competed in several amateur competitions. He was confident, but it wasn't hard to find their records online. And after analyzing this guy's movement with his trainer, Hyun Sung learned some punch combinations and weaknesses from him. For example, poor facial protection. Yeah. And now after the missed shot, he's going to try to counterattack. But it'll be too late. Hyun Seong will give him one in the face. And realizing it's going to be tough, I'm sure Shin will try his signature punch. He'll step back a little, and then he'll put his whole body into it. Except the protagonist knows all his moves, so he just hit it faster. And this never-beaten bully fell to the pavement. He almost lost consciousness, but came to his senses from the sudden pain. Damn, that bastard. What's he doing? Shin Yeonmin already must have realized what was about to happen. An unqualified victory. In this way, Kim Hyunsung proved his superiority to all the students, and the police won't come. Oughta wanna arrange everything with them. The main character, on the other hand, went back to school, where he was met by Sivu. He did well, too, so all is well. But the guy wonders what they're gonna do now. Obviously, they'll be prosecuted. Hyunsung didn't just fight, he broke a man's arm, to which the protagonist told his friend, just don't sweat it. In fact, while Hyun Sung was beating up scum like Park Min-klee, he realized something. The world takes the side of the strongest, that's the truth. And the teacher who came out was just shocked. Did Kim go nuts in there? How are we gonna clean up this shit now? Shin knelt in front of him and begged Yeon Choli to call an ambulance. But he didn't seem to hear him. He kept thinking about how he could get out of it. Okay, let this bully listen carefully. He didn't break his arm in a fight with Hyun Seong, but when he was fooling around with his friends and fell down the stairs. And don't let anyone involved even mention Hyun Seong's name. Yoon Chol will immediately remind them of all their dirty deeds. The kid was shocked. Shame on the teacher for behaving like that. He should put the welfare of his students first, so Yoon Chol told Shin to shut the fuck up already. Or did he forget how his teacher cleaned up all the shit he did? And on those occasions, he didn't mention his teaching duties. So don't let him forget that the next time he decides to open his mouth, others may not know. But Shin, of all people, should know. Yoon Kyle always gets what he wants. But Shin Yeonmin wasn't the only one who got hurt. The local broker also endured constant beatings and torture. And no matter how much he begged, no matter how much he said, he would slaughter this Kim Hyun Sung. No one listened to him. What the hell is he talking about? Did he happen to forget the specifics of their work? They satisfy the will of their clients through a natural level of school violence. And premeditated murder is not their method. It's called standards. They operate without finger-pointing or screwing up. It's the basis of the golden circle. And this failed idiot is talking complete bullshit. It's embarrassing to even get your hands dirty. Kim Hyun Seong is a tough guy. He's just like an animal. But for every creature, there is a tamer. That's what Seoul Gold Circle broker is sure of. Jun Jang-soo. A week has passed since then. and Shin Yun-min got a text message on his phone. It was Kim Hyun-sung who wanted to know who hired him. If he does, then so be it. The main character is off the hook. Only problem is, the kid doesn't even know who it was. How'd that bastard even know his discharge date? And I understand he's going to fall behind. He's not behind yet, is he? What an asshole, for God's sake. Alright, he'll come home first. And his broker's a bastard, too. Imagine if Shin doesn't get the money. Things are really fucked up. Alright, he'd never seen those two before. We should get some sleep and then decide what to do. Dad's not supposed to be home right now. Except when Shin entered the house, he didn't recognize him. What happened here? And then my dad came right out and slapped me around. He told him not to mess with Kim Hyun-sung and everything would be fine. He's the reason they fucked it all up. Their family had it bad enough as it was. But this is fucked up. What does he think he's doing? The food in the fridge just comes from the fridge. Yeah. Maybe his father wasn't the best provider. Shin fucking ruined everything. This is the end and it's all because of his actions. The guy couldn't believe it. How? Their lives ruined. Stepping on a bottle. Young-min fell to the floor and dropped his phone. And here's the coincidence. A familiar number called him. That same night, Shin was on his knees apologizing to the protagonist. He shouldn't have messed with the golden circle. But he'd crossed that line, thinking he was fucking important. He'd love to talk about his employer. Except he honestly doesn't know who that employer is. All Shin got was a message from the broker about the late payment, and that was it. He was gone. Please let Kim get in his shoes. He'll be a punching bag, an errand boy, whatever. Just let Hyun Seong forgive him. To which he reasonably asked, why the fuck should he? Why the fuck should he forgive such a bastard? He's made it clear to me. Don't mess with him or his men. What did Shin do? If he had half a brain in his head, he'd be sitting on his ass. And Kim willingly believes that the kid has never heard of anyone he hired. And Hyun Sung was thinking, since Shin is asking him so obediently, it's fine. He'll give him one last chance to improve. All he has to do is hold out for 1 month. We'll panic for 30 days, and then the protagonist will forgive him. Spasmodically, Shin asked. But a month of putting up with what exactly? Well, there's no way to say it in a nutshell. He'll understand in practice, and very soon. The next day, Shin Yun-min returned to school. He, of course, immediately became the subject of discussion. No wonder he was humiliated by a freshman. In words, he's a fat lion, but in deed ... Shin already somehow didn't care about these hypocrites. If it's really what Hyun Sung said, he'll get over it like it's nothing. Let them yap all they want, it's only a month. And then he's going to take them all in hand. Only. Wow. The world must be crazy. Some Amish guy is looking at him like he's scum. Yeah. Well, I don't care. Just a month. And he'll be free. He'll wait for weeks and graduate. That's all. He doesn't even know his classmates. And this kid comes up. What's he want? He should pour the milk right on that asshole's head. Hyun Seong says hi to him. He said that Shin Yun-min is the biggest bitch at school now. How did he like it? Did he like it? Such drastic actions were prompted by Hyunseong's speech at the class assembly. He said that because of Shin's unjustified lust for violence, his life had become a living hell. And if the protagonist didn't know how to fight, he would probably be in the hospital right now. So he wants to punish Shin Young-min not only for himself, but also for everyone who has had their lives ruined by this creep all these years. For the next month, they can do whatever they want with this guy. Spit in their face. Give them a smack, he won't lay a finger on them anyway. And of course, Hyunseong doesn't force anyone. It's all by choice. If they want to, they can forget about it. But in that case, Shin Young-min will live his last month before graduation happily ever after. Like he's never bothered anyone before. That's why the protagonist is now reaching out to those who have a grudge against that asshole. If they want to do something, now is the time to do it themselves. And a guy with glasses named Han Mi-hong was just like that. Shin used to punch him every day when he met him, like a toy that you don't care if it breaks. And while waiting for graduation, Minho thought about it a lot. After graduation, Shin wouldn't even remember him and would never regret all the bullying. And for things to be different so that Minho could get his revenge, he needed to act, and he did. Hyun Seong wasn't lying. That bastard doesn't fight back. Well, then he's gonna get his ass kicked. What's he like? That it's not nice to be fucked over by someone called Amish, but Minho himself is right on top of it. This event quickly spread throughout the cafeteria, so Kim was telling the truth. Yeah, and the fat guy was just warming up by spitting in his lunch. He decided to remind Shin that he liked to do that too, right? Finally, he's going to get a taste of the supplement. Enjoy your meal, asshole. This situation quickly went public. And first the usual name-calling, and then the foot rests at the entrance to the restroom. That's Yoon Min's favorite joke. Don't be offended. I don't give a shit if his arm is broken. Then they started throwing trash at him, hanging notes on their backs. Yeah, those cowards were afraid to even say a word to him before. But now, it's like they've been torn apart by Hyun Seong's words. Shouldn't we just stop tolerating it and kill them all? No, Kim's gonna get him. You have to hold out. It only takes a month. Hyunseong himself was thinking. He had thought that he would get some evidence from defeating Yoon Min, but in the end, nothing. Nothing. It's worth admitting defeat. The gold circle client in their class was never brought to light. Of course, one can try to structure current information. The client's valuations should be comparable to Hanson's own now. And this John Doe's wealth should be able to pay for the golden circle's services. That's at least some criteria to narrow down the possible list of individuals. But that's still not enough to claim for sure. There's no hurry. Sooner or later, the circle will show itself. Until then, we have to deal with pressing problems. You can still get distracted once in a while, though. After all, the view of suffering Shin is still very beautiful. The bows beat him up for fun, and the teachers turn a blind eye. The usual scum, they're one and the same. But at least, thanks to them, the case doesn't stand still. And that's when Shin gets a text message on his phone. There's one offer he's got here, though. If he takes it, he'll stop being bully until he graduates. And reading something like that, the guy answered quickly. Do anything. Wow. And Hyunseong didn't doubt that for a second. That same evening, Shin Min stood in front of some store and had doubts. If this was a good idea, should he just be patient? What's the big deal? Fuck it. Let's go. It's all or nothing. Walking into the store, behind the counter the guy sees Park Min-chul. He works as a cashier. And asks what the customer wants. Cigarettes? No. She needs his fucking face smashed on the table. Tak Min-chul was just recovering from a punch, as the next one flew in. And as he was losing consciousness, he recognized the robber. It's Shin Yoon Min. The next night, Park Min-chul told his friends. He'll never mistake that face for anyone else in his life. And they say Hyun Seong broke his arm. And the robber had the same thing. His right arm was in a cast under his sweatshirt. But why the fuck would he rob them? Shouldn't he file a report? Park Min-chul objected. What report? They're dumb. Let them remember who's behind Shin. I think they'll get it shoved up their asses. So Min-chul suggests that everyone assume it was a one-off, and to keep a low profile, except that a voice was heard behind them. What a lot of people. And no guards. And no guards. They shouldn't have done that. Trinity got ready at once. What does he want? Don't let him try to hide it. He's the one who ripped them off at the store last night. What did he do that for? Well, it's not Shin's whim. It's just that Hyun Sung has a special feeling for them. In the next month, he's been assigned to make their lives a nightmare, to make you regret every day. You know what I'm talking about. Yoon Min says that now these three will take his place in hell. With quick punches, easily scattered the two weaker ones. It's all because of them. And even though the thug doesn't understand their guilt, Shin will explain it to them clearly now. They don't really get it, do they? If those idiots hadn't screwed up in the first place, then he wouldn't have to rub their stupid faces in it now. They're fighting back. Have they lost their memory? Have they forgotten who they're dealing with? He's Shin, bitch. Yoon Min, kicking the last one out with his knee. The guy was jubilant now that this asshole was gonna suffer for him. Except he felt a sharp pain from behind. Park Min-chul had stabbed him. It's because of that bastard's orders that they ran into Kim Hyun Seong. It's Shin's fault they're all fucked up and bleeding. The former chief petty officer fell to his knees. Only now did it come to him. In fact, it was all for one thing. Hyun Sung originally wanted them to kill each other. There's no turning back. He'll bring them together like hungry dogs. And the next day at school, rumors spread quickly. What? Shin was stabbed. So Park Min-chul is also an accomplice. Did they disagree, or why? What's gonna happen to them now? Send them to juvie. No, they just passed a law. Nowadays, school children are only given a criminal record as a last resort. They also said that the circumstances of the crime were strange. All 4 of them pleaded guilty and asked to be sent to the penal colony as soon as possible. Like they wanted to get off the first flight out of Dosan. That same day, Youngbeom called the protagonist. It's just like he said. The Minho family gave up, packed up and left. Even Kyun GD's gone. It looks like Minho will be re-enrolling in another school next year. I see. That's what Kim thought. The rich guy's got his usual excuse. He shouldn't say that. If Hyun Seong wants to, Youngbeom can make a good life for him there too. No, replied the protagonist. Fuck him. Let him rest for a while. Give him time to forget what happened. We'll start a new life in a new school and a new town. And then the hopelessness will become even more acute. And the 4 with Shin and Park Min-chul should go straight to jail after juvie. And not a day of freedom. Wow. What a guide. Changbom appreciated. Of course, a scary person is his companion. That's all he wanted to ask. He's gonna be dumb amongst the laborers for a long time. They'd agreed he'd work as a laborer for a month. But then what? Changbom has no patience. And it's not for him to rise from the bottom like everyone else. Kim told him to be patient for a while longer. Heir mentioned construction would like to object, but the protagonist assured everything will be fine. It will start soon. And Kim wasn't lying. In a couple of days the real estate industry will go nationwide. All the construction companies would be gaining simply unprecedented momentum and recording super profits. Naturally, under such conditions, new construction projects were in full swing. That's how, in one of the builders' companies, the workers did everything in the walkway. And they didn't even bother to check whether the metal beams were well secured. And as it turns out, badly. In the transfer, they snapped and fell right on top of one of the construction workers. He was crushed, and he didn't even move. He was either unconscious or dead. Workers standing nearby wanted to call an ambulance right away, except the crew chief told them to put the phones away quickly. You need to report to management first and shit if that idiot needs help there. If this incident slows down construction, who's responsible? That's just it. As a result, that day, the injured construction worker went to the hospital only 2 hours later. And not to the nearest hospital 10 minutes away from the construction site, but to a medical facility associated with the company an hour away. And also that no one would recognize the incident. And the management company immediately told the victim's son, because of his father's negligence, the company suffers huge losses. So, naturally, they won't charge compensation for moral damages. All the blame lies solely on this guy's father. In the end, all the grief-stricken son had to do was cry in the ward and listen to the TV programs talking about the super profits of construction companies. That day was the point of no return for a young man in his early 20s, Oh Jin-hyuk. At the same time at the mentioned construction site, Changbom was almost falling asleep. Ow. I'd like to get drunk and abroad. Yeah, that'd be nice. But why the hell is he here? Huh. No, we have to trust Hyun Seong. Even though he's young, he's very smart. Especially after seeing how he treated his school enemies. Yeah, I wish his brother would beg Jongbom himself for mercy just like that. If a man wants to accomplish that, you have to believe this kid. He'll go back. Just, what? What the hell happened? The floor collapsed. Changbom immediately rushed to the scene. And it was just a shock. How did this even happen? The concrete failed. What kind of nonsense is that? Whatever, they'll explain it later. Was there anyone under the rubble? One of the construction workers said yes, 6 or so people, and Changbom was really pissed off about it. The local foreman told the heir not to worry. Now he will call the director and settle everything quickly. But the son of the head of the company didn't understand. What kind of nonsense is this guy talking about? Does it matter right now? Does he even fucking realize what he's saying? And Youngbeom remembered, the kid had told him. When he was at the construction site, he should keep one thought in his mind. If there is an accident, he should do his best as the manager's son to solve the accident, forget about the losses and think only about the welfare of the construction worker. So the eldest heir shouted at the top of his voice, "Let them call an ambulance." The foreman of course replied that you can't do that. Their construction site will be shut down. How will they justify themselves to you? But who gives a fuck now? Actually, all of them compensation is not a problem. But who will be responsible for the delay in construction? What Jang Bom said he doesn't give a fuck. Let him do as he's told and shut his mouth. He'll take responsibility for everything. What does this idiot think? That human life is worthless? Have them round up every available rescue team in Dosan and pull out whoever they can. He takes care of the rest. It's been about 10 minutes and the ambulances still haven't arrived. Where the hell are they? You can't clear the hall with your own resources. No. The foreman says it's too dangerous. We should leave it to the pros, but the pros aren't coming. Have him call them over there. Hurry them up or something. Not only that, it's getting worse. They're starting to tear things down again. What the hell is this? In response, the construction worker who approached asked haughtily, "Doesn't Hyun Beam know? There's no cement on the rebar at all. It's perfectly clean." The builders were in a hurry to remove the reinforcement before the cement hardened. That's why the floor collapsed. If they weren't in a hurry, the incident wouldn't have happened. Jong Beam better know the reason. After all, he is the eldest son of the head of the company. Is he even sure he can handle an incident like this on his own? To which the company's heir replied that he didn't give a shit about the consequences. What difference does it make what happens next? Don't they have a moral obligation to take care of people first? And since this guy has time to rant, why don't he spend it dialing up the rescue services and hurry things along? We'll make an effort for the common cause, so to speak. In the end, it all turned out okay. Most had only minor injuries, nothing serious. That they have a problem, they have already posted about the incident on the internet, making the company look bad. And that's just the beginning. The Peppers won't be able to cover their tracks. The damage will be done. Oh. Well. Changebum wonders what they're gonna do now. He didn't have a plan. He was in a hurry to call the rescue team. My dad's on the phone, too, so I don't need to pick up the phone yet. The first thing to do is to go over and call Hyun Seong, and do it as soon as possible. And on the very same day, both brothers were summoned to the main office. Jang Seok, Jang Beam's brother, thought this situation was just great for sneaking up on his father as well. How could that incompetent idiot deal with everything personally? He didn't even notify the department. And this is what it's come to. Dozens of articles on the subject. Human lives are fine, but what about the company? They're going to take a huge loss because of his antics. Now their building might not sell, and it's up to Jang Seok and company to clean up the mess as usual. Dad said so too. Jang Bom got the whole of Daesan on alert, not only the ambulance and the police reporters or not long in coming. What he's gonna do now? Well, the man's already talked to Kim about it. He said that chairman mentioned construction has a keen sense of pride in his work. He, you could say, considers himself a creator. And what would he have done in the shoes of such a person if some mistake had happened? The first thing I'd do is find out what's wrong, so you can't back up. We need to make him understand the importance of what happened. And so in the office, Young Beam proposed a very radical solution. Tearing down the building and starting over. The people in the room were stunned. The father asked his son understands how the construction process takes place. Most of the funds are allocated by the banks. Their interest is increasing every day. Add in demolition costs, back pay, and a whole lot more. Is it worth a show like this? But Young Beam says it's just one building. Yes, they'll face losses, but is it that big a loss? It's more important to gain trust now. How are they doing? Have you read the tone they're taking with the construction companies these days? Profits are through the roof, but trust in people's eyes is nil. And here they decide, despite adventuring, to complete the building. And then what? Well, Jang Seok objected. If it wasn't for someone's heroics, there wouldn't have been any publicity. And starting from scratch now would be much more expensive than finishing what's there. However, the brother replied that you can't look at profit alone. In the current situation, people's trust is everything to them. Admit mistakes, publicly apologize, and start over. Show that they care about consumer welfare. And that way they'll come out in a better light. And even if it's not immediate, it'll be a great foundation for Minchon construction. Jang Seok didn't understand that. He's not making sense. They're in business, not charity. His father, on the other hand, was of a different opinion. It seems his eldest son had finally grown up. Yes, the current case of customization was different from what happened in Hyunsung's past life, but it wasn't that important. After all, back then, The chairman of Myeongchin Construction made a public statement and shared his own vision for the construction. It stayed with him in this life. The thing that pissed him off the most about the situation was that it was caused by a stupid mistake in drying the concrete. Myeongchin Construction has no right to commit such senseless misbehavior. People will be living in their homes. Safety must come first and everything else comes after. And that's why Jang Boon did a great job. The father literally sees his eldest son walking the same road as himself. Myeongchin Construction is a commercial company. However, they put the welfare of the tenants first. May he continue in the same spirit and become a worthy heir. Most of the victims of the construction accident were slightly injured. The one had to undergo major surgery, amputation of both legs. And this construction worker's family was desperate. What should they do? That's what they've been saying lately. Construction companies have a short conversation with the families of the victims, take compensation or get out. So they would have to prepare for the worst, except that in just a second, a delegation of Myeongchin, led by Chong Bom, approached. Bowed their heads on behalf of the company. They sincerely apologize. Naturally said to act like a man, Kim Jang-bom now has two things to deal with. The first is the classic building a house, and you can offer interest deferment or discounts on new apartments. If you present the information correctly, their dissatisfaction will be removed like a hand. There's a problem in the second direction. The victims of the incident, they must be dealt with as loyally as possible, so that everyone can feel proud of the fact of working at Myeongchin. In the end, that's what happened. The company fully admits its fault. Of course, money can't make up for much, but they will do their best to make amends. Covered the cost of the surgery and 500 million won as compensation. That's what the injured people will receive. And the injured construction worker himself will be transferred to the main office to a supervisory position. In this situation, they have no right to refuse the services of such an experienced worker. This brought tears to the eyes of the victim's family. The same evening, Chang Bom asked his assistant what he thought construction was. He didn't think much about it, but they build houses, that's all. Chang Bom used to think it was all about making a profit, build a house and sell it. But recently, he's been thinking, there are so many people counting on them. Workers who need to feed their families, future tenants who are buying an apartment. The future heir seems to have taken his position too lightly. Everything is so complicated, and all he can think about is getting drunk and partying. And it's true that he's clung to this position, which he thought was almost lost, and all thanks to a little. He can't go back to his old way of life. Listening to all this, the man's aide wondered if the man had really changed. But that's when the doctor came out of the door and said, "You can't smoke in here. This is a hospital." To which Myeongchin Construction's eldest son responded with a tirade. He said that this beggar should shut his mouth, or else he'd be taken to the hospital. The assistant realized that even if Chong Bum had changed, he had only changed a little. The accident at the Myeongchin construction site was not a global event. There were no casualties, so the hype quickly died down. However, now the news was broadcasting a completely different story. The accident in Seoul, where 5 people died at a construction site in Gangnam. One of the construction workers spoke nervously in an interview with a reporter. He warned everyone that rushing into this kind of work would definitely lead to an accident, but no one listened to him because it was only important for the company to finish the construction in the shortest possible. The secret was revealed, and riots broke out all over the country, all because of the numerous news stories about accidents on building sites. Numerous articles only added fuel to the fire, increasing the already deep resentment of the people. But one case became literally pivotal. Oh Jin-yoon's interview, the son of a construction worker disabled by a construction accident at the Menchoni site. The news anchor wanted more details, and the kid's about to tell him everything. On that day, a crane was transporting metal beams to the construction site, that the workers didn't even bother to check if it was securely fastened. They collapsed on Jun-Yu's father while carrying it. But most egregious were the actions taken by the company, their actions after the incident. The rescue team should have been called immediately, but the foreman was against it. He forbade the workers from calling the emergency services until he reported to the management. As a result of these and they sent the guy's father to a hospital affiliated with the company, all ostensibly to get him the best care possible, except that Jun-Yu's father never received proper treatment. The company did so to avoid publicizing the incident. They needed to keep the matter quiet so as not to slow down construction. It's all about the money. They only care about money. They don't care about the lives of the workers. The main thing is to build the building as fast as possible and maximize profits. But the price of this desire is the health of ordinary workers. And that's why Oh Jun-yu pulled himself together and came for an interview. He hopes that no one else will suffer like his father. After listening, the presenter asked if their guest had anything else to add. He had a lot to say. The guy himself works in the construction industry. And they also had an accident not too long ago. But his company's reaction to a similar antecedent was fundamentally different. It was Munchen Constru. And the aforementioned company was doing just fine, with one small exception. Jang Bom was put in charge of the construction site where the incident occurred. Now he's been at work since early morning, and the attitude of the workers to him has significantly changed for the better. Now they sincerely respect him. He did not understand what was happening to them. The builders even started treating him to home-cooked food. And he didn't mind eating, but why the hell did they put him in charge here? It's the paperwork that pisses men off the most. I can't believe he's here. At least the ramen at the construction site is delicious. Jongbom's meal was abruptly interrupted by a construction worker with the message that a visitor had come to the chief, and he wants to shoot here, and the management's on board and approved it. It's gonna be cool, but the heir to the company is on a break. So let the worker handle it, okay? But the subordinate's answer surprised Chen Biam. It's not just filming. The reporter wants to interview Jan Biam personally. Later that night, Jang Bom's father, Ko Myun-chin, sat in front of the TV screen in his mansion and watched an entertaining report about his son. It said Myun-chin Construction had announced a complete demolition and had begun construction from scratch. The decision, of course, was understandable. So Munchen Construction has a very, very difficult financial future ahead of it. It's a very unusual decision for such a large company. They took some very serious risks, and now their TV station has an exclusive interview with the man who was the source of this gamble. It's the eldest son of the director of Munchen Construction, Ko Chen-bom. The reporter asked. Now he was almost the only person who put human lives before company profits. What were his reasons for doing so? When asked, the man confidently replied that he was only following his father's instructions. Ever since he was a child, Chang Bom had constantly heard that their family did not only make money. They not only built houses, but also create favorable living conditions for many families. Chen Biam's words were confirmed by the wife of one of the victims in the incident. She was devastated by the terrible news about her husband. But she had no idea that the Munchen company would do anything to ensure that her husband could continue to live a normal life. What's more, a young man who, Kaminchen would have continued watching the report, but then the bell rang. It was the chairman of the pack, a big shot in annoyance. And he says the director did a great job raising his eldest son, but he's not just calling to praise him, he's got a daughter here. Maybe she and his heir could go on a date. And though it was the first such proposal, it was immediately followed by a dozen more. They all had one thing in common, to fix up Jang Bom with the daughter of some important person. And Munchen was shocked when he heard about it. And when he called them, all he got were excuses. Now these offers are not just coming from Dosan, they are literally pouring in from all over the country. They can arrange a meeting with anyone at all. At this point, his assistant walked into Munken's room. Ko Munchen asked her not to answer any more calls from all sorts of premature matchmakers. Now for the main thing. What's the situation? The assistant was quick to report back. They're getting a lot of construction contracts. The largest by far is S Group headquarters. Order for a high-rise of 3,000 apartments in Gangnam, one of the Gangbuk Neocean buildings, and the G Chemical employee dormitory. But more importantly, there was a call from Mayor Dosan. They intend to promptly sign a contract that they were not in a hurry to discuss before. We are talking about the construction of 5,000 households. The work is scheduled to begin within 6 months. It was a 1 in a million deal, and Chen Bom miraculously managed to snatch it. And now he was surprised to find himself in the company's main building, surrounded by the board of directors in the presence of his father. Jang Biam hasn't fully realized yet. What? They want to make him CEO? Yes, that's right. His father assures, everyone here will give his son all the help he needs. And the eldest heir couldn't believe it. He was being congratulated by the entire board of directors. After all, These people had always looked down on him, and some of them were on the brother's sucker. His father also says that Chen Bom should be included in the biggest project in Dosan. He is still in the early stages, but it has been a rewarding experience for him. And with confidence the man replies, "Yes, all right." From now on, he will work for the good of the company. At school, however, it was business as usual. Everyone was minding their own business, and some were sad and alone. But Hyun Seong couldn't believe what had happened when Janbom wrote to him about his success. He had no idea it would turn out like this. This 5,000 home project is still early in its life. Quite a surprising turn, or is it another butterfly effect? Yes, Kim was counting on Janbom to be the executive director of the accident investigation, but getting the grounds to sign a contract for 5,000 homes was something he had to do later. On the one hand, of course, there are fewer worries, thanks to the director of Munchen Construction. On the one hand, of course, there are fewer worries, all thanks to the director of Munchen Construction. But how badly did Hyun Sung miscalculate his prediction? No mistake will be tolerated from now on. We need to make a more informed decision. And after a while, the car of the one the protagonist remembered appeared in the schoolyard. Hyun Seong was surprised. They had just talked on the phone. What was he doing here? The newly minted executive and director of Munchen Construction didn't come to see Kim. First of all, he decided to talk to the school principal, and Otto-hwan immediately congratulated him. With him as executive director, Munchen Construction would truly become the pride of Dosan. Only the man was surprised. The director already knew everything, and it hadn't been publicized yet. What a sneaky bug. But never mind, they'll get to the point now. Jang Byum came for one simple reason: to thank director for treating Hyun Seong well. However, the executive director realizes words are not enough to express gratitude, so he wants to give the school a gift. With the support of the authorities, Chen Bom will build a new gymnasium, a real work of art in architecture with a huge swimming pool. This will also be the main material sign of the prestige of the educational institution. And of course, after saying that, the principal assured that he would do his best not to disappoint Jang Bom. From now on, the whole school will support Hyun Seong in all his endeavors. That's great. Now, can't the principal call Yunchul for just a few minutes? And after a short time, he was already standing in front of Changbom, and the man was fascinated by people like his teacher. In a world where everyone is fighting for a place under the sun, it is only natural to want to be under the wing of the powerful, isn't it? There seems to be a rumor going around the school that Yunchul is taking bribes, but who cares? That's the kind of thing that small-minded people talk about. The school is going to bend over for Munchen anyway. With the support of Changbom and the administration, Yunchul might even become a storekeeper. Let's say 3 years tops and she will be. Yes, the man heard the teacher goes to a place called Miracle, right? Well, Changebom put in a good word for him, so he can come with his friends and have all the fun he wants. Don't worry about the money, it's all paid for in advance. And there will be another hotel waiting for him at the place, so don't forget to pick it up. It's all about money, of course, so is Yunchul's cooperation reward-worthy? That's fine. But let Yunchulia realize something. He's not doing business with some rich daddy of an ordinary schoolboy, but the heir of Munchen Construction, the holder of Dosan's power and wealth. He never leaves a service without a decent fee. After talking to Yunchuli, the man went up to the roof of the school to talk to the main character there. And Jongbom is truly grateful to Hyun Sung. Wiping Jong Seok's nose could have been done in a simpler way, but for everything to go so smoothly, and get on the same spectrum of thought as your father, and come out of a very bad situation not just in a better light, but as a winner. Yes, it was only because of Hyun Seong that the man was able to become the executive director of the company. And soon, at this rate, he may become the chairman. Chen Bom, of course, doesn't know what the protagonist is up to, but let him be sure. The man will solve any of his problems, so you need to keep trying to each his own part. If Hyunsung needs anything, just let him tell the Myungjin heir. He'll arrange it. Jen Bom is sincere in helping the protagonist with anything at any time, since he said anything. In that case, how much money is Jongbom willing to spend on Hyun Seong? Shortly after this conversation, at the end of class, Young Chul was announcing important information. The school has established a scholarship program in cooperation with Chin Construction. The scholarship is worth 10 million won. There's no limit to the number of scholarship recipients. Of course, no one is going to pay to just anyone. The whole class immediately became animated. The students were amazed. After all, this amount of money could solve many problems. And the teacher continued, the payments will go to students selected by the teacher's council and the company itself. This includes boys and girls who attend classes diligently and had excellent grades. By the way, the class can rejoice, the first scholarship recipient has already been selected. And at the announcement of this, the school children did not understand why this introduction. After all, everyone already knows that the main character's roof is Chin Construction. On the bright side though, Hyun Sung did better than anyone else in the school. Maybe it's deserved after all. But Yeonchul immediately continued, yes, there's another scholarship recipient. It's Kim Shai-woo from the parallel class. So don't let the students be discouraged. If they study hard, they will definitely get the Jin scholarship. This is the end of the announcement. And the students went about their business. The three classmates of the protagonist were already outside discussing the events. Hyun Sung was the class president and had passed the exams with the highest scores. But Kim Shai-woo, he used to compete in taekwondo, but now he's a nobody. It's really strange. Why would he get such a stipend? He's just a friend of Hyun Seong's, so they could have done it quietly. What's the point of this circus? The trio still wouldn't stop. They would continue to grind Hyunseong and Sivyu's bones. But here, what? Suddenly, their glorious company stumbled upon the subject of their discussions, who seemed to have heard everything and was waiting for them. Let's have them come over to Hyun Seong's place for a while. And the leader of the trio knew what kind of shit they were in. Kim's roof's leaking, they're gonna get killed on the spot. But don't let this guy panic and raise his head. It's him, Jo Jae-jin. Nicknamed the school's big talker. Isn't it? Hyun Sung recognizes him. Don't be afraid. The protagonist doesn't care about talking behind his back. But Jae-jin's skill of talking out of his ass will come in handy. In short, Kim needs a favor, and no problem. The chatterbox will do it. Just don't hit him. Great. Let him listen carefully. As he may have already guessed, the scholarship recipient is not chosen in a fair manner. Sivu and the protagonist are proof of that. But there's no limit to the number of scholarship recipients, and Jae-jin seems to have begun to realize it's Hyun Seong who decides who gets the scholarship. He's a good kid, he's a quick learner. All he has to do is spread the word so that everyone knows that the scholarship is unfair, but with a little bit of a twist. And the very next day, word spread throughout the school that Moonkin had established this scholarship only for those who were on good terms with Kim. That's why Sivu gets the money. He's the only one who didn't turn his back on Hyun Sung during a difficult time in his life, but instead supported him. So now school kids better treat the main character with respect so everyone gets their fair share. Yet, the school's big talker was working his ass off. Wherever he was always spreading rumors, and his actions were not in vain. At first, of course, he was met with a lot of criticism. What? Did he reread the manga about high school bullies? But still, a seed of doubt was planted, and even the main character's detractors began to slowly realize who the new boss is. Shouldn't they go along with Hyun Seong? One of the main character's old foes, Basin Hod, was thinking the same thing. After all, if Kim needs brute force, this big guy is the perfect candidate. He's not a weakling. He was determined. After a few minutes, Seon-ho picked up Jae-jin to get more information about the scholarship. She's going to tell him, but in confidence, so no one will know. Hyun Sung wants to turn the school into a personal palace, and with Myung-jin's support, he wants to destroy the surrounding schools. He definitely needs strong and loyal companions now, and he's willing to pay for it. Sung-ho, do you know how much scholarship money they pay? Yes. The pennies that Verzila got from Shin Yoon-min isn't even close to that amount. But would Hyun Sung accept it after their recent conflict? To hell with it. Sun-ho will give it a try. And that same night, he'd already spotted the main character. Scooping him up, Ambal asked, "Do you have a moment?" The big guy decided to start by apologizing, but that's not what the protagonist is interested in. Let him forget it and speak to the point. All right. There's a rumor going around that the protagonist has decided to press the neighboring school and Verzila wants to fit into. Yeah, that's weird. considering what happened between them before. But he just needs money. And if the protagonist needs people who can listen and follow orders, then he can be sure of Seung-hoo's loyalty. And it's a funny situation. Okay, Hyun Seong definitely wants to take him. But not until the big guy passes one test. After giving him a good smack and grabbing the guy by the hair, Kim told him to listen carefully. Hyunseong wants obedient dogs. His word is law. Anything he says will be obeyed without question. How's the new mutt? You happy with the terms of cooperation? A couple hours later, Seung-ho was literally on his knees from the beating marks. But dough is dough, and it's crazy here. I don't care if Kim fucks him up at the gym now, there are pitfalls, though. Hyun Sung said that the big guy will get a scholarship as early as tomorrow. But now let him think twice about betraying the main character. Because if Hyun Sung finds out that someone is muddying the waters behind his back, let him have no mercy. Those words were still on the guy's mind. Sure, easy money is cool. But did Seung-hoo do the right thing? Hey, who gives a shit? Where else can you get that kind of money? Working for Hyun Seong is much better than ending up on a bottle of gold circle. And then whatever happens, no one knows the future, so he dialed a familiar number. There's a new topic here, let them gather tonight. And by the appointed time, school bullies were already piling up at the podium. Jingwoo also came here and was surprised. What are the elders doing here? I don't give a shit. Everyone's here to decide what to do with Hyun Seong. Here comes Sun-ho. Oh, good. Everyone's here. But what happened to his face? And Bal ignored the question and said he would not repeat it twice. Let everyone listen. From now on, he's on the main character's team. So let those who are against Hyun Seong raise their hands so that the big guy knows who to smash in. You just want to ask what the hell is this? But Seung-hoo will only speak with his fists. The big man's bludgeoning of one of the insolents was a clear demonstration of what would happen to anyone who spoke a word against him. Did they really think they could put up a fight? If it wasn't for Shin Yoon-min, they would have been trampled into the mud long ago. Well, why aren't they shaking? There are still protesters. And after the execution, there were none, there was dead silence. Well, it's a good thing they're smart enough to get it right the first time. Anyway, now they're gonna have to learn it the hard way. From now on, no one takes a shit without the main character's orders. He's the new god and judge for these scum, there can be no other authority. Continuing to beat up the first kid, Seung-hoo says, from now on, the only rights available to man are the right to die. Oh, and yes, he almost forgot. He's going to tell them before he leaves, Kim's most loyal assistant gets a stipend. So they'll remember that, they'll be loyal. And the new lord will be sure to put some money in their account. The next day, Jingwoo and his buddy were discussing the recent events. Seung-hoo seems to have lost his mind. He got punched in the ass once and became Hyun Seong's sixth man. What the fuck kind of cult of personality is this? They give them money for their loyalty. Oh. Yeah. What the hell? That's what Kachik bullied. But, wait, why are all these people crowded around the bulletin board? And here's the thing, 2 more students got scholarships. They were Bae Sun-ho and Jo Ji-jin. No way. So it's true, Hyun Sung is staining Min-jin construction. Okay, a scholarship for Seung-hoo, but Chatterbox. How did that lousy rag get the money in the first place? The answer to that was very simple. Ji-jin did what Hyun Sung asked him to do. That's all. And by the way, don't let him rustle too much. They'll end up like Yoon-min and his gang. The guy was terrifying. Kim was really starting to take over the school. How would Jungwoo attend classes under such conditions? And the state of affairs has indeed changed a great deal. No one else in the school thought to cross Hyun Seong. That means the protagonist has to take his retaliation plan to the next level without a doubt. And a few days later, the new broker of the Dosan Gold Circle, Jun Jong-soo, received a call from a client. What's going on? This Hyun Sung has turned the whole school upside down. What the fuck? They put the fuck on the work, or as the customer shits on their apologies, he trusted the Golden Circle because he heard only good things about them. What's the bottom line? Is kids having a fucking hard time at school? If this keeps up, this client will notify the entire circle leadership. And they won't be so polite. Broker Cheng Su asks the customer to calm down. He will not fall into the mud. Before December, the situation will be resolved, and instead of exams, Hyunseong will write an application for expulsion. Hanging up the phone, the man's such a simple situation, but the nose of it, well, how can the guy in the passenger seat cope with the task? He replied that let the broker have no doubts and most importantly don't forget about his part of the deal. Cho Tae-yeon, a 17-year-old kid, but age is just a number in this case. This guy had already successfully completed a dozen golden circle cases. Dae-jun, on the other hand, had no time to waste. He had already started to act. All the necessary papers were in the principal's hands. He should be enrolled in school right now. Normally, Hwan wouldn't have accepted a transfer student at this time of year, but his enrollment was required by an authorized member of the Ministry of Education. Does the guy really have connections there? He said he did. And it's very suspicious. Some official abruptly promotes an exchange student in the middle of the semester. It's definitely illegal, and if the principal reports it to the ministry, someone's in trouble. The question is, why take that risk? Unless the beau is a mercenary of the Golden Circle? And if that's the case, the young man is not to be overlooked, and for that matter, Hwan won't beat around the bush. Their school is the most prestigious in Dosan. If a guy's thinking of breaking school rules, he can't count on the favor of teachers and connections in the ministry. It's pretty clear to Ted. So what grade should he take? The beau was soon standing in front of his new classmates. He introduced himself and added that he had transferred here from Seoul and hoped for a warm welcome. But suddenly, he noticed a familiar silhouette in the classroom. It's Jinwoo. They've known each other for a long time. Half a year ago, when Dae-yeon had just joined the Golden Circle, with great ambition, he had taken a lot of acquaintances and honestly didn't really go into the importance of each person. Park Jinwoo was also among them, but the newcomer thought he was useless. And what a pleasant and unexpected meeting. They certainly have a lot to talk about over a smoke break. The newcomer is just very curious to know what the school is like. I thought Jinwoo said he was one of the big ones. Well, the big guy's about to throw it all away. It's not a bad situation. The principal is yearning for a prestigious status he made up for himself. Teachers generally don't care about the students, but there's one thing. Let's just say that there's a guy Jun's been avoiding. His name is Hyun Seong. Don't let him get in trouble. He's got a lot of connections, so he'll get his ass kicked. You have to be very careful with him. However, the Golden Circle assassin listened with half an ear. This stupid asshole used to pretend to be so fucking important. But in the end, he couldn't do anything himself. Alright, it would be useful in the future. Anyway, the young man was glad to see you. We might even have a beer sometime. As the two separated and the lesson began, Tae-jun pondered, where should he start? Just slapping Kim's face wouldn't be enough. However, there's no need to worrying about such a simple matter. We need to bring Hyun Seong down to earth, then the people will realize that Kim is not a god. The new guy has already done that 100 times, yet Cho Tae-jun was pretty confident. The Golden Circle has a specific system by which it assigns participants. C ranks are the best of the best, untouchable personalities. Orangi is the top of the strongest. D ranks are the best among the nation. And Tae-jun, though he was a freshman, quickly found himself in the B rank. And he's been thinking, perhaps he could offset Hyunseong's influence at school with connections at the ministry. But he'd have to proceed without serifs. First, he'll see how the Hyun Seong reacts to the provocation. Then we can sick the high school students on that fool, they won't mind. It's likely that the protagonist is not very popular. Oh, why the hell did they send Trojan to this village for 6 months? It's just a small matter here. By the way, Jungwoo will show the newcomer the rest of the offices. And yes, Kachuk would be happy to give the young man a little tour. Soon they reached Hyunseong's classroom, and Tae-jun looked into it right away. Jungwoo was tense when he saw that. Kim had decided to stay late after school today, and the killer of the Golden Circle, he decided to take the bull by the horns right away. Why is Hyun Seong looking at him like that? Yes, talking to him. Why are you so cocky? Let him relax. Kim wasn't even looking at him. And this kid's a little too readable. Is he new? And Tae-jun continued to push his line. Hyun Seong seems like he's pushing it. Is he fucking brave or what? He is. Well, Kim could ask the kid a mirror question. And the new guy's pretty sure he's got the balls to finish what he started. And after saying that, Tae-jun was suddenly hit in the snout from behind. The one sprawled on the floor, but quickly woke up. What the fuck? What's going on? What's Jungwoo doing? Ambal just got down on his knees and begging for forgiveness. He was just showing to Jong the school. He decided to take it out on his own. Please let Kim get off the hook this time. Okay. And the one called the Golden Circle Killer didn't understand. Did Jungwoo really betray him now? He stabbed him from behind. And now he's on his knees begging for mercy. What the hell is going on? Taejung's appearance at school made Jungwoo very happy. In his opinion, because of their shared past, the Golden Circle Killer could become Ambala's new friend. And that's why Kachuk was trying so hard to get close to him. However, at the moment Taejun took a swipe at Kim, only one thought flashed through Jungwoo's mind: if he doesn't do anything, he's fucked. That's why he betrayed his old comrade. And it's not the kind of decision that's made lightly. Until a week ago, because all the major bullies in the school sided with Hyun Seong, the atmosphere in the school has become very heated. Dae Seon-ho is on the case. Everyone who said something bad about Kim, it was made clear that they were wrong. And you think the students weren't excited about the change? Oh. No. Everyone was just insanely happy, because as long as Shin Yoon-min was in charge of the school, violence was a commonplace. Now it's become extremely just. It was only directed at the scum of the earth. Who would not let the ordinary students get away with it? Those scumbags no longer had the right to bully their classmates. Being hooked on the needle of big money, Soon-ho became the school clown. He wouldn't let the bullies bully the weaklings. And so an era of peace came, under the clear leadership of the protagonist. School violence, at least in this place, disappeared as a phenomenon. John had once made a reckless move on Hyun Seong. The outcome was obvious even then. Jungwoo realized what kind of shit the newcomer had gotten himself into and tried to fix the situation as soon as possible. But Taeyoung didn't like it. What the fuck is the big guy doing? He's got his balls on a roll, because Taeyoung pretended to be his friend. Why did the jock hit him from behind? Did he cross his path? In response, the big guy lunged at Taeyoung in a rage. He just transfer and thinks he can fuck with whoever he wants. Let him fall to the floor quickly when he talks to Kim. However, the newcomer was not a slacker either. He deftly parried the big man's blow. Right in the fucking face. How's Jinwoo doing? You want to go fuck yourself. The big guy seems to have forgotten who he's talking to. Daejong almost knocked Jinwoo out with a solid uppercut. New guy on his own. Fucked up the wrestling club. And hit the golden circle at 17. He's a Birang killer for Christ's sake. And a round kick by Daeyoung put a fat end to this scuffle. Gee. Jinwoo is down in just 3 strikes. Hoop you, punk. Is Hyun Seong having fun? Of course Kim finds the situation quite amusing. In that case, he's going to get it now. Daejong will give that arrogant bastard a good beating, no matter the plan or the conspiracy. The Golden Circle Killer will tear up the protagonist here and now. However, at that moment, the bell rang. It's time to go to class. Damn bad timing. Daeyoung will of course back off now. But let Kim prepare for their next meeting. Yes, of course. Hyun Seong doesn't really care. Let him come. And the new guy did go. He sat down at his desk. He was very unhappy about what had happened. Fucking asshole. Kim wouldn't survive the next break. Where the hell did Jinwoo go? Did he go to the infirmary? Anyway, why the hell are his classmates looking at Daeyoung so strangely? Are they up to something, or is it just his imagination? But his instincts were right. Everyone ignores the new guy. Today's class is in groups of 4, but Daejun is the only one left alone. The teacher noticed this, of course, and tried to remedy the situation. However, the students were strongly opposed to the newcomer joining their groups. The Golden Circle Killer had no idea what's going on. What's wrong with these morons? And so the class went on. Everyone was working, and the new kid was sitting idle. Soon, the bell rang again. Yi Daejun was really angry because of the total ignoring. So he decided to blow off some steam and fuck with his classmate. It was a typical slob, the kind that pisses people off all the time so that the rest of us don't get hurt. What's that fool doing? Is he ignoring Daeyoung too? But Golden Circle Killer's cheap ponces were interrupted by Seung-ho coming to his heart's content. Where's the transfer student? He immediately asked. Daejun was the one who fought with Hyun Seong. And the new guy just exploded in response. Hyun Seong this, Hyun Seong that. They're still raving. It's his first day. Why don't you fuck with Hyun Seong? But with a crunch of his fingers, Seung-ho replied that just because it was his first day, it was time for him to learn something. In this school, no one messes with Hyun Seong. It's clear to the new kid. For the Golden Circle killer, it was the last straw. Change of plan. Is the ambo sucking up to that local god? Seung-ho's jaw dropped like that. The new guy can choose his words when he talks to his elders, but Taejong was no longer in the mood to talk, so he rushed towards the bastard. 1 second and the young man's leg was already running into the head of the big guy, who had a hard time blocking it. The ambal tried to attack back. Taejong dodged and kicked him in the liver. The big guy was thrown a couple meters away. However, he was definitely not going to give up. He lunged at Taejong with only one intention, to fuck him half to death. But wishful thinking is wishful thinking. You have to accept reality. With a powerful uppercut, Taejong proved it. This cattle is no match for him. How's that? It's not gonna be enough for the big guy, is it? Well, then let him take another bite, and another, and lastly, grabbing a guy by the hair, the Golden Circle killer sealed Seung-ho's face into the desk. That attack knocked the big guy out. That's fine. Don't let them get up again. Taejong was in a bad mood today. However, the Golden Circle killer had forgotten. Seung-ho didn't come to him alone. The crowd of sophomores had already recovered from their stupor and were ready to kick the newcomer to the curb. Except they weren't much use at all. The Golden Circle killer wasted no more than 2 blows on each sucker punch. And even the dirty punches couldn't stop him. They hit him from behind, too. Don't they have any honor? They should be the first to go. In the end, neither guy even scratched Taejong, but they just don't seem to end. What's the matter? They're so sick of them. Let's go ahead and attack them. Taejong's really worried that the hospital won't have enough room for them. But let him wait. Seung-ho's awake. They weren't done with him yet, and Taejong was surprised. Is it fun for an ambala to be a first-year's pet mutt? I wish he'd just lie there and keep his head down. The jock, however, remained unperturbed. With a mutt, Last week, when Seung-ho put the class upside down, he received a message personally from Ko Chon-bom. It was a bonus, but that's how the guy realized. Hyun Sung then has a much stronger connection to Mujin's eldest son than he previously thought. If the Golden Circle assassin only knew how much the big guy was paid for such a job, he would have shut up in no time. I wonder if Seung-ho puts the new guy down, how much will they give him? And even if he can't, he'll still get a lot of credit. So let the sophomores carefully dry check. Taejong is more serious than Yoon Min. Maybe they won't take him down now. But if everyone is in favor of the trial and flip out, what will Hyun Sung think then? Understandably, Seung-ho was only thinking about money at this moment. After all, as much cabbage as the protagonist pays them is not on the road. And to refuse here is an unforgivable stupidity. Seung-ho and the sophomores will kill Taejong with a mob. They'll just tear him to shreds. And the new guy wondered how pathetic they were. A short time later, Taejong stood in the restroom, wiping the bleeding wound on his cheek. Sungwoo and the rest of his group had sucked it. Dumping the bandage in the trash, the new guy realized he was getting tired of the events. What kind of a bunch of narrow-minded fanatics had gathered here, going into a fight when it's a sure loser with such dedication? That's not normal at all. If there were more of them, Taejong wouldn't have gotten away. It's not getting easier by the hour. Even if he brings in a broker, there's no way to isolate Hyun Seong. Kim's turned the school into some kind of fucking Fort Knox. Seems like there's only one way to fix this. We need to move as fast as we can. If the new guy even breaks Hyun Seong's arm, he'll have something to report to the top brass in the circle. But on the way out of the classroom, Taejong bumped into someone. Fuck, let him be careful. But it was a mistake. The infuriated Hyun July didn't realize how this puppy was talking to him. Why is he so quiet? And 10 minutes earlier, Jun was just informing the teacher that the newcomer had decided to bully the protagonist. What's that supposed to mean? Did Cho Taeyeon intentionally transfer to their school to deal with Hyun Seong personally? Yoon Jul realizes that the Golden Circle will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Whoever is behind all this is clearly a sick scumbag. Alright, the teacher heard the joke. What about Hyun Seong's response? UHL, I guess. Kim told him to act at the teacher's discretion, and Yoon July was surprised. At his discretion? That sounds kind of vague. On the one hand, the protagonist does not incite Yoon Jul to retaliate. But on the other hand, He's hinting to Yoon July not to hide and let the situation go. That means only one thing. It's time for him to prove his favor and strengthen his relationship with Hyun Seong. And there's no way Yoon July will miss this opportunity. And right now, he's already dragging this misbehaving transfer student into his office. And as soon as they got there, the teacher gave that bastard a good kicking. Daejun didn't understand what the fuck the teacher was doing. There was no limit to the boy's indignation. However, the teacher remained unperturbed. Daejun should choose his expression when talking to his elders. But Daejun snickered for a second. No way. In front of the other students in the class, Yoonchul wouldn't act like that. Should I put a man in his place? I guess the guy just doesn't understand the situation. Yoonchul will explain it to him. First day, a new school, and you immediately beat up his friend so badly that he had to go to the hospital. The bastard fainted from blood loss. That's terrible. The teacher thought poor Jinwoo was going to die. In addition to that, Yoonjul was told that the guy had beaten up high school students and threatened the entire class. And Daeyeon still doesn't know why he fucking hit him. Little bugger, he's been bugging him since day one. Taejun's not ashamed to make threats, huh? What? Is it unpleasant? Well, let him try complaining to his daddy's boyfriend. The Golden Circle killer was shocked, so the teacher knows he's got a roof and still acts like that, but he should have thought about it sooner. After all, the guy got another slap in the face. Yoonchul has dealt with this kind of guy before. He's not the first, he won't be the last. Daeyeon can complain to whoever he wants, but no one will believe him. And what can a guy say if his teacher fucked him up? Let him think with his head. No teacher in a school would testify against a colleague. Daeyeon's got it all figured out. There's no proof that Yoonchul was the one who beat him up. For example, this is a punch the new guy missed from Jungwoo. And just like that, Sunho punched him in the face. This one he got in the jaw from a sophomore. There's a reason the young man's been swinging his fists all day. That's the consequence. Some time later, having survived this act of humiliation, the Golden Circle killer would report the events to the broker by telephone. How the fuck is a guy supposed to do all that with one hand? He's not gonna make it. The teachers and the students are completely inadequate. And Junsu agrees, it's really fucked up. But at the same time, he knew that if he shits his pants at his job in the countryside, his future career in the circle will be fucked. The broker just can't afford to screw up. He's in Seoul now, so Daejun doesn't have to worry. Junsu will handle it. And some time later, the broker arrived at one man's house and engaged in a dialogue with him. Junsu humbly apologizes, but he needs help. A man's name alone wasn't enough. Apparently, the principal she's studying doesn't realize who they're dealing with. Couldn't the broker's interlocutor put a little pressure on the school administration? The man who only laughed in response was Muchano, the commissioner of education in Seoul, the one who gave the Golden Circle killer a letter of recommendation. How tactless people are in the countryside. Of course he'll deal with them. There is a group of people in the Golden Circle called the Golden Line, and intertwining it are what are called nodes. People recruited into the Golden Line became part of a powerful network of connections where everyone helped each other. And Moon Chano benefited greatly from the Gold Line. The man had once risen to the top by means of large-scale frauds. And it was Yoon Chang-soo who helped him in these dirty deeds. Right now the man will make one call, and on the other end of the line, Mr. Don Jin picked up the phone. And he's wondering what he can do for Mr. Commissioner. Oh, it's no big deal. There's just a rumor that there's something bad going on at a certain school in Dosan. Teachers taking bribes, having favorites. And the commissioner is very concerned that this kind of misbehavior could negatively affect the education of the district that Dong Jin is in charge of. I mean, he can solve this problem. However, the man's interlocutor had one question. Why is Chano interfering in his Dosan's affairs? He is, after all, the head of the Seoul district. Chano began to slowly boil over. There are no boundaries in their fiefdom. They all work in the interest of the country's education. Does he think a man doesn't have the right to point out the shortcomings of education in his neighborhood? But it was definitely true, and his interlocutor added that it was called abuse of power. Chano had already lost his patience. How dare Don Jin talk to him like that? This could turn into a scandal, or his interlocutor thinks Chano doesn't know who he's in bed with. And it's not just about one school. If this is the way things are going, the commissioner will have to get help. To which his interlocutor interrupted him and asked, enlist the help of what? The Golden Circle. Yes, Dongjin knows about that organization. So what? The man was shocked. How did he know? His interlocutor continued. How's the commissioner? I'm sure he'll pull a dirty fight. It's just that his interlocutor would never go down alone. The bastards in the capital think that only idiots who couldn't reach the top are sitting in the backwoods. However, Dongjin himself just likes living here. Neither of them has a plan B if he loses his position. He'll have to live without any power, so let him realize what's the point of biting first if they all sink in the end. These words are the only help Mr. Dongjin can give the commissioner, and as it turned out, Tae-hwan had been sitting in the man's office all this time. He told him that Mu-chai-nu wouldn't act out in the open. But Dongjin can't be responsible for the behind the scenes. But director Dongjin is still grateful to him. However, is Tae-hwan sure he can handle it? The Golden Circle is a dangerous opponent after all. God forbid someone digs up the school and finds out about the corruption in Dosan. They won't get off with just a scare. But the director was calm. Tae-hwan wasn't born yesterday and understands everything. Dongjin shouldn't worry so much. After all, the guy behind this whole venture is very smart. At that time, Taejun was contacted by a broker. They had a slight hitch. The guy should just ignore the teachers and principal for now. If they try to beat him up, let him just run away. That way, at least there won't be too much noise. And the schoolbo asked, what if he gets expelled? But Chengsu doesn't think that will happen. And even if it does, the man will just bring Taejun back to Seoul. But the guy knew it was all an excuse. Broker swore he'd straighten it out. And in the end, the young man was between a rock and a hard place. If he quit his job early, he could say goodbye to Chengsu and his lifestyle. But the situation was too sticky to follow the plan. The guy was supposed to get in Hyunseong's way, to make the protagonist's grade point average drop below the plinth. But now he can't get near him at all through his crowd of overgrown suck-ups. However, if everything goes well, Chengsu will owe Taejun his life. The Golden Circle killer has heard the broker, but Chengsu must not forget that their future lies in the hands of the young man. After that day, Chengsu, who disturbed the peace of the school for the first time in ages, he felt like an outcast. It was as if he had become a ghost, invisible and inaudible. It pissed the hell out of the guy and he promised himself to make sure he got the job done by all means. Not only Hyunseong, but all the assholes at school would regret their behavior towards him. He's decided to act for sure. He'll call his friends in Seoul first. You can't beat all the fuckers with a snore, and you can't turn Kim into a pariah either. But with the help of the brothers, the boy will have a chance. This asshole ain't gonna beat him. And a couple days later, Daejong was eating lunch in the school cafeteria as usual, but all the food tasted like crap. I wonder if it's because he eats alone or if the food here really sucks. And fuck, finally, the message from the brothers, they're ready to go. Daejong will finally end it all and get out of this shithole, but Hyun Seong's going to get him. However, his jaw was interrupted by a voice that asked the guy, is it good? And Daejong didn't understand what. And standing in front of him was Kim himself. And with a chuckle, he asked a question. Looks like the guy's food matches his personality, huh? Same shit. Daejong immediately thought of fucking Hyun Seong right now. However, he tossed it aside. The new guy needs to keep his cool. His bows would be here soon, so he just had to stall for time. But Hyun Seong kept up. Why is the new guy's face so sour? Things don't add up. Kim heard that the commissioner made a real circus the other day. However, Daejun remained unperturbed. Hyunseong seemed to have lost his horizons after playing the king. If he had met him one-on-one outside of school, Kim would have been full of it. However, the young man didn't have time to say anything. Someone came up behind him, grabbed him by the hair and swung him right into the stinky food. Daejun doesn't seem to get it. He said Kim was the king of the school. So why the fuck would the new kid think he could survive here and not act like a quivering creature in the school? With the help of his loyal dogs, the protagonist led the Golden Circle assassin to the roof of the school. Daejong was held by his arms, but even so, he put up a strong resistance. Fuck them, you fucking assholes. But the newcomer didn't fully understand the situation he was in. And then he couldn't take it anymore. Hyun Seong is such a fearful bitch. He's done hiding behind others. Is Kim's ass going out one-on-one in a manly way? And the main character says yes, it is. Hyun Seong signed every word Daeyeon said. He's seen what the guy can do. That's why Kim agrees with him completely. Daeyeon is B-Rang's killer. He's kind of tough, right? But if the guy was half a notch lower in rank, maybe Kim would have given him a chance, but that's not the case. How about equalizing their chances of winning? Let everyone here hammer it out. And the loyal henchmen of the protagonist immediately began to carry out the order. The boy tried to get up, but to no avail. He got hit in the ridge as well. And to top it off, Suhan smacked the guy so hard that he lost his delicate balance and still laid down to rest. Group beating with a hold. Even Tajuna doesn't stand a chance against that. It was nothing but despair for the boy. He was still in high school and just wanted to eat in the cafeteria. But what the fuck was going on here? Maybe if he knocked out one of the suckers, he could get out. But the newcomer was distracted from these thoughts by a severe pain in his arm. It was Hyunseong who was curious. If Tajuna has only one arm left, what does he think? Will Hyunseong stand a chance against him? A cry of pain and despair. That's what the guy who an hour ago had thought he could do it at all gave out instead of an answer. Shit. Did he really break his arm? What kind of degenerate is that? Well, degenerate or not, let him listen. Because from now on, he has two chairs. And unfortunately, they both have dicks. The first is to continue working at the Golden Circle. If he does, Kim will break his other arm as well. And without limbs, his life at school will be a living hell. And the second chair is to work for Hyunseong. All the young man has to do is to live in a circle about the mission accomplished and become a spy for the protagonist. While Kim finds out who hired the guy. Okay. But the young man, of course, refused. Kim thinks there are some suckers in the Golden Circle that the protagonist has known for a long time. Hyun Sung had met with Yun Choli a couple of days ago. Kim immediately guessed the rank of the newcomer in the Golden Circle when he received a copy of Daejong's file from his teacher. We need to proceed with extreme caution. Sending an assassin under the guise of a circle commissioner doesn't seem to be too much of an encryption problem. Or maybe they're just too sure of their success. However, if Daejun fails, the top of the county will realize the magnitude of the situation. And then they'll send in the S rank and it's all over. From his relationship with Sivu to the butterfly effect with Munching construction. The more often Hyunseong encounters unpredictable events, the more his realization grows that his plans will soon be nothing more than a wipe, and past life experiences will no longer solve the unknown variables and they will jeopardize everything the protagonist wants to accomplish. Hyunseong has to take matters into his own hands as much as he can. And to do that, he needs to be even more calculating in his actions than before. He doesn't need friendship. So Kim calls Seung Ho over to his place and asks, does he, want to stab this fool for 100 million? If the jock doesn't want it, he'll offer it to someone else. Of course Kim doesn't ask to kill the new guy. They'll call an ambulance right away. So the big guy just needs to drive the feather into Daejong's body. Preferably in such a way that he suffers, but doesn't drop his hooves. Well, let Kachik think for himself how long he would have saved that amount of money after graduation. 8 years, 9. It's just one move. Let's just think about 100 mil in 3 seconds. A devil who has lived in rage for a long 10 years, in a vegetable state, is willing to do anything for revenge. That's the real Hyunseong, and he continued. It's not like he's asking to kill anyone. It's just a matter of cutting them down, and the police will say it was an accident. No one in Dosan will believe this Seoul commuter. Finally, these speeches had their effect. And Bao came out of his stupor and confidently said he would do it. Kim always said that if you follow his orders, everything will be fine. So let the suckers get Daeyeon back on his feet. It's just a deal. It's nothing personal. Let the greenhouse hold the newcomer tight. Seung Ho is ready. Looking into Daejong's eyes, the big man swung his knife, and the new guy couldn't believe the jock was actually gonna stab him. And at the last moment, Daejun gave up. Pan yelled loudly. He agrees. Picks the second chair. At the last moment, Kim ordered the big man to stop. Daejong, drenched in sweat, had only one thought: to get the first flight out of here and contact the broker. It's just what Kim wanted to say. He has an address in Seoul. Isn't that where the Golden Circle killer lives? His parents and sister live there. Was he thinking of going somewhere else? Don't underestimate the protagonist. He better remember, whoever gets in Kim's way can't hide and will live in fear until the last day of his life. And Hyun soon would ask again, if Daeyeon would stay in the circle or become his faithful lapdog. And the young man wondered. He was entering the golden circle with huge ambitions. The few cases he had already managed to solve flashed before his eyes. And now, facing the pure hatred threatening his life, Daejeong realized that with his work he was selling other people's fates for money. So okay, he's going to be Hyun Seong's loyal dog. Well, that's good. That's a good bow. Send him to the nurse's station. He'll be escorted out. And when Daejeong was almost out of sight, Bao returned Hyunsung's shiv to him. The big man wondered if Kim was sure he should let the young man go. He could set them all up, couldn't he? However, Hyunsung reassured him, if that happened, he would clearly show what happens to those who lie to him. By the way, have Seung-ho check his account. After the end of class, Bao will get the promised reward. Oh, yeah. One more thing, have the big guy run after the chatterbox and tell him to spread a rumor around the school. And soon all the students were discussing the recent events, but their words were very different from reality. According to rumors, there had indeed been a serious scuffle. However, the showdown was between the main character and Seung-ho. After them, health doesn't come in first years anymore and kind of doesn't stick up for Kim anymore. I think they're in a real fight. And now no one knows what's going to happen next. And Hyun Seong was happy that everything was going according to plan. The bait had been thrown, and all that was left was to wait. And in the office of the director of Minhwa Construction, it was turbulent at this time. The manager's youngest son was tearing an metal. When the board would already offer a normal resolution to the situation, his brother became managing director instead. That shouldn't have happened. What if father decided to give his position to Jang Bom as well? Would that be fine with all of them, or don't they care about all the efforts of the P? One of the counselors decided to calm the guy down. Mr. Kuchen Bom may have grabbed the opportunity. However, he is yet to prove his worth in the job at all. But those are just words. Even so, the young man's father will favor Jang Bom, and Lay overheard him suggesting that he and his wife get back together. Jang Seok was even more furious about it. Does the council think it's that easy? Yet, the chairman understand, the guy's family's had enough public scandals. It's gonna take his wife a long time to rebuild trust after the affair. But just a second, they don't think it's dirty. A womanizer, a cretin, and an outright asshole who never earned a penny himself. That's how Jang Bom is usually portrayed, and that's what he is. That's why everyone here is supporting Jang Seok. These words were spoken by Kim Chul-jin, internal director of Minhwa Construction. And he continued, eldest son's current behavior. It seems like he is some kind of advisor. Someone secretly revealed Jang Seok's cheating, but only Jang Bom benefited from it. One more thing, the manager's eldest son spent all day at the very construction site where the accident occurred. Although the man had never been at work until recently. And what's more, he'd handled the situation in a way that pleased him, in a way that appealed to his father. Jang Seok really thinks that such a statement is peculiar to his brother, who not everyone knows very well. None of this is a coincidence, it was all planned. Hell, the older guy doesn't even know what concrete molding is. There's got to be someone behind the man. The only problem is, they don't know who. Therefore, they need to find Jang Bom's informant at any cost, literally, by any means necessary. And after a couple of days, the younger son was reported to follow his brother. At 6 a.m., the man arrived at the workplace. He checked the progress and working conditions, had lunch with the project manager at 2 p.m., had dinner at a restaurant at 8 p.m. with a casual acquaintance, and Jang Seok was furious at this garbage information. That's it, they didn't find anything else. These words galvanized the advisors, and they immediately started making theories, suspecting everyone. Sun even hazarded a guess that it might be the work of a competitor of Minhwa Construction. One of the advisors heard that the son of the manager of that company is on the outs with Jang Bom. However, the younger son is on the outs with that idiot's father, so it's doubtful they had anything to do. But in the midst of the chaotic speculation, a crumb of worthwhile information floated out. Something strange was going on with Jang Bom's accounts, and Junior immediately demanded details. It's all about Dosan High School. There's a lot of money poured into it. Scholarships, gymnasium, even a swimming pool. However, Chon Seok laughed. He thought it was something serious. But this was just like his brother, spending money on bullshit. The council shouldn't look in the direction of uninfluential people, let them dig deeper. However, Trojan still decided to better study the moment with the school. Who would even help a troublemaker like Jang Byum? This commotion was interrupted by a call on Jang Seok's cell phone. What the hell? Who's calling? He has a lot of things to do, reset it. But after that, he immediately got another message from that number, and Junior tensed up. Who is it? The text message was from a certain informant of his older brother. He wants to talk to Jang Seok face to face. Shortly before, the protagonist was dialed from an unknown number by Jang Byum. The man feels like he's being followed. Some scammer bastards have been after him for a week. Nothing's happened yet, but he just wanted to warn Kim. It's quite possible that not only Jang Byum is in danger, but Hyun Sung himself. The young man is likely to be contacted by his brother soon. But the protagonist only laughed. The man is what? Afraid that his brother will offer Kim more favorable terms. However, Jang Byum didn't mean anything like that. The guy should be able to understand him. And Hyun Seong is well aware of that, but Jang Byum believes him, right? If he does, then let him get a cell phone with the left ID. And it was from this issue that Hyun Sung wrote to Jang Seok, and the latter had a legitimate question for the council. What should they do when they find out the identity of the informant? But Chol Jin has only two options. Considering how John Doe turned Jang Byum from a rare slacker into the managing director, he's a smart man. So it would be a good idea to win him over and smear the eldest son of the managing director. However, in the event of a refusal, the informant should be disposed of. And having concluded the meeting, Jang Seok received another call from an unknown number. He picked up the phone, and a garbled voice asked him. The informant had heard that a guy was looking for him, but why? And well, Junior's gonna be blunt. He wants to recruit his interlocutor. Jang Seok's brother barely managed to finish high school, and the younger one actually finished university and got a degree. While Jang Byum was sitting in bars, he was gaining experience at the company's construction sites. So who does the informant think is more suitable for the role of chairman? Sooner or later their father will appoint in the heirs of the company. And the head of Mikan Construction is such a man that he may well hand over his brainchild to some left-handed manager from outside if he proves his competence. But Jang Byum is incompetent from the word go. No one will give him the chairman's chair for sure, the informant said. He understands that. That's why it's better for him to support Jang Seok. All right, John Doe agrees, but only on one condition, and Junior was all ears. He was ready to fulfill any request of his interlocutor, and, having finished talking, Jang Seok immediately returned to the council's office with glad tidings. He had managed to make a deal with Jang Byum's informant in return for one small favor. The unidentified person wants a position as an internal director of the company. Chul Chen didn't like it right away. This is his place. Jang Seok doesn't even know the identity of the informant. It's not wise to give him such an important position. It's better to treat this request with caution. However, no one asked the man. Junior was furious. What was Chul Jun doing while Jang Byum was taking over the company anyway? They need to get to the root of the matter. But the council has its doubts, because it's not that simple. Mensen is a company with a long history. If Jang Byum had been appointed, there would have been no fuss. However, it should be remembered that the position of executor for directors was given to people who had devoted at least 20 years to the company. Junior has had enough of this bullshit. This deadline is out of the question. Chul Chen better shut up. He's too old-fashioned. That's why Hyun Seok always disliked him. Who cares about tradition? When Junior takes over the company, things will change. Everyone should think of something else. Everyone in this company will get what they deserve if they follow his plan. Isn't that the main thing? Let the chairman think about it. They're done for the day. Everyone can go home. And damn it, Chul Jin was finally able to breathe out. But his heart didn't feel any lighter, and he continued to think about it. Of course he understands, Hyun Seok is not a good man, a narcissist who doesn't watch his words. If he weren't the youngest son of the head of Myeongchin, the man wouldn't go near him. Hyun Seok, however, is the lesser evil, unlike Ko Chang Byum, spitting on the company from a high hill. The chairman's youngest son at least put in the time and effort. However, the destruction of tradition always entails the beginning of the end of the system. Junior ended up being a bad option as well. This is wrong. A man should talk to Myeongkin. for the good of the company and the people who have dedicated their lives to it. But suddenly, Trojan and also got a call from an unknown number. Yet, he's listening. Who is it? The unknown person asked a question right off the bat. How does the man feel about Ko Chang-seok's decision? It's a little unfair to the inner director, isn't it? Chul-jin was naturally annoyed by those words. Is this some kind of trolling? But not at all. John Doe doesn't care about the position of company director. He just wanted to show the man the difference between Jang Bien and his brother. But the internal director has known the eldest son of Myunkin for too long to believe that. However, Hyunsung, who was hovering on the other end of the wire, continued. Myunkin is a special company with a long history and tradition. Just anyone who understands the managers will and shares his vision for the bright future of the organization would never give up the position director. So, Chul-jin is proud of his position, right? I guess so, but what's John Doe's point? It's quite simple. The man's interlocutor is offering to support Jang Bom. He's no longer the slacker he used to be. And the informant isn't asking for Jang Seok to be attached, no. He's just saying that he'd really like to work with Chul-jin as someone who has a clear vision for the future of the company. A couple days later, Chul-jin met with Jang Bom. It had been a long time since they had talked, so the internal director didn't drag his feet. He's very interested in who the man's informant is. However, Kim Hyun-jin's eldest son can't say that and asks Chul-jin to understand him, to which the inner director laughed. The young man must have forgotten how he used to visit construction sites with his father when he was young. No one paid much attention to it then, because it was a family affair. I think Jang Bien was 3 or 4 years old at the time. Chul-jin remembers how the man used to carry bricks with his little hands. He was always afraid that Jang Bien might hurt himself. Watching the boy grow up has always been a joy for Chul-jin, so he confessed that he had high hopes for Jang Bom. That as he grew up, he became more and more disappointed. While the company was growing and conquering new horizons, Chang Bom was drinking away his fortune with women and getting involved in all sorts of intrigues. That's when Chul-jin thought that the man wasn't worthy of inheriting the company. If anything, let Jang Seok inherit the company. But now he's let Myung-jin Construction down too. An internal director has been with this company for half his life and just can't put it in the hands of a vigilante who can't look after himself. Chul-jin noticed how Jang Bien had changed lately. It doesn't even matter who made him do it. As long as the man is useful to the company, nothing else matters. The internal director won't sniff out the identity of the informant, because at the moment, Myung-jin Construction needs people like Jang Bom, and Chul-jin is looking forward to their fruitful cooperation. At this time in the café, where the grandmother of the main character worked, there was an extraordinary influx of customers. However, the old woman was happy about this coincidence. Of course, the years are taking their toll. However, if she wanted a good future for her grandson, she had to work. On top of that, she was constantly distracted by phone calls, and here comes another one. And it's just as hectic. What the hell is going on? But she did pick up the phone. It was the real estate agent. Isn't that her? Ms. Baek Yoonok, the one who won the condo in the new building. If the old lady resells the title to him, the real estate agent will pay her another 5 grand on top. The work was over, and Yoonok went home to her grandson's house. And at dinner, Hyun Seong wasn't happy. Why did Granny have to bend her back at the cafe again? Doesn't she get enough pension and the money she gets from her grandson? But the old lady was adamant, it's the grandson scholarship for diligent study. And by the way, real estate agents have been calling a lot lately. How did they even know about the win? They were telling the old lady all sorts of nonsense. One offered 5,000 for the sale of the winnings, the other 6,000. Hyun Sung was surprised. After the incident at the construction site, Melchinu's stock skyrocketed. And the new building where Grandma won the apartment was located in an upscale neighborhood in Dosan. You can make a lot of money just by renting it out, but offering 6,000. The woman wonders if they are scammers after all. If not, she would be happy to sell the apartment. However, Hyun Seong doesn't like it. Grandma shouldn't sell this apartment at all costs. Kim has a tidy sum of money, a left bank account, which Jang Boon gave him, but the protagonist can't tell her about it. And the old lady is complaining that she has to pay 200 million for the apartment. Where can she get that kind of money? However, Hyun Sung is not going to give up his position on their future housing. Let grandma just pay the bills and Kim will take care of the rest. The old lady sees that her grandson is a real estate wizard, and she needn't worry, they'd be talking for a long time. But Hyun Sung got a call from the academy, so he withdrew. His brother didn't show up for class today. And the protagonist's interlocutor needs to know if everything is okay at home. Meanwhile, Hyunjin skipped class, but far from the usual place. It was the library. There was a small group of people hanging out near the guy. They were playing rock paper scissors without a care in the world. Hyunjin is jealous. They can fool around without a second thought, but this is not the time to indulge in these thoughts. The guy needs to pull himself together. He has to succeed in his business and prove that he can handle everything without a private academy. As suddenly, immersed in his thoughts, he bumped into someone, but it's his brother, Hyun Seong. Soon they were sitting on a bench, discussing the studies of Kim's younger brother. He'd withdrawn from the academy, yes, and the boy apologized, but he didn't dare to say so. But still, Hyunjin is old enough to handle things on his own. His brother should be able to understand him. Kim sometimes comes home all beaten out, and the younger one is in a state of ignorance. How can he go to the academy with money he's earned in some obscure way? If any of the two of them are meant to study, let it be Hyun Sung and not him. Hyunjin will work and Kim will study further. Okay. And with that suggestion, the main character had a flashback. In the 5th year of Hyun Sung's Coma, his brother enrolled in the police academy. He vowed to take revenge on the bastards who had actually killed Kim. However, Hyunjin took the burden on his shoulders. In the end, the family became a burden to him. The guy tried his best, but in the end he couldn't handle it, and he ditched Kim along with his grandmother. But that was in a past life, and the protagonist will not let it happen again. Kim didn't tell his brother, but their family won an apartment in the most major neighborhood in Daesang, and Hyunjin just couldn't believe it. Is he serious? Are you sure it's not a mistake? Jang Byum's car suddenly pulled up to them, and the man greeted them. He was happy to meet Hyun Seong's younger brother now. Chan Bum, by the way, came to the library for the first time in his life. He can't believe it. He got out of the car, and approaching the brothers, introduced himself once again. Ko Chen Bum, the eldest son of the chairman, Munich Construction, and Kent Kim. If the little one doesn't believe me, let him Google it. It'll be nothing but scandals, though. The man will be brief. He's sponsoring Kim's taproom. There's enough there to educate both brothers. So the little guy don't have to worry about money. He better live the high life, alright. After that introduction, Hyunjin left and Kim was left alone with Jang Bum. The young man thanked the man. Hyun Sung knows that it was a rather strange request to drive up at such a late hour. But don't let Kim sweat it. Jang Byum is standing up for his own. Here, by the way, is the info on the trio the guy asked him about. Oh, and this now, it turns out, the uncle is on the man's side. But what should they do next? That's where Hyun Seong comes in, of course. Jang Byum remembers Jang Woo's real estate plot, so he needs to get acquainted with their real estate agencies. And when it's time for the sale, have Jang Byum recruit the protagonist right away. Not much time has passed since then, and students had had time to take their mock exams. Their results were a big shock. Hyun Seong got the highest score. So he's ranked first in the country. That's amazing. And it wasn't just the school children who thought so. When Kim came out of the building, the reporters immediately pounced on him with a pile of questions. What was the secret of the guy's grades? How many private academies had he attended? Apparently, that director got a hold of the reporters. But it's okay, Kim will answer all the questions. Hyunseong confidently said that his teachers were excellent and he just attended classes diligently. He didn't go to any private lessons or private academies. In his mind, Kim was already anticipating the reaction of the Golden Circle's client. When he sees the report on TV, the Golden Circle's broker wasn't happy at all. He caught Daeyeon in the alley and demanded an explanation. The young man was nervous but still said what he had reported earlier. Hyun Sung and Sung Ho split up. Daejun had successfully stirred up a feud between them and would soon corner Kim. It's only been a month. The guy needs more time. And the broker understands, but it's too vague. Management wants something more tangible. Chen Su's cell phone is bursting with the indignation of the people upstairs. Does the guy think some argument will be enough to calm them down? The man's gonna give Daeyeon one last chance. The guy needs to please the customers before the vacation starts. Let him break Hyun Seong's arm or get him involved in some scandal. There's plenty of options, the broker made it clear. And some time later, when they were separated, Cho Daejun came to the school's sports field, where Hyun Seong was already waiting. The new guy was late. The young man apologized. He was just walking in circles to make sure they weren't being tailed. He just met with broker, and having told Kim everything as it was, Daeyeon fell silent. Hyunseong thought for a moment. When he realized that he had become the target of the golden circle, he had so many questions. Why go that far? What did Kim do to deserve all this? Why aren't any adults standing up for him? What was Hyun Seong's biggest problem? Who was the fucker who sixed the golden circle on Kim? The protagonist had tried to figure out this person tens of hundreds of times. He went through every possible scenario. The first candidate is Eugene Young. She comes from a wealthy family. Although she's introverted, she's a high achiever in her studies, so Kim must have annoyed her. The second candidate is Lee Jin-hyun. The protagonist had a fight with him at the beginning of the semester and they haven't spoken since. This guy is a hidden bastard with a Napoleon complex. His father owns tens of thousands of acres of land. And the last candidate, Cho Seona, the daughter of a high-ranking official. At the beginning of the semester, she was ranked second overall, but Kim overtook her in the exams. These three best fit the criteria of the Golden Circle's clients, and with Daejun's help, Hyun Sung intends to lure one of them out. But after what Kim hears, there's only one candidate left. Hyun Seong tells the boy to get ready. Tomorrow, his path with the Golden Circle will be parted once and for all. The next day afternoon in Pei, Yoon-chul would announce the start of class. The boys would go to soccer and the girls would play dodgeball. The winning team would be treated to a meal in the canteen at the teacher's expense. And on the soccer field, Kim alone went through the entire opposing defense and scored a goal. He single-handedly pulled his team through, and deservedly won. A real egoist. The girls who were interested in watching the guys play started discussing him too. Hyunseong is so cool, isn't he? Yi-hyuji asked her friend. So why doesn't Seona call him out for a walk? And the girl thought about it. Kim's really good. That Hyuji was actually joking. Maybe the past Hyun Sung who was a lovely boy was worth it, but the current one. If Sunai were to mess around with him, she would also get on a slippery slope. However, the girl disagreed. It's not like he never starts a fight first. And with those words, she resolutely headed towards the protagonist. The girl said hello to Kim and offered him a drink. He must be tired. Well, Kim is grateful, but doesn't Shunai want to talk somewhere else? The guy has something to tell her. And 15 minutes later, Hyuji got worried. Where did they go? The class was about to start. What could they talk about for so long? And then a chill ran through the girl. Hyuji was texted by a friend, and she needs help. Not long before, Hyunseong and his girlfriend found a secluded spot in the sports equipment storage room. And CNA wonders why Kim decided to choose that place. That's okay. Hyunseong is a good guy. However, the protagonist hurriedly interrupted her train of thought. Let the girl close the door. And Shunai froze in a stupor. But what's she doing? Kim had made it clear. She should just close the door. The guy's got enough problems these days. Is Shunai okay? Can she guess why? And the girl realizes it's because of high school students and countless fights. Yes, she's right. However, there's something people don't know. Somebody hired these assholes to do this. There's one man behind all the attacks. That's why Hyun Seong set a trap. He's the one who spread the information to the three people Kim suspects. One is told that the main character is having a hard time, and he's going to transfer to another school. If it were a person with an instigator, he would certainly be happy about this outcome. The second person was told that Kim and Seon Ho didn't really fight. If that person was guilty, he should have gotten angry and take immediate and drastic action. Oh, the girl's knees are buckling. What's Hyun Seon's point? That the bow went on. And to the girl, Chatterbox said that despite all the difficulties, Kim would still go to school. To this, the abuser would try to find a new approach to the guy. And here's what Hyun Seong found out. The spy he sent to the students found a clear reaction to one of the messages. Kua Shunai is like, nothing to say to the protagonist. And within seconds, Hyuji burst into the pantry. What's wrong? How is her friend feeling? "Where's Hyun Seong?" But he was standing right next to the door. He said Shunai could go. And the girl apathetically obeyed. The protagonist, on the other hand, closed the door abruptly behind her. This is where he and Hyuji had a topic of conversation. All circumstances indicated that Shunai was a client. But for one reason, it's trivially impossible. What's the guy talking about? What customers? The girl was terrified. What's the matter? Hyun Sung scares her. Kim requested a background check a long time ago. All three suspects, to find out the truth. And because of that, he found out the truth about Shunai. That no one else knew. Hyuji Kag knows why his girlfriend moved from Seoul to Daejeon. It's because Zunai's brother was bullied at school with such cruelty, he couldn't take it anymore. He took a desperate step. He's no longer alive. And to save their daughter's psyche, Shunai's parents decided to leave everything behind and move to the countryside. What kind of family would do something like that? Just to improve their precious child's grades, not in life. Kim knows that. The girl told Hyun Seong that whoever was behind the hiring of the school bullies. Shunai despises that person with all her heart. And remembering her brother's tragic fate, she's always supported Kim. And hugging Hyuji tightly. Guy continued. After this revelation, he was left with only one option. Shunai shared with someone what Chatterbox had told her. And this man, there was that fucking bitch Hyuji. As she broke free from Kim's grip, the girl cried out. What the fuck is Kim talking about? She had nothing to do with this. Hyuji tugged hysterically at the doorknob. In a vain attempt to get out of the pantry, why wouldn't it open? And being backed into a corner, the girl's excuses went on. Well, let Hyunseong think with his head. They're good friends, why would she do that? It's definitely Shunai who hired the bullies. She's always complaining about her grades. Hyuji heard it himself. Please let Kim leave her alone. No. Hyun Sung knows. Shunai's parents haven't cared about her grades for a long time. And they've been active members of the anti-school violence Coma. And Hyuji means to say that such people would get involved in this kind of muck. Reply. Well, you never know. Zunai's father is a high-ranking police officer. And among the people who are involved with the Golden Circle. Stop. What did Hyuji just say? The Golden Circle? Kim never said anything about the Golden Circle in front of her. A stream of tears rolled down the girl's cheeks. Disappeared in an instant. It's like they turned off the faucet. Fuck it. It's Hyun Seong's fault. If he hadn't been so heartless, none of this would have happened. A few months ago, a girl noticed Kim. He's so handsome. Handsome, tall, pleasant. Good character, studious, even athletic, good from every angle. And I liked Hyuji because of his qualities. But the trouble was, she wasn't the only one claiming a boyfriend. Hyuji had heard that Kim had turned down countless girls who had tried to get close to him. Even in spite of her small popularity, the girl was afraid of rejection. So she decided to find out the fort before climbing into the water. For starters, asking Hyun Sung for help with his studies. Inadvertently touching his hands, Hyuji felt that the main character's behavior implied that it was okay for her to move on to the next stage. She asked a friend to ask Hyun Sung about his idea of the perfect girl. And to be honest, Kim had never thought about it. Probably someone like Hyuji, and after hearing Kim's words, the girl was sure. She prepared a gift and wrote a letter. And the day she met with him and suggested Hyun Sung to date, Hyuji experienced a bad ending for the first time in his life. Coming from a wealthy family, hearing no from her parents, living like Christ behind her back. The first rejection introduced Hyuji to despair, and anger began to ripen in her heart. And when the girl told Hyun Sung about everything, he shook with a series of nervous laughs, so she hired a golden circle just to get revenge. To which Hyuji immediately yelled. The guy told her that the girl fit his ideal, gave her signals, although he knew nothing about her. After that, her life went to hell, while Kim had fun as he could. He was getting more and more popular and getting better grades, and she felt like crap. The girl certainly didn't mean for things to go this far wrong, she just did. To make Hyun Seong feel as desperate as she did. That's it, she won't do it again, Kim will forgive her this time. And Kim's chuckles, already turning into some kind of nervous tic. Standing face to face at the manifestation of pure evil, Hyun Sung suddenly lost all emotion. The girl should know Kim didn't turn her down because she wasn't his type. You should have told her back then. Hyun Sung just couldn't afford to date Hyuji. The girl was constantly having lunch in cafes and changing phones like gloves. The guy just couldn't take it, so he had no choice but to refuse her. And the girl was happy at that moment, so Hyun Sung. And taking his hand, the girl said with a smile, "You should have just been honest." If Kim had told everything right away as it was, she wouldn't have gone this far. Could they start over? But no, it was already too late. Grabbing Hyuji by the hair, Kim whispered quietly. He would destroy both the girl and her entire family. And even the slightest reason for her joy. In that instant, he broke into a powerful brain. That bitch will never understand why he made it this far. 10 years of hell in a vegetable state. And countless misfortunes for the protagonist's family. And now Hyun Sung is going out of his way to prevent it. How dare Hyuji consider herself a human being? When she sent Kim into the abyss of despair and humbly watched. All this over a simple rejection. People like her never change. When they're done, Hyuji should look for a good plastic surgeon. That's a shame. All that money's gonna be spent on fixing a broken fucking face. It's a shame for her, isn't it? A little while later, Yoon Chul burst into the storeroom. He was shocked, to say the least. Really? Kim's hitting girls already, and it's so brutal. She's got bruises all over her body and she's bleeding. But it doesn't matter. It's all because of her. She was the one who hired the Golden Circle, so she deserved it. Yoon Chul interjected, but is Hyun Seong sure about that? The teacher thought frantically, is this the quiet client of the Golden Circle? Still, Kim was overreacting. But on the other hand, did she hire the school bullies? You can't let something like this go unpunished. All right, he'll work it out somehow. But the girl's parents won't let it go that easily. Her father has a lot of influence in Daesun. This is a whole new level. But it's okay. It's okay. Yoon Chul won't have to clean up the mess by himself. Just have a man send Hyuji home. That's all he has to do. And when the girl reached her home, she was met by her father, Okun Sam. What the fuck is this? What kind of fucked up motherfucker did this to his girl? What? They got a fucking death wish. Hyuji's mother immediately ran to her favorite daughter. What were they going to do now? Would her husband let the bastards who had done this go unpunished? Who does this woman take him for? Has she lost her mind? He'll put all those involved in it in the dungeons. But first, how did those assholes in the circle manage to give away his daughter's identity? Jong-soo, you dumbass. But after dialing the broker, all the man heard was the same old phrase. The caller is on the line. Please call back later. All because Chan-soo had recruited a completely different person a little earlier. Hello, is this the Gold Circle broker in Seoul? Jang Chang-soo, right? Kim sent Hyuji home early. In Jung-soon Circle, failures can be forgiven and given a second chance. However, revealing the client's identity is a different story. Didn't the broker realize how Hyun Sung knew about it? But had Daejun really betrayed him? And Kim grinned. Did the man get it? He's just become a threat to the circle's existence, and the organization has no choice but to cover their tracks. They'll take out everyone connected to the case. The broker is really stressed out about what Hyun Seong is saying, but God forbid he ends this circus. Here's a simple question for Chan-soo. Does he want to live? And receiving a favorable response, Kim said that in that case, all the broker needed to do was report to the management in the circle that the man had successfully handled everything. Jong-soo had finished with Hyun Sung and the client was very satisfied. Daejun had also finished the job and was ready to return to Seoul, but the broker didn't understand. It's not like the client would keep quiet about Jong-soo's failure. However, the man might just forget about him. Does he have? At the beep of the dropped call, the broker nervously lit a cigarette. The situation is fucked up. Fuck it. The man is now out of options. He's cornered. And I got a client calling. Okay, I need to talk to him. And then a series of angry rants came out of the speaker. Why the fuck isn't that motherfucker picking up the phone? Hyuji's father would really like to know, looking at his daughter's battered face. How is Chan-soo going to handle the situation? What did that asshole guarantee him from the beginning? That their organization has an exceptional reputation without a single failure. And if Kun-san decides to tell someone about it, why is the broker silent? Does he think his management will happily talk to the customer personally? Let him answer immediately. But the answer was totally unexpected. Da Chang-soo didn't give a fuck. He's sorry, but their deal is over. It's over. As Hyuji's father pointed out, The golden circle has never failed. And the broker just set a precedent. What does the man think is going to happen to him? He's fucked. Jeonsu wants to live, okay, so he gave all the details about their deal to Kim Hyun Seong. Oh, Hyun probably didn't know that there were some papers in the deal. But life is unpredictable, and the broker kept a couple of important documents just in case. The man was furious at those words. The broker is a total scumbag. Hyun will give him and the gold circle up. Those bastards will all go down. But it seems like Hyuji's father doesn't get it. Chung Sui ratted him out for a reason. It's time for him to get his head on straight. What happens next is up to him. And on that note, the broker hung up. That made the man even angrier, because someone was coming to their house. Who was there at this hour? He didn't get an answer, however. Kim Hyun soon came to visit them. What he's doing here and why the fuck he's sitting on a couch like he owns the place. Let him get his ass up right away. But Kim is in no mood to mess with a man's ears and sit next to him. Yeon Sam has two stools, and alas again, both with dicks. The first is to get back at Hyun soon, to file a police report and try to tighten the golden circle. In that case, Kim would just publicize everything broker had told him. The circle itself won't disappear after that. The same can't be said for Yuji and Jangsu's fathers. The man will go to jail and the daughter to the detention center. It's clear as day. The funny thing is, Hyun will be in jail for 3 years. But his daughter will be out in a couple months. The man has no idea what's going to happen to her without her powerful daddy, who will keep Hyuji away from Hyunseong. The man snapped. Is Kim threatening him? He thinks Hyunseong will just let it go. Well, Uncle needs to start choosing his words. After all, behind Hyunseong is Ko Jeonbom, the heir to Myeonching Construction. It doesn't cost a guy anything to ask him for help. Like telling him to break a couple ribs, or worse, the options are endless. Or Hyun thinks the guy doesn't have the guts, so let the man ask Hyuji. Her pretty face will explain everything to him immediately. But a man cannot worry, because there is also a second option. Dropping the knife on the floor, Kim continued, how about this loving daddy tames his daughter's own tendons? Then he won't hurt him. Hyunseong has nothing else to say. Daughter or status, let him choose. In the meantime, he will go away. The man's wife was trying to calm her daughter down. What does this guy mean? He's crazy. The woman asks her husband to call the police sooner rather than later. Why doesn't he do anything? Kim's leaving, right? And the man with the shaking hands understood. What a bastard. The guy's really right about everything. Right down to the last word. One mistake and he'll end up behind bars. Mention construction, cock and bomb. They're all out of his league. This is his house, his business, who's gonna run it? And picking up the knife, the man lamented, he told me not to spoil the children so much. He made his choice, and unfortunately for his daughter, not in her favor. Meanwhile, Hyunseong finally met up with the broker in real life. And they had already had a chance to discuss the recent event. The broker asks, even if Hyunseong decides to go for the second option, Kim won't stop there, right? And yes, of course the broker is right. He'll make the man take a step. At first, little by little, Kim exposes all the fraudulent schemes in which Hyunseong was involved in any way. And then he'll reveal everything the broker gave away to the young man. Sounds cool, doesn't it? And if Hyunseong doesn't have the balls to cripple his daughter, then Hyunseong will just lock him up for domestic violence. And the broker wonders what the young man's plan is. Like, yeah, he bought some time, but sooner or later the circle will figure it out. And that's right, so Hyunseong wants to offer the broker a deal. Code-named Trojan Horse. Jang-soon cooperated with the young man because he bet on him to survive. Kim is sure that the broker realizes that he is just a bargaining chip for the circle. That's why he wants to talk to him straight. Why would a man be loyal to the circle? And the broker answered in no uncertain terms, for the money. And since that's the case, Jang-sun can safely make money with Kim. But no, even though the broker is just a hair away from death, no one has ever mistaken him for a moron. Being a double agent is an even more dangerous game. He admits, he did join the circle to make a huge pile of dough. And the organization is more than capable of giving it to him. The broker only leaked the information because he's too afraid of the circle. So what's the deal with this Trojan horse? Hyun Seong wants a man to risk his ass for a young man and Myung Chin's money. That's bullshit. Kim only said one word to that, celestials. And the broker tensed up. What? How does he know? And Hyunseong continued. In 2 years, Kun-soo should be a broker for the best of the best. Isn't that right? The vertical of the golden circle, the golden line. Like any structure, it has its classes. The top politicians, top businessmen and officials. In the circle environment, they are called the big leagues. These people have their own brokers, and the higher the rank, the bigger and better the circle encourages them. In addition, the ideal brokers are accepted into the league itself. Chen-su was shocked by the guy's words, and the uppers don't even know everyone in the circle. How does Hyun Sung know all this? It's crazy. What if it really works out? Of course, if the circle finds out about Chen-su's betrayal, there will be a price to pay. But otherwise, the man will be gone in a couple of years, and no one will catch him. And if Hyun Seong runs over the golden circle, that's 2 birds with 1 stone. It's a song. After thinking it over carefully, the broker asked how he could become a member of the league, so Kim asked the man not to rush into it for at least the next month. But then Chen-su will get what he wants. And finished his business here. Kim went to one person to further strengthen his position. The protagonist pondered. Jong-soo probably does not understand how he found out about everything, but in Hyun Seong's past life, after just a couple of years, the society learned about the existence of the cirque. It became a national scandal after proving the involvement of politicians and big businessmen that the Golden Circle case was closed, without publicizing even one league member's name. It is impossible to legally destroy the circle. The bigwigs and those in power will never allow it. So it was time for Kim to move on to the next stage of the plan. And his next target was Prosperity Party Senator Kim Pano. The man wondered if it was the same guy who had sent him the note. Tano called Hyun Sung to say, no need to tease him about some rumors. The note said that the young man could clear him of all suspicion. What is this? A prank? And the protagonist understands everything. It sounds absurd. But the guy still hopes that the man will at least listen to him and decide for himself. After all, Hyun Seong wants to make a deal with him. From his past life, Kim remembered that during his professorship, Pano had developed many useful connections, which he used to promote the children of influential officials. And with the help of the latter, the man had risen to the rank of senator. But in a moment, Pano's entire carefully constructed world imploded. All because Senator Chen Jiul uncovered a corruption scheme. Hyunseong had been waiting for the right moment when the man needed him. In the not-too-distant past, the young man had discreetly left a note on Pano's office door with his number and an offer of help. And at the moment, Will has just filed charges against the man. And it's all very strange because there's no personal animosity between them. And there's no obvious upside for Will in this case. However, Kim believes that this person had someone asked to dig under Pano. For example, it could be Senator Yang Mingnu, leader of the Prosperity Party. But Pano is doubtful. That's a pretty dangerous statement. And Hyun Sung knows it, but he's confident in his words. Yang Ming needs to cut down a young rival who is rapidly gaining power. However, directly prying on a member of his own party is very difficult. That's why he forced Senator Will to do it. After all, partisan infighting is a common occurrence. Besides, Will has no wrongdoing. It's not so easy for him to get revenge. The man dried Kim carefully. The boy is quite perceptive, but it's not enough. Suppose the young man is right, then what's the big deal? But it's as simple as a clear day. There's only one solution. If you can't argue with the message, shoot the messenger. Influential parents always have children with absurdly high grades. Any way you slice it, rumors will start. Soon a story about foreign students who were using will surface. But the identity of one of them will not be revealed. And what a lucky coincidence that Senator Will's son is studying abroad right now. Hyun Sung's words made the man laugh. He doesn't understand what the guy is getting at, but Kim was persistent. This news is about to hit the media. If Pano plays his cards right, he can avoid the scandal. The man, however, knows that in politics it is extremely difficult to rebuild a face, especially when it has been completely destroyed. One mistake, and as they say, you're wrong. If Pano closes his gestalt, at least his future won't be jeopardized. And beyond that, Hyunseong has plans to smooth tea. On that note, Kim has to digress. When Pano is convinced of the importance of the boy, he will certainly turn to him. And the young man will wait for that moment for exactly 1 week. A few days later, the newspaper was bursting with news of those very students. Even Senator Will himself didn't know that his eldest son was Yuzi. Hyunseong and Pano met again in the senator's office. And the man wondered, how did a mere student know such information? Well, thanks to Mr. Ko Chon-bom, of course. The young man has a lot of influential friends. And Kim didn't come empty-handed, he came with a plan. Alright, the man sees the guy's got balls. But so what's his plan? However, Hyun Sung took his time and answered the question with a question. The senator doesn't happen to be running for president. The man was amazed. How did the boy know? And Kim continued. He's not implying anything, of course, but if Pano's ambitions are as the young man thinks they are, the man doesn't stand a chance. All because there is no corresponding history behind Pano. Coming from a wealthy family, a graduate of an elite school, he became a professor under a simplified program and had no trouble getting into parliament. Pano was born with a golden spoon in his mouth. That's why he will lose the election. He has always had everything, and having finished speaking, Kim remembered. In his previous life it was because of this man that he was defeated. He was upset. You mean Hyun Seong is asking Pano to surrender? No. The senator got it wrong. The man wouldn't turn his back on his goal anyway, so he better let Hyunseong make him king. Menson Construction will finance everything. As the man probably knows, laundering money in construction is the easy part. For starters, Kim and his patrons will create a panorama story, the perfect legend for an election campaign that will make people hold the man up as an example. The panel, in turn, will become the politician who destroyed the Golden Circle. When this organization would be recognized by the public, the senator would hustle up a solution to this little problem. The man would become a star literally overnight. Plus there would be absolutely no risk involved. It's Hyun Seong who makes the porridge. And if anything spills on the table, he'll clean it up personally. Pano only needs to help as much as he can. It's clear to the man. Those are very big words for a 17-year-old. However, Kim objected. Pano would have plenty of time to find confirmation of his words and make sure. Hyunseong isn't an ordinary miner, but the man who made Ko Chon-bom the heir apparent to Myungchin Construction. It is Kim who is entirely behind his success, and the next day, everyone around the school was discussing the recent events. I think Hyuji took the documents and fuck knows why. Someone saw a girl being taken to the hospital a couple days ago. Apparently, she was so badly injured that she couldn't walk on her own. And Hyun Seong, who heard this gossip, just couldn't believe it. Kun-som did it after all. What kind of asshole would do that? There were plenty of ways for him to protect Hyuji. Kim certainly understands. It's hard to make a finalized decision on emotion. But I guess Hyun soon will send someone to look after Hyuji. It's just a matter of waiting for the presidential candidate to accept the young man's offer. With heavy thoughts, the protagonist walked towards the exit of the school. If Pano backed up, he would have to go with Plan B and get rid of this man. Because he knows Kim personally, then we'll have to find a new riding horse. After all, who knows if Hyun Seong will face another opponent again. In the worst-case scenario, Pano might join forces with the Golden Circle, but the protagonist hopes it won't come to that after all. Suddenly someone shouted at him. It's a really big bald man, and he asks Hyun Sung nicely to get in the car and go with him. But Kim's not a good guy, so he says yes. And eventually ended up in Senator Pano's office. The man was going crazy in there. Is Hyun Sung really behind John Beam? Pano admits, for a kid that age, to merit is not childish. But does Kim have any idea what it would cost them to destroy the Golden Circle? And Hyun Sung already knew that the man was in on it. They sat down and Pano continued. The man doesn't understand the motivation. Kim was never their target, so why organize a plan to destroy the Golden Circle? Hyunseong frowned, and the senator ever experienced the feeling of utter helplessness in the face of unjustified anger. A powerful man like this man will be able to stand up for himself, but the circle's targets are other people, poor, weak, and unable to fight back. They can't drop out, or their lives will be over. They do not have to wait for help from adults and teachers, because the Golden Circle has everything covered. Everyone involved in the share. Tano can imagine the realization of your own worthlessness when you are constantly being beaten up in school and even outside of school, not being able to do anything about it, only to suffer endlessly. It's hell. Hyun Sung will destroy this fucking cycle of school violence. The desire to harm each other may be in the blood of humanity, but Kim, by all means, wants to destroy those who profit from it. The senator is clear. Let the kid lay out his plan. Tano will listen and promise to think about it, and Hyun Seong will speak up. The Golden Circle holds the reputation of being influential due to having an unprecedented history without failure. The young man had gained the confidence of their broker by getting him to make a false report. He reported to them that the last assignment had been completed. When Kim is in his senior year and it's time to take the state exam, he will transfer to Gangnam, Seoul, holding the top spot in the country. And as Pano thinks about what will happen when Korea's top 1 student is transferred to the capital city, and all the way to Gangnam. To top it all off, it turns out that the Golden Circle couldn't get rid of him. And the man realizes, shit's gonna hit the fan. And the kid didn't stop. Inside the school, the influence of the outside world is limited. But even there, Hyunseong will be able to fight the pressure. The panel is all it takes to provide Kim with enough support to keep him from being expelled. The longer the young man holds out, the more trouble he'll cause for the circle. Amazingly, Hyunseong is confident in his own success and is determined to go all the way. Tano realized he and the young man look a lot alike. Does Kim even, know why a man wants to be president? Actually, he just wants to try, that's all. The funny thing is that Tano knows a lot of people who want the position. And given their backgrounds, they have a good chance, but the man still wants to try. There was not a single failure in his life. He went to a prestigious university, rose through the professoriate, and became a senator. Why can't Pano then become the best in the country? The guy needs to remember, one failure on Hyun Sung's part and their relationship with Pano will definitely end. And Kim won't get any help. The senator will destroy all the evidence. But if the guy is sure he'll pull it, Pano takes him up on his offer. A few days had passed since Hyunseong and the senator had spoken. Kim was hanging around the school grounds as usual, intending to go to the auditorium. This time, however, someone called out to him. It was Shunai, and the girl asks the guy to sit next to her for a while and talk. They were seated on the bleachers. Shunai gathered his thoughts and spoke. Hyuji picked up her papers yesterday. They say she was taken away by ambulance. This is Kim's doing, isn't it? But he shouldn't worry. The girl won't tell anyone, no matter what. She can't stand people like Hyuji, sociopaths obsessed with their own feelings. Because of the same man, Shunai's brother passed away. Alright, what's her point? It's simple, the girl wants to help Hyun Seong. Kim thought for a moment. He didn't remember much about her from his past life. Had Hyunseong really seen her true face right now? The hidden side of Shunai, seeking revenge. Her parents were high-ranking officials and chairman of a committee against school violence. Certainly the girl is a useful figure, but ... What is Shunai willing to do for this? She says anything. Is that so? But then ... She gouge out the guy's eyes. No. The bastard who killed her brother with that shiv in Hyun Seong's hand. When Kim breaks someone's bones, he expects the same thing to be done to him. When he ruins someone's life, he's ready for his life to be rolled over. Would Shunai have the guts to work with the young man with the same zeal? Obviously not. So Hyunseong asks the girl not to bother him with this nonsense anymore. Her weakness will only get in the way. The path the protagonist follows, there's no room for ordinary people like Shunai. Yes, Hyun Seong did the right thing. And the main character was about to leave the school, but Siwoo jumped up to him. How's Hyun Seong? Did you finish your work? Not really. How about Siwoo? Are you doing well in school? Of course I did. I promised. Yeah. Him too? The only time the guys are together is in Dosan. But that's impossible in Seoul. Hyun Seong alone will be enough in this mess. The protagonist has to make sure that Siwoo can continue to live without problems, without his help. But Kim's a little soft, isn't he? We need to focus. Siwoo just noticed there was a man blocking their way. He's a stubborn one. The other private academies gave up after 1 or 2 tries. And the man decided to clarify the situation. His name is Roo Bem-seok, the principal of the Miracle Intensive Academy. And he promises, this is the last time. King can only give Bem-seok a few minutes. Hyun Seong has been getting a lot of attention from the various academies for the past few days. It's all because of the principal's mania to make their school prestigious. In pursuit of fame, Otwan made every media outlet he could reach report on the main character's triumph in the exams. But in the end, the principal only attracted the attention of Dosan's most prestigious academies. Their representatives made many very tempting offers to Hyunseong, however, they were all turned down. And at this point, Sivu decided to go ahead, leaving Hyunseong alone with Bem Seok. What does a man want again? Kim turned down that offer last time. Bem Seok, on the other hand, handed the young man an envelope. He's offering a deal. The man wants to buy Hyunseong's reputation. Miracle is going to expand from Dosan to Seoul if word gets out that Kim has joined their academy. Miracle Intensive will have a chance to compete with the best schools in Seoul. The guy may not even have to go to classes. Just let him confirm the rumor that he applied to Miracle. And if Hyun Sung gets the highest score in the exams, he'll get 100 million as an incentive. And Kim was amused to hear it. So that's what he's worth now. Well, barring revenge, the guy's life isn't so bad. Except Hyun Seong refuses. And that's simply because he doesn't want to. And the next day, after school was over, someone came to Kim's house again. This time, it was Lee Mizo, the manager of Daechi Sky's mother cafe. Hyun Sung will have a moment for her. And Kim had some free time on his hands, so why not? He and the manager sat down at a nearby coffee shop. Mizo immediately started talking about her community. It's a community where parents from the Daechi neighborhood share information about schools with each other. And the other day, Hyun Seong's. The woman will be blunt, she has an offer. Kim does not want to be a tutor for the children of her community members, including Ms. Lee Mizo's own child. Of course, she doesn't expect instant results. There are enough tutors in Seoul with better qualifications and results. But Ms. Lee Mizo is more interested in Hyunseong's special approach to studying. So to be specific about the offer, we need lessons once a week, 4 times a month. They'll pay 2 million won per lesson. Kim can teach in Daesan. If Hyun Seong has other conditions, they'll accept it too. That the main character doesn't hear about some mother's cafe. He needs to think about it for a couple days. That's what they agreed on. That evening, Kim decided to look up information about this community on the internet. For the most part, it's a regular forum. Alas, it looks kind of weak. But Hyun soon came across a profile with 10 million won worth of subscriptions. Well, he's going to see if Lemeso is worth anything. She must have some paid topics. And yes, the protagonist was not wrong. By clicking on the Sky Mystery tab, Hyun Seong got it. This is it. In a previous life, when the information about the Golden Circle was made public, who do you think made the biggest fuss? Ordinary people, politicians. These were the same mothers who are frantically shaking for the future of their children. And then they're the ones who started screaming that the Circle's actions were causing the kids to fall behind in their studies. That kind of power would be useful to have in one's pocket. As soon as Kim realized that, he dialed Mizo's number. They would meet tomorrow and agree to cooperate. And later, the very golden youth, the mothers of the Mizo community came to Dosan, and they were puzzled. Why the hell did their parents make them come here? And one of them was Lee Mizo's son, Kang Min-woo. This high school kid was outraged, all because of poor Kim who doesn't even live in Ganami. He's some fucking gifted bruiser. And his friends supported the guy. Teenagers are pissed off that they have to be taught by some but know how. Everyone present of course tried to avoid this trip. But their parents couldn't be persuaded. And Minhwa, sensing the mood of his friends, even managed to fuck up the class. But the others said they don't know shit. If they screw up this time, there will be consequences. However, Minhwa stood his ground. Don't let them worrying about it. What will their parents do if not everyone doesn't show up? That's right, they'll choose another tutor. The company doesn't need to see the first in the country in terms of studies to realize he's a fucking loser. What's he going to do? And his friends spit. Realistically, fuck that sucker. They just want to have fun. Going to this Dosan was torture in itself. They needed to rest. The teenagers had finished and went off in search of adventure. Meanwhile, Hyunseong was preparing for his first tutoring session. However, he was interrupted by a phone call. It was Jong-soo who was bothering him. Thanks to Kim, the broker had a dinner with Mr. Limit Chul-hyun, the executive director of future investment and security. Well, this man's son will be entering high school next year, and he will definitely need a golden lap. So Hyunseong is sure this is the broker's chance to jump into the big leagues. And when it works out, Jonsu will regularly leak information to the young man. Let a man remember that he should never corner a client's target. Let him see it through to the end, but not forgetting to give the target a chance to breathe. And most importantly, if the slightest miscalculation happens, the broker is fucked. That was the end of it. And Hyunseong was thinking, when Chen-su becomes his spy in the circle, Kim is sure to learn the names of the victims of their organization. I don't care if the guy turns his back on them for his own revenge. At least the protagonist will be aware of cases that are usually whispered about. He needs it because the memories from the past are still too clear. However, that's about all the guy's willing to do for now. More involvement is fraught. By the way, his students are late on the first day, and it was all about teenagers hanging out at a club at the time and singing an old-fashioned song at karaoke. But their weekend tea was interrupted by Hyunseong. The teenagers quickly explained to Kim that the place was occupied, and he better get the fuck out of here while he was still in one piece. However, Kim let these words pass by his ears and turned to Kon Minwoo. Isn't he Mizo's son? The teenager didn't understand how this freak knew him. Who was he? But instead of answering, he received a whiplash from Kim. That Minwoo fell down like a stone. If these kids don't get it, the fucking teachers in class, they do well to say hello to him. And the unlucky leader of a bunch of teenagers had a pretty bad case of the pants, but he didn't let it go to his head. Who does Hyun Seong think he is? Does he even know who his ancestors are? One phone call and Kim's life is over. But really, so let him call and tell him what happened. Hyun Seong will listen. Why is Minwoo staring at me? Let him tell his mom about how they didn't show up on the first day of school. Then he got a slap in the face from the tutor. Minwoo was terrified. Is this how the best student in the country acts? He thought Kim was just another asshole. But okay, that doesn't mean anything. Who gave Kim the right to hit Minhwa? And after dialing his mother, the boy immediately said he'd gotten to docent. However, he decided to take a break from studying today because he was tired from the road. And his tutor, well, the teenager didn't have time to finish. His mother screamed, "Is he out of his mind?" Lemeso is extremely disappointed. What did she tell Minwoo? No more slacking off. He's supposed to be studying hard. How did he even think of not showing up for his first class? When will her troublemaking Minwoo finally get his act together? It was hard not to hear the hysterical cries of a teenage mother. Hyun Sung was very pleased. Now having squeezed Minwoo's cell phone, it was his time to enter the dialogue. Wasn't Hyun Sung convincing enough to ask the teenagers not to be late for class? And the woman was very sorry. In response, Minwoo asked to give the kids an indulgence for the first time. It definitely won't happen again, and the right to punishment itself is in force. In case Minwoo disobeys Kim, Minwoo promises not to interfere with whatever sanctions Kim will impose on her son. The other parents also agree. Oh, great. So it's just like we talked about. Kim hung up the phone and said to a bunch of dazed teenagers, "What are we doing today? Study or get fucked?" And just an hour later, the teens finished an extra session with their new tutor. Wow, all that knows for something like that. Minwoo asked Shin Yumi, "Do you know of anyone local? Someone to hang out with?" The girl doesn't get it. Does the guy want to get even? Yes. Looking at his battered face, Minwoo said that Kim would still pay him back for everything. No one had ever laid a finger on him in his life. Once I got to Dosan, it started. That bastard messed with the wrong guy. He's Kong Minwoo, not some mountain dick. Well, the girls got this one guy. They call him Dosan's boss. Is he for real? So what's Yumi waiting for? Tell her to call him. I don't care if her mom gets upset. This isn't the first time Minwoo has disobeyed her. As they say, brother for brother, and this girl was convinced. She dialed a familiar number in a flash and told Dosan's boss about their company's problems, and he was none other than Jin Woo. 2 days later, he met with the girl and asked incredulously, "Some dude beat up her friend just for not being late for first class?" Yes. Yes. The girl confirms. Their next class is in 2 hours. And this asshole said he'd hit the gym before class. But Yumi still had her doubts, and the jock was sure he could handle it. Their tutor looked menacing. At that, Jinwoo smirked and reassured his friend. He's not some horse in a coat either. Going to the gym and being able to fight are different things. Just as they approached the gym, and bursting right in, Jinwoo saw Coach Gunchuli. This is where the man's first year trains. The jock wants to spar with him a little. And the coach wonders why the big guy wants to start training. He's already got a great body. Jinwoo was pleased by the compliment. If the coach wins it in sparring, anything could be possible. However, they were not alone here. There's something I'd like to know, too. What's that bald man doing here? The big guy immediately tensed up. Of all people, why him? And Jingwoo's companion immediately started making eyes at the blonde guy. Does the big guy know him? He's so handsome. Jingwoo was relieved. Thank God Yumiya's friend wasn't beaten up by Seiva. But at that moment another man appeared in the field of vision of the jock and his companion. And the girl recognized him. It was him, the guy who had beaten Manhwa. Of course, it was a sweaty but satisfied Hyunseong. Really? What's Jinwoo doing here? The big guy's face changed in a second. Did Hyunseong start beating up kids too? No, just the ones who deserve it, I guess. Screw him. I better leave while I'm still in one piece. His companion didn't understand where Jinwoo was rushing off to, and Bao had already gone outside. He was ashamed. He couldn't help his friend, but to run into Kim. Thankfully, the big guy got away, and Yumi finally caught up with the guy and took his hand. Where did he go? But the man immediately pulled his hand away. Fucking Kim. Hyun Sung teaches them. Yumi needs to slam the mitten down and listen to Jinwoo. She shouldn't call him again, and let her take her studies very seriously. The girl realized if their company didn't want more trouble, then let them study and think that Jinwoo is dead. They need to dry Hyunseong by all means. And leaving the girl alone, Bao calmly walked off into the sunset. An hour later, the teenagers began another tutoring session. Kim took a responsible approach to this case. The information flowed out of his mouth as if he had been teaching for 10 years. However, his students obviously had a hard time using their brains. Let them focus. Hyun Sung understands it's hard for them to go to Dosan 3 times a week, but the teens better think about their parents. How sad they'll be if at the end of such expensive lessons with Kim, their scores never go up. And Hyun Seong promises the teenagers this will be far from the worst thing that awaits them. Kids shouldn't kid themselves. They've suffered bullshit their whole lives. So here's the deal. If they do well on their exams, they'll only be scheduled once a week, and Kim will ask their parents to cancel other tutors. If the teenagers trust Hyunseong and don't screw up, he'll get them into a top university in Seoul. They want to work hard all week, or they want to study at home and come to Kim's house every 7 days. Half a month later, the protagonist met Minho again. The woman was impressed. Her son's test scores had increased by a couple of points in all subjects. The other children were doing just as well. All in all, a huge and sincere thank you to Kim for his work. Minho would like to discuss their further terms of tutoring. She paid 10 million a week for each person. Of course, Hyun Sung will get a bonus for any positive jumps in his grades. How does the young man feel about it? Well, that's alright. As long as their earlier agreement stands, Kim's fine with it. Well, that's good. The guys probably got other things to do. Maybe they'll end it there. Yeah. But actually, there was something I wanted to know. What's Minwoo's father's job? The woman smiled. And what's her husband's? Kon Dongkui is the chief prosecutor of Seoul Central District. But Hyun-sung thought so. Their family has plenty of power. But against their strong desire, they spend all their energy and money on their son's studies. They don't want to deal with the golden circle. And by the afternoon of the next day, everyone at school was happy and joyful. And it was only natural, because vacation was coming soon. Yoon Kori, as usual on such occasions, was making a speech. He congratulated the students on their winter vacation. Soon they would be facing their second year. The students' further future depends on how they spend their free time. And that's the end of it. They can go their separate ways. But Hyun Seong, the man will ask him to stay. And when they were alone in the classroom, the man asked Kim, the boy knows he cares for him a lot, doesn't he? If anything happens during the vacation, he should call right away without hesitation. Yoon Choli's door is always open to Hyun Seong. At the same time, the teacher was thinking. It took him a long time to realize what kind of guy this Hyunseong was. Yoon Chol thought Kim would be the cause of his downfall, especially when the young man blackmailed the man, knowing about their affair with the English teacher. In fact, the guy turned out to be a lucky charm. Well, Kim mutually wished the teacher a good vacation. But at the same time, he thought, let him smile with all his teeth. until the main character would ruin his happiness. And with the kind that the teacher cannot even imagine. Oh, here comes Sivu. It's time for Kim. Time to go to the gym. And within an hour, the boys were in place and sitting with the coach in the locker room. They are very curious if Hyun Chul evaluated the young men as professional fighters, what levels he would give them. But when you think about it, Sivu has a great jab but suffers from his work in the clinch. That's his biggest weakness. He would be good for the amateur league, but he still has a lot of work to do to get to the pro scene. King Sun, on the other hand, could step into the ring with the best fighters tomorrow. Kim has great judgment and is quite feisty. His punches and takedowns are good. However, the coach did point out that we are only talking about the lower professional league. Yes, Kim is a promising young man, but so far things are like this. He just lacks physical fitness. Still, there are fighters around 30 years old fighting on the professional scene. They are at the height of their powers. The young man doesn't stand a chance against them. Whether it was strikes or grabs, he wouldn't have the strength to fight them. Well, in that case, Kim has a request for the coach. Over this winter break, Gensel will help him and Sivu get pumped up. And already the next day, 5 a.m. the guys started intensive training. First, a race through the streets of the city, followed by strength exercises, standing press, pull-ups, lunges. But exercise alone wasn't enough. What and when the guys eat also plays a role. So the food that the trainer prepared for them should be eaten to the last crumb. The guys exercise 3 times a day, with 5 meals a day, day after day, without a break, like fucking squirrels in a wheel. Kim's body was shocked, to put it mildly. At one point, he throws up. Did the protagonist overdo it, or was it because he was overeating too much? Hyunseong breaks out in a cold sweat and his body aches like it's about to fall apart. But if the coach finds out, he may reduce the load. And Kim's getting stronger every day. We can't stop. Hyunseong couldn't even handle Taejin, and he was only rank B. This is just the beginning. The protagonist must endure everything. Koo Chong-boon, Jang Soo, Kim Pa-no. The young man has finally put together all the necessary pieces to overthrow the Golden Circle. We can't let everything go to waste because of a moment of weakness. Remembering his sorry state from a past life, about the desperation that had Kim begging for another chance, Hyunseong pulled himself together. Even if he didn't get revenge, he couldn't tear those bitches apart with his own hands. At the very least, he would give them a sweet life before he died. And Shaiwu saw how Hyun Seong was having a hard time, and how his body couldn't take it. Naturally, he decided to talk to the coach about it. They need to stop Kim. Now, he might get worse. And Dan Cool realizes it, but there's no way Kim will give up training, even if he's going to reduce his body to nothing. As a coach, the man certainly has no right to do that, but his decision won't change. He doesn't know what happened to Hyunseong, but Jen Chul is sure. There's no way the guy will stop. If the coach interferes with the young man, Hyunseong will simply find an alternative path, even if it's much more dangerous. In such a case, the man would prefer to be solely responsible for Kim. He's going to let him make the decision on his own, because the coach has no power to influence the guy. Now, 5 weeks later, Kim hasn't given up on training, put on weight, got faster, taller and stronger, and properly practiced on a boxing toe. He asked the coach what level the man thinks Kim is at now. Kyung Chul was impressed. The young man gained mass quite quickly. Of course, his muscles are not fully formed yet, but the coach believes that Hyun Sung is already capable of competing with professionals. That's how it is. Then the protagonist wonders, what about Kyung Chul himself? The man smirked. Kim's got a lot of nerve. All right, now they're gonna test it in the best way possible. Cage sparring. No give and take. The fight started and it was immediately clear. Kim had built up his skill set. He has good reaction speed, and almost all of Gunchul's punches missed their target. And those that hit the bow were blocked. The young man keeps his defense, not losing concentration. The coach is proud of his ward. However, it is still too early for Kim to think about fighting professionals. The man used a low kick and finally broke through the guy's defense. After that, Hyunseong swam and missed a few punches to the skull. The young man's overconfidence prevents him from assessing the enemy soberly. Therefore, Kyung Chul will bring Kim down to earth so that in the future he will not make a mistake for this reason. However, the coach didn't have time to finish his thought, as he himself made a mistake and received a kick from the assembled Hyun Sung, who, After a successful attack, broke the distance. Regardless of the situation, the young man must see and capitalize on his opponent's mistakes. Now Kim goes on the offensive. No matter who he has to fight with and under what conditions, the protagonist must prevail at all costs. Excuses like there were too many of them or he was too strong are not acceptable. It won't happen again. And in the middle of sparring, coach almost got Kim, but the young man countered with an uppercut. It's certainly impressive to the coach, but it's not that simple. He answered Kim in the same coin. This blow the young man could no longer withstand, and Jen Chul summarized it. Hyunseong is certainly talented, kid, but some peaks are still beyond his grasp. Kim didn't remember anything else. The young man just passed out. However, after a couple minutes, he was brought to his senses by Shai Woo. Is Hyun Seong alive? Hello, garage. It's not that the young man is weak. Their coach is a fucking monster. He was champion for a reason. He withstood all of Kim's attacks and still took him down in the end. But Hyunseong just laughed. What's the matter? Why is he laughing? Is he out of his mind? Did he get hit on the head to heart? But no, Kim decided to tell Shaibu what's going on. In his first fight with his trainer, the young man couldn't even raise his fists. But today was different. Yes. Hyunsung lost again, but the coach didn't hold back this time. The young man has one more year to get stronger. And on the evening of the same day the protagonist went to meet an old acquaintance. It was about cooking bombs, and he was in shock. What happened to Kim? It's like the guy's been eating nothing but squirrels for a month. I can't even talk to him anymore. Changebum handed the young man an envelope. Okay, it wasn't important. After all, the house Kim had told him about was finally for sale. What is he going to do with it? The heir to Munich really doesn't get it. The neighborhood is empty. Private houses or shopping malls are not needed there. That leaves only the factory. But there's a better place for that too. And Hyun Seong is clucking. We'll have to pair one name with Jan Bombs. And Kim said he has some information from Senator Pana. A huge industrial complex will be built between Dosan and the neighborhood where the house is for sale. And there will be a road running through it, going out to the highway. Soon this land will be a lacquered piece of land for many. And therefore, Munching Construction should build a township of private houses there. However, Chen Boon continued to be stupid. It's only 3.5 hectares. What kind of output is that going to generate? Stop. Kim doesn't want to say that. Yes, in the protagonist's past life, a 3-hectare land in the area was sold at auction with a 2,000% markup. It's all due to a happy coincidence and one very important reason. Mr. Chenbom is familiar with the cadastral map, right? It's a map drawn up by the state showing the city's neighborhoods and development plans. Now, part of these 3 hectares will be occupied by the highway, so there is not much room to turn around. Unlike the 20 acres of no man's land next door to the lot for sale, at this point they can be bought for next to nothing. What if both of these plots are not purchased? Even at a price of 2 million won per square meter, the possible revenue from this land would pass 30 billion. Let the man add to this the good reputation of the Munchin, who will be busy building in this place, and the profit from this land is even hard to imagine. And for Chanbom, it's not just another opportunity to successfully demonstrate initiative, but also to show himself as a promising future chairman of the company. The man was immediately enamored with the idea and soon purchased a 3-hectare plot at double the price. The former owner was already afraid that he would not be able to sell this land even for $500,000 per square meter. He is grateful to Director Changebum from the bottom of his heart. And the man is curious, just out of curiosity. Soo Kim, the former owner, doesn't know who owns the neighboring land. A short time later, Kim was on his way to school and thinking the grueling training would sharpen his fighting skills. And with Chenbum's money and Panu's power, the young man has an outstanding roof. But the protagonist still lacks brute strength. In the future, Kim is faced with problems that he can't get out of on his own. That's when the army comes in handy, with people like Jong-soo and Sung-ho. During his second year of school, Hyun-soon has to finalize this point, and prepares for everything by keeping a cool head. The snow has already melted, spring has come and the flowers have bloomed. March has come and it is time to go back to school and continue. And in the walls of the educational institution there were new freshmen who were not aware of the established order at all. They were discussing local rumors. There's a sophomore, Hyun Seong, they say he's fucking tough. I think Kim even beat up Shin Youngmin. All of this certainly seems like a fairy tale. After all, Youngmin, he was even in juvenile detention. One of the newcomers asked with a snide face. Are you guys really falling for this nonsense? This immortal's name is Jang Hyuk-jin, and he continued. Did they even see Youngmin fight? He's a beast. Hyuk-jin has never seen a better fighter in his life. Who's this Hyun Sung? He's a pedal-powered asshole, so let the guys forget about the gossip. However, someone interrupted his speech and said, let him put out his cigarette. When Hyuk-jin heard this, he wanted to say, who's so impudent, but his comrades quickly took him under their arms and apologized to the unknown elder. Hyuk-jin didn't realize who the asshole was at all, but the other participants ordered him to shut up and gave him some friendly advice. He should look at that senior's namatag. It's Kim Hyun Seong. Hyuk-jin really messed something up. Let Kim forgive him. He's going to put out his cigarette now. After dealing with the immortal Nointim, Hyunseong gathered all of his men on the roof. Kim had heard that when Dosun divided the territory, there was a pact to protect only their own and stay away from outsiders. But Hyunsung hates bastards like Youngmin, so Kim rid their school of such scum, but he doesn't plan to stop there. Within the next 6 months, all schools will be like their school. The boys were aghast at this statement, and Sunho decided to speak for all of them. I don't think Kim understands, it's not like going to a cigarette store. If they mess with anyone, the school will be the #1 enemy in their neighborhood. Yes, ordinary high school students have become sort of members of the OPG, mostly due to their involvement in the Golden Circle, who created a secret community, where they'd ask each other for help in case of trouble. But Kim has to eradicate the Golden Circle from Dosun completely. Of course, he's not asking for help for free. The boys will get 50 grand for each school. They can split the money any way they want. And Hyun Seong will give an extra 10,000 to the one who excels. And waving the new banknotes, Kim asked the boys, so, is the game worth it now? And a few days later at school, Hyuk-jin pressed his classmate's face into the desk. He was so fucking sick of that weakling's whining. Who knew? He's surrounded by some suckers. The new immortal will take them all under his thumb. Just let them wait. However, during recess, Hyun Sung and his brothers burst into the classroom. It was Hyuk-jin who started the fight. Don't let him play dumb. Kim knows everything. And without waiting for an answer, Hyunsung forced the newcomer to the floor with one punch. But what the fuck? Kim's fucking with him again. And when he got punched in the face, Hyuk-jin freaked out. That's quite a slap. He's gonna be ringing in his ears for half the day. Out of the blue, Yun Cho came to class, but when he saw the situation, he immediately remembered that he had forgotten his phone in the teacher's room. He left immediately, and Kim finally broke the silence with a question. The newcomer still didn't get why he got punched in the face, did he? But Hyun Sung will tell him why Hyuk-jin is bullying the boys. Kim usually stays out of other people's business, but he won't let assholes like Hyuk-jin get away with it. That's why the young man came to tell the new guy to his face, and make an example of him for everyone else. After these words, Kim did not stand on the newcomer, and when the break was over, he went away. The boys' classmates were horrified. Did Kim really beat up Hyuk-jin that badly just for a routine hit and run? Yeah. Some of the freshmen saw it with their own eyes. It was rough. Some heard that senior Hyunseong had banned bullying in their school, but no one thought it was that severe. Suddenly, the gossip of the first-year students was interrupted by Balthan. They've heard that Hyunseong is going to clean up all the schools in Daejeon. He says that anyone who wants to participate can contact him. For his help, Kim offers a dozen nice crunches each to the account. And while Baltun was recruiting, the protagonist and Sunho met on the roof to discuss a few things. And Bal had figured out something, that if Kim started a fight, a dozen other schools would go after them. Half of them are dumbass thugs, but the others. There's a cadre ICT school. Name is Jun Hae-min. They say he fucked Yoon Min up in an amateur fight. How would Hyun Seong act in that case? He's not going to do it just because it won't work, is he? He has to have a good reason, or they'll be mobbed by a bunch of high school kids the very next day. Kim was greatly annoyed by these speeches. Not without the help of Ko Chonbum's experts, the protagonist learned that this Jun Hae-min's entourage are the Golden Circle's underlings. And because of him, and his henchmen, Daejeon is slowly turning into Gangnam. At this rate, It won't be long before the tin that Ghana is drowning in will flow into Kim's native Daesan. Seon Ho doesn't have to worry. There are those who would be happy to mess with him in places where this kind of scum appears. Hyun Seong has a list of Hyun Seong's victims. They're exactly the kind of thing that would be a good reason to start a conflict. After a time at jail high school in Daesan, one of the local teachers reprimanded Sen to Hyun, a student at the institution, who is suspected of stealing money from other students. The threat had an immediate effect, and Daeyeon repented. Let the teacher forgive him. He won't do it again. But that's when he got caught. But what's more? It means he stole it. What's wrong with that guy? 500,000 won. If Daeyeon returns the money, the teacher will think of what to do with him. However, the guy was quick to disappoint the man. He lost everything. And what? Teacher was incredibly angry. First Daeyeon lies that he didn't steal. And when he's caught lying, now he says he lost everything. A man is supposed to believe that. It seems the kid is hopeless. Taking the ruler in his hands, the teacher ordered Daeyeon to bend over. It was time for him to pay for his misdeeds. And after a while, Daeyeon finally went outside. But then the red-haired Han Jin immediately fucked him up. Is this guy out of his mind? Didn't his parents teach him? It's not good to steal. He should have kept his head down. Even if the redhead didn't accuse him, the others would have. Next time, Loshka should just beg someone to help him. Poor beggar. It's because of morons like Daehyun that their schools are considered a bunch of trash. And Badlin, standing on the sidelines, didn't give a shit about the kid's problems. Shit. Red's a real piece of work. He's getting more creative every time he grills the kid. And Daeyeon thought how unfair it all was. Hanjin was the one who stole all the money, asshole. However, the bastard was not happy with the result of his bullying. He kicked Daeyeon's leg really hard. Did it hurt him? Hanjin had heard that the teacher took it out on the thief. So let Daeyeon take off his pants and show him. The young man hesitated. He wouldn't want to do that. But Red continued to insist. Daeyeon must have lost his memory. Did he forget how he kneeled naked one rainy day and swore that he would do whatever Red told him to do? He needs to obey before Hoonjin gets angry. And Daeyeon obeyed, which surprised everyone present. Holy shit, he actually took his clothes off. I mean, how do you watch that? Here Red was already satisfying. Daeyeon must know something else. That money wasn't enough. The poor guy has to get another $50 somewhere. In a shaky voice, Daeyeon said he was sorry, but he didn't have that much money. And Hanjinu, hearing this, kneed the kid's torso with his knee. Oh, really? Daeyeon has no money. Then, oh, okay, I guess I made a mistake. Since the kid doesn't have any money, Hajin has to ask Daeyeon's mom. So the bastard gathered his suckers to visit the poor kid's mother's store. Here. However, Daeyeon couldn't take it anymore and loudly ordered the fucker to stop. Here's where Red didn't get it anymore. What did the kid just call him? He's gonna have to answer for that right now, but he didn't. Someone quickly went through the crowd of Red suckers and swiftly smacked Hongjin in the jaw. Dahyun and Red's henchmen didn't understand anything at all. What just happened? Who is this guy? This guy isn't from their school, right? And Hyunsung stood quietly, waiting for the attack. Kim quickly knocked out the goons who ran up to him and replied, "He's just a passing friend of Daeyeon's." Shortly before these events, a battered Daeyeon lay in his room under a blanket and shed tears. How could he have gotten to this point? Why did he have to go through all this? Maybe he should just stab the redhead. No, the guy's never been in a fight in his life. Why would he do that? Daeyeon's tired of living like this, isn't he? But then the young man's self-abuse was interrupted by a message on his phone. Who could it be? What? A site that takes complaints about school violence? Yeah, and the name is so typical. Overheard in Dosan, it says that if you send them a letter with personal details and tell them to end how the complainant is being bullied, the creators of the site give their word. They will take revenge forever. Doc Hyun, of course, was skeptical about it, but try, as they say, is not torture. At this moment, Hyun Seong had already dealt with the local mob, and Kim and the boy had found a quiet place to talk. It was Da-han who had sent the letter to Do-san's eavesdropper, and the boy was tongue-tied. He couldn't believe it. So it's all true, the forum is working, and Kim continued, "The world's a shitty place, isn't it? Weak people have to face terrible things. It's only worse when their common problems are glossed over, calling them childish jokes. Yeah. Hyung was surprised. Their common problems. Kim talks about it with such trepidation. But it's not all that simple. Hyun Seong is angry that the victims of hooligans are injured for life, and the perpetrators quietly exist further and go unpunished. It should not be so. But unfortunately, they have no other choice. To reconcile means to inflict a greater blow on oneself, and to fight back is death, because it will surely be considered an attack, and those who should have gotten what they deserved will become victims. No matter what you do, you'll end up a fool. Their shared suffering is theirs alone, and unfortunately, is one of a number of unsolvable problems. That's why Hyun Seong created Dosun over her. So while they're both here, Daeyeon doesn't want to make a deal with Kim, and the next day at Jail High School, a pumped-up third-year student burst into one of his classes. His name is Hongru, and he's very curious about Sang Daeyeon. Purakek didn't come alone. Hongjun immediately pointed out the right person. Poor bastard. Did he think he'd get away with it? Did he forget who Red's brother is? Hongryul immediately walked over to the young man and slapped him in the face. Let him answer when he's asked questions. Taja grabbed Daeyeon by the hair. Well, the kid's got a point. Why did he think he could behave like that at school? That the boy didn't get cold feet. Why did Hongryul hit him in the first place? What's the matter? He dares to open his mouth at the big guy. The young man seems a little dumb. What did he think? He's going to get away with it after his brother Ambal got his ass kicked. Who's Daeyeon's client who did this? Hanriel is his ... but he didn't get a chance to finish. The young man handed the phone to the skater in a flash. Here's the guy's number. He said to call him when they show up. The big guy was a little confused, of course. But he called right away, and when he was answered, he started with a hit and run, to which Ken only grinned. Hanrul needs to think, well, just a little. His brother was the first to go after Daeyeon, and he got what he deserved. And Hyunjin hasn't let up on the young man since middle school. It's been for years now. Beatings, extortion. The redhead forced Daeyeon to be his errand boy and do his homework. The other day, Hanjin even made Daeyeon take off his pants in front of a girl. Hanriel has only one chance now. If he's a normal brother, he can make Red apologize for what he's done, and that'll be the end of it. But what? Finish. Hanriel didn't get it. Was his interlocutor fucking crazy? His brother was fucking with the sucker. What's the big deal? And Kim decided to clarify. So even after learning about his brother's sins, the guy stayed on Hanjin's side. And that's the way it is. Let him tell his SCH. No problem. Let Hanriel tell him the time and place. His name is Kim Hyun Sung, so let him memorize it well. By evening, two crowds had gathered at the bridge, led by Hyunseong and Hongryul. The pump decided to speak first. If they get into a fistfight now, it won't do any good. It'll start a war between their schools. So Verzilla suggests they settle this peacefully. Let Taeyoon and Hongjin apologize to each other and that's it. They'll all go away. Okay. And Kim was amused by the way Ambao was sitting on his butt. He found out about Hyun Seong. The main character doesn't realize that the big guy's brother is the one to blame. Kim can see that Hyun Ryul is just trying to save face, and that really pissed the big guy off. However, looking Kim in the eye, he gave up and grudgingly bellowed that Hongjin should come out and apologize to Daeyeon. Let him not even resent it and hurry up. With his mouth glued shut, Red obeyed and walked over to his recent victim mumbling, "But this, sorry." But what? What? Daeyeon didn't hear that. Hyunjin says he's sorry. So now the guy's happy? Well, how can I say this? And the redhead knows that Hyun Sung gave the young man a choice. Or keep it quiet if the guy gets a promise that Hanjin will leave him alone. That's the safer option. Or revenge for all that Rishi had done to the young man and the rest of the poor people. Kim says that Daehyun would feel fucking great with that option. So what does Hanjin think the young man's choice is? For Duen didn't even have time to ponder the question before he was immediately punched in the face with a fist. It was Kim Hyun Seong's effort. Hanji didn't suffer even one blow and lost consciousness. His brother, meanwhile, gritted his teeth. So Kim chose war and Hongryul ordered his suckers to beat everyone to a pulp. The students obeyed, of course. But 1, 2, 3rd, 4th Bo Sanho had from men down. Hyunsung promised 500 each. Yeah, The big guy's going to make a lot of money today. But such thoughts made Senko lose his guard. He was already being attacked from behind by a freak, but the quality of Hyunseong's fighters was much higher than that of Hanryul's henchmen. Sivu covered the big man with both feet, flying into the bastard and knocking him out. Sivu will prove it by all means. He will be useful to Hyunseong in the future. After all, he must stay with him until the very end. Hyun Seong's brothers, mad with greed, went after Hanryul's suckers, and the latter just shit their pants. Those guys are fucking crazy. They're outnumbered twice. Why the fuck are they losing like this? And Hanryul didn't understand either. Fucking assholes. Why the fuck did they even come to them in the first place? They're outnumbered. If the top dog takes out the man in charge, maybe then. And with these thoughts, with all his might, he threw himself at the protagonist with his fists. But Kim is no stranger to the world, and he punched Hanryul in the nose. That's the kind of thing that'd make the big guy fly away, and almost passed out. And after only a couple minutes, it was clear. Hanryul and company had been utterly defeated. Kim took a seat next to Jae-lee's leader and played a tape of all the words the big man had said. It's literally a written confession. Daeyeon's words alone wouldn't be enough to get him disciplined. But with physical evidence like that, they're fucked. It all came to Hanryul in a flash, so what does Hyunseong want? And he was happy to answer him. Anyway, today was the usual showdown between his suckers, do you understand? If anyone opens his mouth about it, he won't get a reprimand or expulsion. But what is it? Verzila seems to be inattentively listening. And grabbing Hanryul's jaw, Hyun-sung continued. He's talking to him. I guess Hooney's health is already bad enough that he dares to ignore questions. Let him answer at last. Why the hesitation? But at that moment, there were desperate cries of agony and rocking throughout Dosan. Kim pulled Hanryul's tooth, a root tooth. Took him a long time to answer. You should have thought of that before. And the next day, Daeyeon was stricken in the hallway of the school, out of old habit. Some bullshitter, as usual, wanted to fuck with the kid, but he remembered what had happened yesterday. The young man wanted to apologize first, but Bydlin interrupted him. No, that Daeyeon should forgive him. He would not detain the young man any longer. And Daeyeon didn't catch on. What? Some six just apologized to him. That was how Daeyeon himself felt, the world changing before his eyes. And literally with tears, the both thought that his school had become a much more peaceful place than before. It looked like he had to fulfill his part of the bargain now, too. And soon a post with the kids' comments appeared on Daeyeon's Podsashekmo site, where he described the recent events in color. The people on this site can really help victims of school violence. All their wishes will come true in no time. Meanwhile, the bulls for another Dasani school were smoking in the alley and discussing this post. They ain't gonna get shit, right? Yes, 100%. The main man reassured the comrades what this has to do with them. The boys should just let it go. The ringleader's sure if anyone shows up, the kid'll fix tea. But suddenly, a hooded man formed behind his back and asked the young man, he's the one here, Mo Yin-ho. The gang was momentarily confused. That man scared the shit out of them. Who was he? Anyway, did they know him? Yeah. They know each other. He's already been told a lot about their gang. School violence, bullying, extortion and theft. Busy Yonho guy. Huh. At these words the gang leader signaled his suckers in a flash. It's time for them to do the legwork. Kim took off his hoe and was glad. At least the freaks wouldn't deny it. As a result, Sanda Hyun's post caused an explosion on social media. And as a result, reports of school bullies have been flooding in. In most of the schools in Dosan, Kim's men worked to cleanse the educational institutions of bullies. And Sivu wasn't left out, whether out of a sense of responsibility or desire to make money. All Kim's fraternity had to do was to fully share in Hyunseong's goal. That's why they will definitely get what they deserve. The time of self-rule of these scum is over. Sivu and his boys will definitely contribute to that. Meanwhile, at Ikate Dosan school, sucking up to local ringleader Hemin beating up some sucker, it was very interesting to see what their boss would do to Hyunseong, cause it looks like he's gonna get to them soon. Senior ICT was really stressed out by this mountain dick. Their Shin Yoon-min was not a pushover. Why the hell would this Hyunseong even go outside of his own house? We should call Hanryul and tell him to get his ass over there. Hamin's on friendly terms with him, so he won't be left out. An hour later, Hanryul arrived at the ICT school site, where a senior and his company were already waiting for him. It was not bad, of course, that Hyunseong had taken Toothless in stride. When Hyun was the same age as Hanryul, he wouldn't even touch such a little kid with his finger. But Toothless must have taught him well. Senior IK is wondering how Hanryul thinks this mutt Kim Hyun Seong is going to be bullying him. In response, Toothless said that Kim looks like we don't give a shit who we're fighting. And that's how it is. Then Hyun will hit first. The guy will do him a favor. Hanryul should tell the teacher about the beating. Let word get out that Toothless got beat up. If it gets to the cops, then it's the tide. However, Hanryul interrupted. He was intimidated by such a prospect. Nah, it's not that simple. Hyun doesn't understand that the blow didn't have time to finish. The senior ECT grabbed Toothless by the lip. Hanryul got fucked over the head to heart. Like that dude scares him, and Hyun doesn't. The big guy's gonna set him straight. Too bad he's gonna have to do it all by himself again. Meanwhile, at Chiliu High School, teachers came to a meeting about a case. In their hands was a paper testifying that Taeyeon had hired a high school student from another school to beat up one of the students. Kim Hyunseong will definitely be punished, no matter how the young man was bullied, but brutally beating up one of the students from other schools is unacceptable. It's like they make gangster movies, their school, for crying out loud. The teacher wondered if Taeyeon had anything to say. And he did have something to share. Taeyeon apologized, but Hyunseong had nothing to do with the incident. Teacher didn't understand. The postron Dosan's eavesdropping said that, right? However, Daehyun interrupted the man. Yes, he made it all public, so what? The guy's actually been continuously bullied for years at school. And then someone finally decided to help him out. The teacher exclaimed. So Daehyun recognizes his communion, right? But the young man was unbowed. All he did was write a post on the internet. Daehyun repeated so it's cleared. Hyunseong had nothing to do with what happened, and the teacher needs to get it through his head. And the next day, Hyun hustled his buddies from other schools. That scum Kim Hyunseong has decided to impose his authority on other schools. A power in which any violence against students is sharply curtailed. Hyun tried to ruin the whole thing through management, but it didn't work out. Looks like Hyunseong is using the husks they're schmoozing as an excuse to take over all over Dosan. Starshav is sickened by the mere thought that some scum has decided to grab such a big chunk. All the more reason for them to lose their hard-earned benefits because of this asshole. Everyone here knows the trick, but don't worry, Hyun has a plan, and it's a fun one at that. They're going to tear up that upstart Hyunseong's mentality. And after a while, the Badlands began to put Hyun's plan into action. In a warehouse in a remote place far from the center, Blondie was brutally beating up his classmate. How long has that asshole been an asshole? It's easy to fuck around on the internet, huh? This asshole's posts are getting Blondie in big trouble. The guy realizes that if he hadn't stood up for the other guy, he wouldn't have gotten hurt. Shit, he's caused a lot of trouble. Time for the horse to pay for his rotten bazaar and all the trouble he caused the guy. And Bydlin almost punched his classmate. But suddenly an uninvited guest entered the warehouse. The batter guy couldn't believe it. Is that Kim Hyun Seong? Hell, may he forgive him. The kid had no other choice. Bablin was threatened to kill his brother if he didn't do as they said. But the kid's got a fucked up attitude. Let him take a tabloid. And then the hooligans came out of every crevice. They couldn't believe it. It actually worked. A couple minutes later, the large crowd was standing in front of Hyunseong in all its glory. And in front of everyone was Hyun. He was glad to finally meet Kim. It's not like the guy thought the bullies would sit idly by while Hyun Sung subverted Dosan. Well, now Kim has fallen into their trap. In response, Hyunseong was surprised. Yes, there are over 100 of them here. How much free time do the idiots have? Well, let them take their time. Kim has a very interesting story to tell them. He's the owner of the Overheard in Dosan page. Who do they think he is? And he is none other than Kacha Jin. In his role as admin, Chatterbox is the author of posts and comments. And to continue to be on Hyunseong's good side, Chatterbox collaborated with Kim. Hyunseong is close to the site admin and knows those who have tried to hide behind anonymity. However, Hyun didn't get it. So what of it? However, he would realize it now, for a crowd of his brothers had formed behind Kim. All of the protagonist's allies stood behind him. Hyun suckers didn't realize where did they come from. and among them are old acquaintances of him and himself. They are in the ranks of the enemy. And him told the schoolboy who was being beaten out that there was no need to apologize. He was already aware of everything. It wasn't Hyunseong who got locked up with a bunch of assholes. It was a bunch of assholes locked up with him. And Hong-rel recalled their recent dialogue with the main character when Kim told him that he was the one who put Shin Yun-min's gang in the colony. And according to Hyunseong, the Hong-rel is not so different from them. The guy then threw himself at Kim's feet apologizing. He may not even forgive the young man. Hong-rel asks to at least give him a chance to graduate. The guy literally begged him. However, Kim somehow didn't give a shit about his requests. No, Hong-rel would pay as much as the others. But for now, he could be useful to Kim, so let him listen to Hyunseong carefully. The boy should gather everyone he can from Haile's school and wait for the signal. And when Kim calls them, they. And in the present, Ham and suckers have come to their senses. Yes, Hyunseong's brothers. Still 2 dozen. What do they count on with such a number? And as for the boys that Kim fucked up earlier, they don't seem to have any honor. They're pathetic brats. Hammond approached Hong-rel personally. How could he? Don't the guys even know what they're doing? What will happen to Dosun if Hyunseong takes over? But Hong-rel doesn't give a shit. Who is this piece of shit to have his sights on Dosun? It's the senior EKT, who's not buying it back. He thinks he's an authority. Fuck no. It's not up to Hammond to decide which side the toothless man should be on. The head of the horde of bulls had only one question. Is Hong-rel sure he can answer for his words? Toothless only smirked. Reply. What's the joke? Dosun will go to the strongest, but the guy will never believe that Hyunseong will be a match for the elder. If Hammond is worried about the neighborhood, he should take a one-on-one swipe at Kim. If he pulls it in, Hong-rel will cede everything he has to the guy. Toothless provocation was planned in advance by Kim. If Hammond agreed, the protagonist wouldn't leave him alive right in front of his suckers. And if not, there's always plan B. So something, Kim's ready to go. If senior ICT isn't scared, let him start. Haemin, on the other hand, was pondering at this moment. If Hyun Sung gave Yun-min a gift, then he must know how to fight. But there's a lot less of them. Why does he even bother? However, it's not allowed for bulls to think long, but let him think a little longer. In the meantime, Kim will fly from his knee into the nearest senior sucker. Why think when you can go straight to action? Hyunseong was like lightning, rushing from one goon to another and knocking each one out in just one strike. Hammond was in a stupor. Kim is a fucking maniac. Does he really want to take a swing? Why don't his guys just stand there and help Hyunseong? What the hell is this? Does that devil want to fight them all alone? Hammond gritted his teeth and ordered his suckers to fuck the bastard up. And the whole gang rushed back to Kim to fulfill the words of the elder. Hyunseong, after taking out a dozen of the bastards, recalled his recent conversation with Sivu. Of course, the protagonist wouldn't be able to take out all the bastards. But it's imperative that he makes it clear to them exactly what happens to anyone who picks a fight with Kim. And at the moment, Hyunseong was leaving behind a bloody trail of knocked out teeth, broken noses, and screams of pain. But the protagonist's thoughts were hovering somewhere off to the side. It would be much harder in Ganema than in Dosun. The organized groups and people there are much stronger than in Daeju. So Kim must be prepared to face the most desperate situations. And tonight's fight is just another training day. If anyone can stop him now, Kim will never be able to get revenge on the golden circle in his life. Hyunseong had gotten so into a frenzy that his face resembled a face of a devil in the flesh. Siv, watching Badlands beating, didn't like it. So is Sung-hoo, and the guy sure it's too early for them to get involved. Maybe Bao should call the boys, but no, Shivu's sure of Kim. He told them his plan quite clearly. So the big guy better trust him. But at that moment, one of the main assholes cried out. Why the hell are the whole gang fighting against one asshole? Why don't they gang up on Hyunseong? And the suckers obeyed. It seemed like it was about to end and Kim would be brought back to a coma. However, there was no stopping Hyunseong. To one freak, he waved his foot right away and kicked him in the tower. And the next thing I know, I'm knocking out the other motherfucker with a right hook. A wave of terror came over Hammond. Hyunseong didn't give a shit about collateral damage. He'd been hit dozens of times already. And he didn't even move. Just a real monster. At the moment, one of the senior suck-ups was able to take Kim for a choke. However, he immediately paid for this rash action. Hyunseong simply bit into his hand with his teeth. Even if Kim dies, he's not going to give up. Hemi couldn't believe it. What the hell? This guy. He's a total douchebag. It doesn't work like that. Senior wouldn't pull a fight against Hyunseong, or he'd end up like Hyun Min. That's why Haemin decided to just do the legwork. And, of course, it angered everyone else. What the fuck? Senior called them in, and now he's taking off. What kind of rat trick is this? Who is Haemin after doing something like that? Well, they're getting distracted. If they're here, let them finish the job. At that moment, Blondin decided to take the reins. Now he's going to deal with Kim personally. However, the protagonist easily came back from the guy's thoughtless punch and counterattacked. Hyunseong plowed the newly minted head of the bullpen to the ground, almost knocked the breath out of him, and raising his bloody fist, Kim said, "He shouldn't have fucked around. He'll end up in a wheelchair." The kid's face turned to a bloody mess in just a minute, and Hyunseong wasn't going to stop there. The bulls immediately realized that if they didn't get Kim away from the guy, he was dead. However, they could not even move. An animal fear completely consumed the boys' ability to move their limbs, and those who miraculously managed to overcome themselves and get closer to Kim immediately received a punch in the face. Hyunseong was beating the blonde man mercilessly like a man possessed, but he still managed to hear. The guy asks him to stop. They lost. And Kim's team was very happy that everything went according to their boss's plan, and the main character immediately took the floor. From now on, all days in schools will follow Hyunseong's instructions. If he tells them to jump, they'll jump. If he tells them to fight, they fight. Do they understand? And 2 weeks after that hell of a fight, Haemin came to ICT school and his classmates were surprised. They hadn't seen him for a long time. They heard that the guy had recently escaped from the shoot, and Haemin, after cooling his head, didn't understand why he did it. No. Even if he were to punch Hyunseong in the face, there's no telling how he'd react to that, and he'd have to stay out of the fight. And the classmates, all discussing the blow behind his back, were getting on the older man's nerves. He could hear them, so shut their mouths. If he ever gets harassed again. However, the older man did not have time to finish. The guy heard in the doorway the familiar voice of the driver who had beaten his sucker virtually alone. So that's where he is. Jun Haemin. Sweat broke out in a flash. What was Kim doing here? Hyun Seong wanted to tell him that time, but Hyun Seong fucked off. That asshole knows a guy named Moon Byung Seon, right? He sent Kim an interesting letter. And Haemin was shocked to say the least. This was his goal from the Golden Circle. How did Kim know? Now the guy should definitely shut the freak's mouth, but he shouldn't. Kim was already on a whole other level. That's it. In one punch he knocked the kid out. And after a while, Haemin opened his eyes. And then someone asked him, "Is he awake?" It was the principal of Daesan ICT High School. Haemin immediately started making excuses. He had nothing to do with it. It was Kim Hyun Sung's fault. Who picks a fight at someone else's school? You can't just let it go. So the cheeky bastard from the other school should be punished. But the principal doesn't think so. Didn't Haemin raise his hand first? Kim Hyun Seong just came to talk to the young man. In the normal world, it's called self-defense. Besides, all the guys say that they saw that Haemin started it first. In addition, everyone knows that the young man is a bully. So according to the principal, it all adds up. The senior ICT guy was just pissed off. Can't the director see his face? The guy's just gonna sue Kim. But Haemin's gotten his head out of joint. The director wonders if the guy knows who Moon Byung Seon is. Jun Haemin had no idea that while he was unconscious, Oh Hyun already had Hamsun's back, and also that Kim and the principal of his school, named Yeon Seok, made a deal in secret from the Golden Circle, and that the protagonist has started preparing to make Haemin's life a living hell. So if he doesn't want to ruin his life, he should listen to the director and shut his mouth and get away from Hyunseong. After talking to the director, Haemin walked through the streets of Daesan and lamented, "How did things get this way?" He got kicked out of school because of that asshole Henson. And the older guy's dad fucking yelled at him on the phone for losing his job. Jun Haemin couldn't imagine that the reason for everything, as always, it was Kim Hyunseong. Shit. The older guy got Moon soon too, yet. He says he heard about Haemin's business here. Don't let senior get too upset. Chu Dongjun's family is fucked up too. The kid didn't know. He probably hasn't even heard of him. Dongyo is the scum who paid the Golden Circle to get Byeonsun bullied at school. Kim told him that he would definitely trample the lives of both the performer and the customer. Haemin once said he wanted to be a fitness trainer. right? Well, whoa, 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 whoa. What are? It was Seon Ho and Si-woo. It had been a long time since they had seen him. And at this point, Byung-soon ended the dialogue by saying that Hamina's dream would never, ever come true. Because as of today, he would no longer be able to use his hands. Meanwhile, at Dosan Science High School, local students were discussing recent events. One of them thinks that whoever the dude here is, it's Tinny. And Byung-soo thinks the same, but since he only deals with the dumb bums at their school, it doesn't affect the regular students. However, in the middle of their dialogue, Byung-soo was tapped on the shoulder by someone, but he apologized in a flash. The unknown man didn't do it on purpose, but alas, the ash-haired student didn't care. Look at this motherfucker, where's the fucking apology? That's where the guy doesn't get it. He already apologized. Sorry, I already apologized. Byung-soo is so sick of this. This guy calls it an apology. He actually slapped him on the shoulder. But Kim's younger brother, Hyunjin, was surprised. The young man didn't look where he was going and bumped into him. Hyunjin doesn't think that ash-hair has the right to take it out on him like that. And there it is. So Hyunjin isn't going to apologize properly, is he? The young man was so pissed off that he punched Kim's brother right in the face. Did he want to die? And last winter, Hyun Sung was staying with his brother at his house. And he was wondering where Hyunjin was going to go to school. To that, of course, the younger one said his brother's school. He'll go to the same university as him too. However, Hyunjin realizes that unlike in his past life, he has the strength to protect his brother even if he enters them. That the protagonist thinks it would be a good idea to open other doors for Hyunjin. So Kim asks his brother if he remembers his promise to study hard. As long as they have this conversation, what does Hyunjin think about going to a science-oriented school? And since Kim thinks they'll be better off there, Hyunjin will get in. However, Hyunjin had no idea that even in a place like this, his younger brother could run into trouble. Presently, Hyunjin and Byung-sun were approached by a teacher. Kim's brother immediately decided to clarify the situation, but the ash-haired man was fundamentally at odds with him. Only the teacher sided with the main character's brother. Why the hell is Byung-soo yelling at another student? He needs to shut up now. These words were spoken by the boy's class teacher, Lee Hak-bom. Dietsu didn't like it. Fucking boomer didn't fall for his words. But that wasn't what the young man said out loud. Kim Hyunjin was the first to push ash-hair with his shoulder and start a fight. Well, Lee Hak has a rough idea of what happened. In his opinion, both students are at fault. So their parents have to come to school tomorrow. And no arguments. The teacher was strict but fair, so all the guys had to do was agree. And when Lee Hak left, Bunzu immediately stopped pretending to be a goody-goody. What a good teacher, huh? If Hyunjin let this kind of crap happen again, it would make it hard for his grandmother to come here. He should have just said it was his own fault. And Hyunjin asked his abuser to stop, but blah, 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 stop. How proud Hyunjin is. Look at him. Why does he think the teacher called their parents to school for something like that? It's simple. Ash-hair's dad owns a construction company. His old man's a snob like everybody else. Besides, Byesu's older brother is in charge of Dosan's future school. So Hyunjin's sweet high school life is about to end. And why the fuck did the guy even decide to fuck with respectable people if he was a stupid orphan? And Hyunjin could barely contain himself after being insulted like that. But still, he overcame his feelings and got the hell away from that asshole. And the next day, at the science-oriented high school, Lee Hak welcomed his older brother and father, ash-hair, into the teacher's lounge. Byung-soo's father, Han Chul-ho, he's very interested to hear the teacher's explanation of what's going on. That Hyunjin kid is always teasing his son. Yesterday he went so far as to push him and hit him. This is the height of insolence. Buns can't just stand for it. Violence is not the answer, of course, but there is such a thing as self-defense. And the other teachers immediately started fawning over the big shot. Yes, it can't be said for sure that Chul-ho is wrong. Therefore, they would deal with this situation as soon as possible. Hyunjin was the one who started the fights, so they will take disciplinary action against him. And Byung-soo's father was glad to hear such words. That's exactly how Hyunjin is obliged to teach on merit. If the man in charge of the young man apologizes to him, the man will not drive the situation further than the school. He is a teacher of this school, and it is his duty to guide the students to the right path. Only for this reason Liha called the man. He has no other reason. They should go to the office. The guardian of the Hyunjin is already there. He clucked and thought, this teacher is a principled type. The man turned to his son. The class of Hans Buns is stubborn as a sheep, just like Heir said, but it won't make any difference. It's not worth a guy getting worked up over such trifles. If he'd said it earlier, we wouldn't have had to be here at all. Byung-soo immediately got excited. Of course, it was his father and brother. Hyunjin's really fucked now. But when the door to the study opened and Byung-soo's family saw who Hyunjin's guardian was, they were stunned. The person responsible for the woe was Kim Hyun-sung himself. It should have been Grandma, but she wasn't feeling well, so he came in her place. Hyun-soo's brother and father sat down at the table with their heads bowed. He didn't know who the hell he was, or why he'd come here in the first place. Well, the teacher will now tell everyone what happened. According to the eyewitnesses, Byung-soo was the one who started the fight and was the first to use violence. However, Lee-hook was not even allowed to speak, as the ash-haired one's father immediately apologized, and afterward, he bowed his head even lower. It was Chulo's fault for not raising his son well, and he orders Benzu to apologize to Hyun-sung right away. After all, he had lied to his father about the situation. But his son stood his ground. What's wrong with his father? It's not like he really didn't do anything. Byung-soo was literally starting to boil. That son of a bitch Kim Hyunjin high. But his fervor was quickly cooled by his older brother, grabbing the ash-haired man by the hair. Their father said the little one hit first, so he should apologize quickly, or it will be worse. The teacher coughed after this scene and continued. The school planned to take formal disciplinary action against Byung-soo, and everyone present was of course in agreement, so that was the end of the discussion. And Lee-hook has something else to discuss with Hyun-sung in person. So let the others give them a few minutes and leave. And when everyone had left, the teacher sighed. In their school, he is known as an overly correct person who follows the letter of the law. Since Lee-hook is unwavering, he wants the students to live a decent life. The teacher has heard rumors that Hyun-sung is being watched by the bigwigs in Dosan, and to be honest, he doesn't really like the guy himself. But if it means that a good kid like Hyunjin can safely attend school, Lee-hook is willing to call on Kim as his guardian as many times as needed. And the main character was reminiscing at that moment. This teacher was one of the reasons Kim had sent his brother to a science-oriented school. In the protagonist's past life, Lee-hook was fired for defending a student who was targeted by the Golden Circle, but the man didn't give up, because all he cared about was his students. Lee-hook is a true educator. So Kim confidently told the teacher that he would do everything he could to make sure this never happened again. And if Hyunjin ever commits the same act, Kim asks Lee-hook to punish his brother severely. Many thanks to the teacher. In front of a true educator, Kim will bow her head and gladly do it as many times as it takes, again and again. Meanwhile in the hallway, the ashy-haired girl was giving her a hard time about it. Her father, however, said he would sort it out. However, the older brother besieged the young man. The little one didn't seem to realize the position he had put his father in. Hyunjin's guardian is covered by Myunchi, and Benzu is finally starting to get it. What do you mean? Oh, yeah. And yeah. The kid doesn't even know the guy he hit. His older brother shredded the helmets of all the Dosan kids, and his name is Kim Hyun-sung. Here he is. By the way, speak of the devil. Kim walked out of the teacher's lounge and told the trio to follow him. They had something they needed to talk about. However, only Byung-soo followed Kim, and that's where Kim didn't get it. What the fuck? Why are the brothers and Ash-hair's dad standing there like that? And soon they all came to a quiet spot under the bridge, where Byung-soo immediately kneels down in front of the main character. He's really sorry. The guy won't go near Hyunjin again. And the brother and father took the younger one as an example. Churhu is very sorry. He swears it won't happen again. The older brother Byung-soo also apologizes. However, Kim was furious. One call from him, and a construction company owner who can't raise his sucker properly goes bankrupt. And the idiot who can't keep his brother in line will spend the rest of his life in a hospital bed. Now that everyone in Kim's way in Dosan is fucked, burying their family in the ground is like 2 fingers to the pavement. Su's father and brother began to apologize with redoubled vigor. However, the sight of his brother after his fight with Heir woke up Hyunseong's old injuries. Like Su, you fucking asshole, how dare such a piece of shit raise his hand against his brother? Kim would rip him to shreds right now, but he's only holding himself together for his little brother's sake. If the little brat wants Hyun Sung to calm down and let the situation go, let him go to Hyunjin to beg for mercy like the real dog that he is Kim's explanation clear? And a little later, Su had already fallen down in front of Hyunjin. He's really sorry. The ashy-haired man didn't come at him to fuck with him. Make Kim's brother forgive him for all the shit he said. It'll never happen again. All the students in the class were shocked by what they saw. And Su continued, he wouldn't do that again. Not with Hyunjin or anyone else in the school. And it's okay. Let it be already. Kim's brother knows it's not easy to apologize in front of everyone, so apology to Su is accepted. It's just that ashy-haired should promise to never do that again. Kim Hyunjin was different from his older brother. His childlike naivete is what Hyun Sung wanted to protect at all costs. That's why the protagonist sent his brother to a science school. From that day on, Hyunjin's life changed forever. He became a favorite among the common students. During recess, even the upperclassmen would find Hyunjin and offer their help in case of trouble. And the boy was surprised. No, he knew he had an outstanding brother, but not that much. But at that moment, Dosan was really in Hyunseong's hands. All over the schools, there were rumblings about Kin and an endless number of rumors. But time just quietly passed. Hyunseong did not take any action. Soon June came and the days became warmer. And at Minho Construction's office, one of the employees burst into the executive director's office. They had it all worked out. Shijune's city redevelopment project. The government made an official announcement, and Jang Byum was pleased with such news. This jackpot had finally burned out. After all, a few months ago, his adventurous plan to create an upper-class low-rise development in some backwoods area was not supported by many people. No one knew if the industrial zone and highway, the acquisition of so much land, would be built in the future, if any of Chanbum's assumptions were. They even held a meeting about it in the conference room of Minho Construction. The board of directors discouraged Changebum as much as they could, and Chan-sok, by the way, included. In his opinion, the construction business is not based on dreams. But the men disagreed. They are too one-sided in their view. To snatch a piece of land for such a price, and in a promising location, is profitable in itself. Building up the area with fancy mansions is just a bonus. If Changebum is not wrong, the Daesan City Transportation Infrastructure Expansion Project is already in development, or he is wrong on this board of directors flashed to the side of the man. If there is really nothing to lose here, then we need to invest. And Changebum continued, does Jong Seok think his actions were reckless? To this, the man's younger brother continued to stand his ground. Right now, they are experiencing a real estate boom. In times like these, it is necessary to focus on projects that bring in profits. People line up to buy buildings and apartments as soon as they hear that the houses have been erected by their company. Is Changbum going to waste labor on some cottage complex? This is the most unproductive development vector of all. Changbum is an executive director and doesn't even realize such simple things. However, the man was confident in his words. The earth wasn't going anywhere. All you have to do is wait until the right time comes along. After the purchase, that's why Jang Byum bought this territory right away. Everyone here understands that, except Jang Seok, apparently. It's time for the younger male brother to stop whining and obsessing about trees without seeing the forest, if he wants to become an executive like Changbum himself one day. Jang Seok was so mad that he jumped up from his chair. What does the older man do? That their father took the floor. Enough is enough. Changbum could have quietly made a profit for the company and instead signed up for this project. Both success and failure will be the man's personal responsibility. But will he be able to deal with the consequences? And Changbum respectfully asked to confide in him. The man would not let the company down. And in the present tense, a staff member presented Changbum's project and summarized. The profit from the purchase of this land alone is estimated to be about 30 billion when the industrial complex is built and the low-rise development project is completed. The value of the property will rise even h. The head of Minho was surprised. Chenbom was such a problem child all along, but he not only introduced his company to a new market segment, but also succeeded in it before the eyes of the world. What the man's father said then, what success, what failure, Jang Bom will be responsible for it. And from now on, he doesn't have to worry anymore. The head of Munching Construction wants to make an announcement. CEO Ko Chan Bom becomes the company's next chairman and his successor. Chon Seok's eyes almost popped up at that statement. He can't do that. Big brother was just lucky. In fact, he just won the lottery. However, Munkin interrupted the younger man. It wasn't just about his results. How did Jang Seok behave when the man proposed the idea a few months ago? The younger son was against it because he only cared about the possible success of Chen Bum, not the benefit of Munching Construction. The fact is that a person who cares about the future of the company is much more suitable for the position of chairman. What does the board of directors think of this? Is Munchin's eldest son still unworthy? But no. Everyone present is in complete agreement with him. Munching Construction only needs one heir, and John Seok will leave the company tomorrow and start living on his own. His father will recognize the young man's loyalty and reward him according to his merits. And after the meeting was over, John Seok didn't understand. What the fuck is going on? The chairman couldn't just throw him out like a lazy dog. No. Absolutely not. John Seok didn't mean to use it, but he's not going to get out of the company he rightfully owns so easily. And dialing a familiar number, he arranged a meeting with the unknown man. Meanwhile, John Bon and Hyun Sung met at the very diner where it all started. The man wouldn't lie. At that moment, he thought Kim was some kind of crazy person. The kid knows why John Bum believed him. It's simple. Hyunseong didn't try to hide his greed. That's when the man thought the young man would do anything to make him chairman. Chun Bom is truly grateful to Kim. It's only because of him that the position of the next chairman is already in the man's pocket. And he will go with Hyunseong to the very end, as promised. And well, if Changebom kept his word, he would continue to be at the top of Kim's priorities. And the man was glad to hear it. What a responsible young man. But let the young man wait for a while. He's got someone here. This is director Kim Chul-jin, and Young Beam is listening to him attentively. But what his co-worker said made the man jump up in a flash of rage. It turns out that the media is spreading dirty rumors about Chen Bom. Say, the heir to the construction firm turned out to be an illegitimate son. The chairman recently announced that he would hand over the reins to the bastard. And in that moment, Chen Sok was satisfied. His stupid brother had to know his place and keep his head down. Would sit on his S-flat and he wouldn't be embarrassed to call Chanbom a big brother. Come to think of it, Chang Toku had been unspeakably lucky. Reading out of the corner of my eye, I saw a strange calculation from their esteemed chairman's account, and that was it. When this happened, Chansuk told his mother just in case, which is how he found out that his father had a mistress. But what surprised him even more was the fact that the woman had given birth to the child decades ago. Chen Boom was still sitting in the diner, unable to digest the news. He didn't give a shit, but the director should beat those bastards up. Or give them some money. But at any cost he must get rid of these rumors. On that note, the man has to say goodbye to Kim. He's sorry, but something happened. That bastard Kacheng Suk is so fucked up. There's no turning back for him. Chun Bom can understand all the shit Junior has done for the position. But there are some things you can't do. There's no way the man will forgive him this time. And Kim is interested. So what exactly is Chubam going to do? Find his brother and smash his face into a mess? It won't change anything. If anything, such hasty action will result in the loss of everything. The man realizes himself. But this news is like a knife through his mother's heart. And Kim's suggesting we just sit on our asses. But don't let the man freak out. He can be honest. An illegitimate son is not Changebom. And his little brother, isn't he? In the protagonist's past life, the eldest son of the head of Minching Construction broke Jang Seok's jaw. And their father, disappointed with his offspring, put the company in the hands of a professional manager. This started the scandal of the chairman's affair. Though the protagonist wasn't so much interested in Jang Seok's shocking malice as he was in Ko Myung-chin's inscrutable actions. The inheritance race was already going in Junior's favor, but he still disclosed the information based on his beliefs. Everyone realized that Ko Chang-seok was more suitable for the chairman position, but the head of the company still supported Jang Bom. And after this scandal, Myun Chin constructed. To top it all off, his mother solved all of Balamat Ko Chang Bom's problems for him, and Chang-seok went to study abroad and never saw the woman who took the illegitimate son of an unfaithful husband as her own again. As the protagonist delved deeper into investigating this mystery, he realized that it is probably the youngest who is the illegitimate one in the Myunkin family. And at the moment, Kim is very curious to know why Changebom still hasn't used the fact that Chansuk is literally illegitimate. That would have been more than enough to sink him. The indignant man not though sat back down on the couch. When he'd been a kid, there were plenty of them. The important chairman hadn't been a good father. He was constantly drinking and cheating on Changebom's mom, even daring to raise his hand on her. Compared to Myunkin, Changebom is just a goodie. That unfortunate day, they had another fight. Changebom was naive and tried to console his mother. She must have been touched by his words and poured out to him everything that was buried deep in her soul at that time. And it was then that Changebom learned that Chantok was not his real brother. His mother didn't even know who had given birth to the younger one, but he's still Changebom's father's son. So she has to raise him, and every time she sees him, her heart is torn to pieces because the man's mother only sees him as Myunchin and not herself. Chunbom, hearing this, suggested not to divorce the father because she can just take a huge check from him and on child support live happily with her real son. But then his mom said that even though it was really bad, they were still a family, for better or for worse. Kim may not realize it, but Changebom believes that competition is competition and family is family. And the position of chairman, like it means anything. A man won't let his mother get hurt again. Fuck. Why don't he just kill that motherfucker Chankok? But Kim turned to the man reassuringly. He has an idea on how to solve this problem without sacrificing too much. Jang Bomu, how about it? Interested? And the next day, the man organized a press conference. And before the speech, he thought that now he was no longer some alcoholic, but the heir to a giant corporation. Jang Bom walked onto the stage and introduced himself to the audience. He will now make an announcement. First, his family's problems have disappointed many people and the man apologizes for that. Secondly, he is here today to answer any questions that have arisen. His father did have an affair in the past, it's true, and that woman had a child with him. But that doesn't mean that it is Jang Biam who is the illegitimate son. And before the eyes of the journos, the man pulled out a paper with a DNA test. This is direct proof that he is the son of director Kamunchin. He has the blood of both the wife of the head of the company and himself in his veins. One journalist then had a question. Does Chanbom mean to say that the illegitimate son is someone else? And yes, the man confirms it, but with one caveat. He was. That child, unfortunately, died in premature labor. At this time, the reporters were naturally broadcasting live, which Jang Seok watched with interest. And why is his brother saying that the father blamed himself, so he transferred money to that woman under the guise of child support? What the fuck? And in the conference room, the reporter had a lot of questions. However, Changbom continued to speak. This is the truth of his family. And anyone who dares to mess with the man's relatives after that will face the most ruthless consequences. Jang Bom, as the next chairman of Myunching Construction and the eldest son of the family, guarantees this. At this point, Chong Soon smashed the screen of the laptop on which he was watching the broadcast in impotent rage. How can you do that? It's bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. And after a while, both brothers were sitting in their father's study. And he was thanking the older one for stopping rumors that didn't concern him in the slightest. And for thinking about his family and not the competition. And the man asks his father not to mind. He was only doing what he had to. Look at him. He's so modest. Father gave the older man's shoulder a reassuring squeeze. He's proud of Changebom. Don't let his son worry. The paperwork for his induction has already gone to the drafting office. Let Chunbom live a life that he would not be ashamed of as chairman of the company. Lives in a way that Myunkin himself could not live. At this, the father asked the man to wait outside. Myung Chin needs to talk to his youngest son. And when Chenbom withdrew, his father continued. He knows all that the younger one has done to become chairman, and he's not going to blame him for that. At one time, Myung-jin himself thought it would be better if Jong Seok became chairman. So the whole family tried to treat the guy fairly, as if he were his own. After these words, the younger son threw himself at his father's feet, begging him to forgive him. But Myung-kin was disappointed in Chang Seok unconditionally and definitively. How terrible things can be at times. Junior's mother was also cruel and spiteful. Constantly sucked money out of him, and didn't even try to educate her child. But the young man would still remain a son of Myung-kin. He will hand him some buildings so that he doesn't have to worry about the money. If Chang Seok quietly left, Myung-kin would not hold him accountable. However, the younger son didn't stop and continued to beg his father to forgive him. But that's overkill, and Chang Seok knows why his brother kept his secret until the very end. Why he didn't use this information against his direct competitor. Chang Seok still doesn't get it. It's because they're family. Because not everyone thought Jong Seok was part of the family. In retrospect, it's easy to realize that Ko Myung-chin could have quietly handed over the chairmanship to his eldest son. After all, he is the legitimate heir. However, he decided to give his illegitimate son Ko Chong Seok a chance. Not only Ko Myung-chin, but also his wife, like Ko Jang-beom himself, truly considered Jang Seok a part of their family. And when Myung-chin's youngest son realized that he was indeed one of the chosen, he wept bitterly and finally apologized sincerely to his father. And Chong-bom, standing outside the door, wasn't even sure he was happy about this outcome. A while later, at the international airport, Changebom was seeing his brother off on a road trip, and he didn't believe the younger one was really shafting. But what about his wife? But Jang Seok was adamant this marriage was a marriage of convenience. He cheated on her, so they would just divorce. Lastly, Junior handed Chang-bok a flash drive with all the documents the man would need when he took over the company. Chang Seok ordered his men to keep an eye on the future chairman. They are capable experts, so Chang-bom should not hesitate to use their services. It's time for Junior to go, so he's going. However, he had only one question left for his brother, who helped him. Director Chul Jin. No, that's doubtful. Maybe someone from the management or administration. And while Junior was guessing, Jong-beom was just glad that Jong Seok had finally called him brother. But suddenly, the man's brother realized the only person Jong-beom spent a lot of money on was Kim Hyun Sung. But he's just a high school senior. Wait a minute though. Why is Jong-bom having such a reaction? He's kidding. Is Kim Hyun Sung really the guy who helped his brother? Jong-beom didn't want to be blunt, but it's written all over his face. Yes. And that's why if Jong-sun laid a finger on Kim, the man would get him from under the ground. He won't even remember that he's his brother. Don't let the younger one confuse the shores. But Chen Seo calmed him down in a flash. What can he do now? Junior admits Chang-bom chooses people better than himself. That's why the man will be the next chairman. Because Jong Seok would never make decisions relying on the word of some schoolboy. The two brothers parted ways. However, a few minutes later, Jong Seok was called by Hyun Seong personally. He had heard that Junior had found out about him, and Jong Seok didn't understand. Did the schoolboy call to say goodbye? But no, Kim dialed Junior to warn him. Hyun-sun is not Jong-bom to settle things peacefully. Jong-sun may live like a king now, but he won't get even a little bit of power, so don't even let him try to fuck around. Chen-kun only laughed good-naturedly at this. Are they in cahoots over there? Jong-bom told him he'd get him out of the ground if he laid a finger on Kim, and now Hyun-sun is threatening him by taking him for a man. Jang Seok is truly jealous of their loyalty to each other. But it's only a matter of time before they insult him. Junior clearly recognized his brother's abilities, so he thanks Kim for both Chan-bom and Myung-kin construction. After finishing the conversation, Hyun-sung pondered. This puzzle was finally over, with only a few months left. On the first day, the protagonist will launch a plan to destroy the Golden Circle. But first, we need to clean up the rest of the trash who've been writing to him lately. The conflict in Janmin's family was completely resolved. After that, Changebom decided to visit Taewon. It had been a long time since they had seen each other, and to what did the director owe this pleasant visit? But it's really nothing, it's just that Hyun Sung is transferring to Seoul next year. But what? Why so suddenly? The principal was shocked to the core. Kim Hyun Seon is an integral part of making the school a prestigious school. But if Taiwan doesn't think twice about it, Minjin Construction's funding will be gone. But he's a little early. Changedom said that Kim would have left the school sooner or later. Wouldn't it be better if he and the principal start taking a long-term view of their relationship? The man wants to continue working with Taewon, and the principal was reassured by these words. As an educator, he was of course concerned about the future of his students. Of course, a person of Hyunseong's level cannot swim in shallow waters like days and forever. Taewon understands, and more importantly accepts Changebom's offer. And Kim at that moment was reading the endless posts of the one pathetic tearjerker that started it all. And Hyunseong understood perfectly well why this clown was writing to him so zealously. A little while later, the man finally makes it to the appointed place to meet him. It was Minho, and he really wants Hyun Sung to give him just a moment of his time. After escaping from Dosan, Minho hoped to make a fresh start at a new school. His parents blew a lot of dough to cover up the guy's dark past. And then he intended to live a completely different, quiet and peaceful life. And at first it was good. Minho tried to make new friends. He thought if he bought food for everyone at the store, he'd pay for everyone at the computer club and help out with little things. You can live like a normal high school student, too. And all would have been fine if one unfortunate day some asshole didn't fuck with the guy. His name was Park Mingyu, and he would like Minho to give his bag a ride home. It's not far from here anyway. If Minho would bitch about it, he would definitely become his six, so he has to fight back at all costs, and don't give a shit what he may suffer in the process. But when he barely opens his mouth to contradict an asshole, Mingyu flies into the guy with a leg, something he's slow to respond to. And Minho thought that if he lost after the first punch, he'd be fuck, you can't let up at a time like this. So when the guy was out of breath, he threw himself at the thug, screaming, "Why did that asshole hit him?" However, Mingyu simply caught the young man's fist and asked, "Why is he punching like a broad?" Now the Gopher is going to show Min how to hit people properly and manfully. But of what did the guy fall from with only 2 strikes? So when Minho was approached by his buddies, he told them to say hello. Minho would now be his new toe. From that moment on, young Minho's school life was turned upside down. Now he had experienced firsthand what it was like to be a victim of school violence, when they don't even want to talk to you for fear of being a plaything in the hands of bullies. Minho is left all alone, and his life has become even scarier than before. They even steal the boy's last money on the street. Mingguo saw him buying food for his friends and paying at the computer club. What? Mingyu, don't like the way they're treated. Don't let him get upset, he can't do anything anyway. Maybe he'll beat up a thug's parents or stab him with a knife. Just let him try. Gopher pointed his finger at his buddy. Mingyu knows that guy. He's from a rich and famous family in Kangita County. One call from his father and even the director would be Natizi. The kid can cry to his parents, but they won't save him. He'll tell on Manga, but then Bidlin's buddy will just hire a lawyer who will fuck up Minho and his family's life. The kid's life is over. And Minho didn't understand. Why did he do that to him? What did he do to Ming? Well, the goon will tell you. Someone asked him to. Poor stupid Minho, you should have behaved normally before. Kim Hyun Sung had been waiting for Kun Minho to rise up from the beginning. After all, the higher he climbed, the more painful it would be to fall. And in the not too distant past, Kim contacted a Golden Circle broker to find some bully and set him on Minho. The choice fell on Park Minho. Inside the organization, he was awarded a B+ ranking. After discussing the nuances of the order, Kim clarified that Bidlin could do whatever he wanted. The most important thing is that young Minho drops out of school. Hyun Sung needs to show the guy that no matter how hard he tries to start over, he doesn't have even the slightest chance. The broker remarked that Kim was a really fucked up bastard. But to Hyunseong, it sounded like an unusually nice compliment. And the moment Mingyu told Minho about the order, the guy had no more doubts. It was Kim Hyun Sung who had been the one to bring down the Golden Circle on him. That fucked up asshole hasn't forgotten about him. This guy needs to get out of here right now. Fuck this humiliation. But what's going to happen next? Even if he leaves, Minho will still be in Kim Hyun Sung's hands. The brutally beaten guy was crying. You have to try to be patient, that's what life says. As long as he's patient, maybe it'll all work itself out somehow. And a couple of days after these events, Mingyu, as usual, fucked with his favorite toe. He left the milk outdoors for 3 days. If you spill it, you can see how it thickens. If Mingyu drinks this stuff and makes it to the end of the next class without going to a posh, then the Gopas will not fuck with the guy anymore. Are you serious? So naturally, Minho doesn't believe the bullshitter, he swears on his mom. So the guy decided to drink the infernal stuff in one sitting. But soon the lesson began. And Minho immediately felt, no, that won't do. We just have to be patient for 1 hour and it'll all be over. Oh, for God's sake, he's begging. But what's to come is what's to go. Without waiting for the call, the guy realized he couldn't hold back any longer. In the end, he had to endure even more humiliation. The boy rushed to the restroom, and his classmates couldn't contain their laughter. In a couple of minutes he was sitting on the toilet and burning with shame. They were scum. Really, he couldn't take it. Minho couldn't take it alone. But suddenly he had an idea. He's got a gin bag. Yeah. This time there's proof. Anyway, when the teachers see this, they'll definitely have to help the kid. However, it was already clear that the plan was crap, to say the least. Minho just apologized. It was a bad joke, and it won't happen again. The teacher asked the Gopher if he was poisoning Minho, but Bidlin immediately said that a man can ask anyone, they are the best friends, even Minho himself will confirm it. And the guy had no choice but to give in and agree. And at recess, Minho and his suckers took Minho outside, and without a second thought, began to kick him hard. The guy has to understand, it's just a job for the teachers, they just want to live out their retirement in peace. Minho knows, nah, there are certainly some teachers with an unfucking sense of responsibility, but Minho will be honest, they won't do any better. Bidlin smacks Min in the face. The guy has to dry him off carefully. The two of them are still at fault, but Potsucker and Gopnik will say that Minho was the culprit, so he can keep snitching on Bidlin. He told him to keep his head down, and he's a degenerate. And when Minho was beaten up again, he couldn't believe that he had decided to snitch on his teacher. He seemed to have lost his mind after all the blows he had received. So my classmates are asking me what the rumors are about. What are they about? Well, one of Minho's classmates heard that he'd been expelled from Dosan High School for poisoning students. And the rest of the students picked up on the rumor, is Minho pretending to be a good boy? But in that case, what's happening to him now is karma. Soon after these events, Minho decided to quit school for good. But a few days later, someone visited him at his home, and I wish the guy had never opened the damn door. I mean, he should have unlocked it, as it swung open with a powerful kick from the guest, causing the boy to sprawl on the floor. Minho did it. But what's this asshole doing here? After all, he had already completed the task he was hired for. Minho was surprised, so the guy knew about this too. But he wasn't wrong. However, does Minho know that from time to time you may get clients with strange requests? Gopar's employer is one of them. He wanted Minho to fuck the kid to a bloody snotty pulp every month. Let Minho get it in his head. This hell isn't over for him yet. And remembering all this, in the present tense, the young man lay at Kim's feet. He's really sorry. Minho would do anything if it would make Hyun Sung feel better. Let him just tell him what to do. The young man begs to be allowed to pay for everything here and now. Gee. Kim's curious. Does the guy think there's such a thing as exact retribution for evil done? Like, he's experienced it now, how someone's anger kills you. But Hyun soon will give the young man one last chance since he's so desperate to find Kim, he needs to deal with Park Min-gu. After all, that kid is the one who did that fucked up thing to Minho. The guy was terrified. How could he handle him? And clinging to Kim's leg, Minho desperately begged Hyun Sung to explain how to do it. It's not like he has no money or power. But after all, the young man has a body. Hyun Sung could only smile. Minho won't be able to carry the rest of the school year on his own. He needs to make it so that the police are involved. Since Minho wanted freedom, he must prove he deserves it. And for a while afterward, Minho was bored at recess, as usual. As soon as his toe went off, it immediately became kind of dreary. The golden circle turned out to be a cool hack job. This asshole can't believe he made $6 grand just for beating up Jang Minho, and he gets an extra grand every month. Maybe Minho should take a nice vacation. However, the Gopar's thinking was interrupted by a man who entered the classroom, and shoving his ID in Ming's face, the cop told the guy to follow him as long as it's okay to ask here. The bully knows young Minho. He jumped out of a window last night. A little while later, the Gopar and the policeman were already at the station, and the latter decided to clarify the situation a bit. Minho was alive, but hadn't woken up yet, and Minho didn't understand how he was even concerned. And the policeman was shocked. Look at that unscrupulous bastard. Jeon Minho then left the name of the gopher in his suicide note. It said that it was because of Minho that the young man lost his will to live. That's not all. Multiple witnesses saw him poisoning the poor man. There was also camera footage showing gopher breaking into the victim's house. So Bidlin should give them a normal testimony because the cops had just started investigating, and the evidence came to them. That's when Minho realized he was in a real mess. But what is he thinking about? The man is certain. With this evidence alone, Gaparu is looking at a juvenile detention center. And Minho was angry. What the fuck? It's not like he wanted to do this on his own. Do they want him to take the blame? Fuck them. The bastard's gonna tell it like it really is. But as soon as he mentioned the golden circle, the policeman shut him up. The policeman muted the sound on his microphone and took the camera aside. Minho didn't understand why he'd gotten so much money, and Bidlin was puzzled. He had heard that the golden circle had the whole of Korea under its thumb, but could it really be true? And the policeman continued, Minho is such a fool. The money was given to him to take the blame if anything happened. If Bidlin wants to bullshit about the golden circle, go ahead. Can he prove his involvement? Representatives of this organization have been infiltrating the police for a long time. Someone is sitting in the prosecutor's office, and the judge too. Minho can keep talking all he wants, if he was so curious about what would happen to him later, of course. So, Gopnik figured out what he needs to do. The cop suggests we just take it easy, alright. And on that note the man says goodbye to Minho. He probably needs to think about the whole situation, but if he wants to live. At the same time, at the Kangita Provincial Hospital, patients and visitors were watching an entertaining report on television. The Minho case was given great publicity. People are really into this story. Poor kids' parents. Scumbags like Minho should be put in jail and never see the light of day again. Kim Hyun Sung was also in that hospital. As a result of all the main characters' manipulations, Park Minho took all the blame. However, Kim could have ended up the same way if he had acted rashly. In order to end the golden circle once and for all, Hyunsung needs to cling to every useful opportunity with redoubled effort, but he'll also enjoy his little joys along the way. Finally entering Min's room, the sight of Kim scared the hell out of the injured kid's mom. Is Hyun Seong really crazy? Why did he come here? Tell him to get out of here right now. However, Kim was calm. What will that lady do to him? Is she going to call the nurse or something? Kim just wants to have a little chat with Minho. This is a hospital here and he's not crazy. The woman should calm down. What could Hyunsung even be doing here? However, the patient's mother was very stubborn. What is Kim trying to pull here? But nothing much either. Kim promised Minho that he won't pester him anymore, but if a woman looks Hyunsung and Sona, he doesn't even know what he can do then. The lady was terrified, but she had no choice. She warned Kim if he laid a finger on her son, but to this, Hyunsung waved the woman away like a pesky fly. Yes, he understood. Lastly, she said that she would return to the room as soon as she heard something wrong. That's it. Let her take it easy and get out of here, please. Kim didn't plan to linger here. And taking Minho's hand, Hyunsung spoke, poor guy. Kim prayed desperately for him on the way to the hospital. For God's sake, let the young man forgive him. Kim hopes Minho is conscious to what the young man is feeling right now. Hyunsung's glory and this whole moment. For Minho to remember, all while locked inside there. The guy should have just given up and accepted his fate like the others did. Minho knows, watching him squirm like a fucking cockroach to survive was so much fun, it gave him goosebumps. Let him know, Hyun Sung is not going to fulfill his promise. So it's better, Minho, to stay like this, at least for his own sake. After all, if he wakes up, he will meet Hyunsung again in this hellish reality. And some time later, already in Dosan, Kim stood in the store and pondered. The protagonist did not take this path for justice or any other great goal, but for revenge. But still, Hyunsung can't just bury himself in these feelings. In this life, Kim must do everything to make his loved ones happy, not just take revenge on his enemies. The main character's thoughts flowed smoothly into the mainstream of everyday life. Tonight, they'll have pork roast for dinner. While Kim will be busy cooking, at the same time it will be necessary to boil eggs for his brother. And now he's approaching the cash register, as suddenly, The girl standing in front looked at Kim in horror and rushed out the door without even paying for her purchases. Wait, is that an Hyun Sung? Already at home, Hyun Sung was on the phone with Changebum. The man gave money to whoever needed it and discovered that Hyun's family had given money to the doctor who was making the certificates. And how touching, Daddy taking care of the baby. Oh my god. So they lied to Kim, Yad, and the guy wants Chubb to handle it. The man can deal with both the doctor and HG. But no, Hyunseong isn't interested in that yet. It's okay, let Changebum leave them alone. HG's father is loaded with cash and connections. And he sure as hell ain't just gonna ditch his daughter. After all, Daddy even hired a gold circle for her. But does Kim really want to leave them alone, despite everything that's happened? Hyunseong smirked in response. Kunbum knows what that girl took from the store. Some ordinary stuff that she could have found anywhere. She's been pretending to be hurt for months, which must not have been easy for her. She was so scared of getting caught, she even put on a hoodie. HG was probably just getting some air. It's probably not the first time. It's okay if she walks around like that every once in a while. HG can walk normally, but only in front of his own. He can open the door, but he can't go outside. After all, for Oug and young Minho, such a long life full of fear and suffering, it's practically hell on earth. Jeonbum doesn't think so. It's only fair to let them live in the same hopelessness that Hyun Sung lived in. Time flew quickly and the end of the second year was approaching. The days passed quietly for everyone except the main character. After all, what today and all the previous days he had been practicing in the gym, improving his strength and skill. Kira and now Kim is sparring with Sivu. All the possibilities of the human body were at play. Their friendly battle was fought almost on equal footing, however time was up. A tired Sivu collapsed to the floor exhausted. They've been at it for 5 rounds of 5 minutes. Isn't Kim tired yet? Ow. No, Hyunseong seems fine. Here comes the coach. By the way, Yad. And it looks like the youngsters are practicing properly. Hyunseong remembers, when they first met, he wanted the coach to get him to a level where Kim would be unmatched by the winter of his sophomore year. Now, their practices are about to end. Coach urges Kim to clear his schedule for the weekend. They're going to go see the results of all his hard work. They're going to Seoul. A few days earlier in the capital, Lee Duok's hall was personally visited by the Hound. All to meet the owner of this place. One of his students was recently accepted into the UFL. Word got out, and now Duok has to turn away people who want to train at his gym. Sounds great. In the past, Duok had trained under Yoon Kyung-chuli. Before the doping incident, the man considered the coach a god, but after the scandal, the situation changed dramatically. Lee Duok entered the UFL arena right after his mentor and naturally grabbed all his glory. But people were unaware of one fact: Kyung-chuli's disciple was also doping. If Hyunseong's teacher hadn't been caught then, everything Duok enjoys now would be his. Although, hell, Hyunchul can't believe he thinks that. He's such a piece of shit after all. The coach apologized to his former student, but he had come here for a reason. He and Duha couldn't have a sparring session between the underlings. The man is well aware of the vast difference between Seoul and their provinces. But what? Sparring? No, that won't be easy. Duok and Potter were once thick as thieves, so the man's former apprentice will speak plainly. There's no way for him to repair his image on the sports scene today. People can see everything on YouTube, so everyone knows about his sordid past. The Dukak's disciples will refuse just because it's Gunkal who asks them to. Besides, what the hell does a man need all this for? Why would Gunchul punish his students like this? It would be better for the man to advise the ants on diet and exercise and not sweat it. And Coach Kim was happy. Thank God that asshole hasn't changed. Thank God he's still the same masshole with a dirty past, just like Genchul. But aloud, the man said something else. Duok shouldn't worry. Genchul isn't going to perform again. He just wants to see how far his students have come. And also to show off that he has a brother like Duok. And the Su coach fell for it. This could be a great chance to humiliate the asshole and promote Duok Hall. So if Genchul says so, let him name a date. And in the present, the coach and his students have already arrived in Seoul. And on the appointed day, the students of Seoul coach Dunyopa Hwanti didn't understand why the fuck they would have to fight some high school kids, where it's no longer just about sparring. Duok should think about their reputation. However, The Seoul coach was adamant that even though they were schoolboys, it had been trained by Guncho himself. For Duok students, beating these upstarts would be like taking a piss. And the boys will get a lot more attention. These days, even fighters need to be on trend. And the fighters were encouraged by that speech. Alright, they're gonna take the schoolboys down in the ring. And that's what the Seoul coach wanted to hear. Good job, fighters. People remembered Lee Duok as a proud UFL fighter. But personally, the man has no good memories of that time. And you bet, because of his achievements he had only 2 wins and 5 defeats. Their recent unexpected meeting had brought the Seoul coach a strange kind of pleasure. The hope reflected in Yeon Chul's eyes as he talked about his students. It had touched Duok for some reason. Yeah, it's gonna be more fun than Seoul coach ever imagined. This time he's going to give him a hard time. Duok is far superior to Genchul as a coach. And there he was, paddling along with his charges. Gunchul was surprised. There are a lot of famous faces here. Did even the people from the martial arts scene show up? What a bitch. Duok had set it up to frame a man. However, Hyunsu na Sivu is not even nervous. And that's a very good thing. Gyunchul called his wards over to him. The boys, however, realized what the presence of all these pros and the National Martial Arts Association at this sparring session meant. They hesitantly said, well, it's going to be a tough fight, but no. That means that if the guys beat everyone, they'll know for sure that no high schoolers are a match for them. In that moment, Gunchul felt for the first time in his life how his blood might boil for his students. Maybe being a coach wasn't so bad after all. A couple of moments later, the first pair of fighters entered the ring and Don Yob could not believe his trainer really arranged a fight match. However, the bald fighter is not comfortable with the fact that the schoolboy will now have to be fucked up, but what remains, he himself is to blame. What a piece of shit that little guy is. What's wrong with him? His face is asking for a brick. And as soon as the battle was signaled, Don the Yob immediately attacked, first to ride the upstart stupid fucking ass. However, Sivu met the man with a powerful low kick, which confused the bald man. Oh, how come this kid knows his moves, kickboxing or taekwondo? What the fuck, he's back to pretending to hit the tower and he wants to low kick. Well, then Don Yop's just gonna grab Siva's leg and finish him off. But the man's thinking big. The schoolboy changed the trajectory of the blow and hit Don Yop's calves. This attack is aimed at limiting the mobility of his opponent, and so Sivu strikes out of a desire to win. Even if he has to fight dirty, he will definitely achieve the desired result. Don Yob was starting to run out of steam. So this little shit's gonna kick his ass. No, that's bullshit. Baldy just won't let him do any more legwork, but Sivu's got it all figured out in a flash. The guy only hit the man a couple of times, and now he's keeping his eyes on his feet. Don Yob seems to want to take the fight to the ground, doesn't he? Well, in that case, the mustache skull will have to meet Sivu's leg. The guy just needs to be half a second faster than his opponent. That punch split Baldy's cheek and knocked him out. That was the end of the fight, and Sivu was pondering. Hyunseong must be going to Sivu alone, under the pretext that the young man can't help him in any way. So Sivu must choke him right here and now. That his role is not limited to Dosen alone. So Sivu smiled. What was it his coach said? Seoul is a big C, and this pro didn't even last around. If the Seoul fighters are at this level, maybe they won't bother Hyunseong at all. He can handle the next guy by himself. Such a statement pissed Duok off. If the man's disciples had not held him back, he would have climbed into the ring himself to punish the upstart. Insolent brat, they didn't teach him manners in his gym. The Seoul coach turned to Gyunchul. Tell him to put Seva in his place quickly. The guy just got lucky. He opened his mitt and started talking shit. Gyunchul doesn't want to teach him a lesson, to which the Dosen coach only snorted. It's not that Sevu is wrong, he was actually telling the truth. Duok should have prepared for this since he called a whole crowd to watch the matches. The professional world, isn't that how it works? So what is Duok going to do now? In Gunchul's opinion, Sivu was just getting warmed up and the Seoul coach was in a tight spot. But there was nowhere to retreat to. Alright, let's go, but don't let Gunchul complain if his student becomes an invalid. Duok has a fighter in mind, Hwang Tamyeon. He'll be able to handle that high school kid. Is coach really worried? He shouldn't be. He knows Tamyeon is an expert in this style. And just like that, Duok gave the fighter an encouraging pat on the shoulder. The Seoul trainer hopes the man doesn't let him down. Once again, the signal to start the battle sounded. Sivu and Tamyeon sized each other up. The spectators didn't quite understand what was going on. Duok's fighter is acting rather passive. He's not usually like this, but let them whisper. The Seoul coach knew that Tamyeon was just probing the ground to understand Sivu's attack range. In the moment, the guy from Dosum led a lightning-fast attack, but Tamyeon easily dodged and counterattacked. Gincher noticed his student missed by just a hair. This guy, Hwang Tamyeon, knows how to control the distance. What will Sivu do? And the young man was just about to block another of his opponent's punches. I was frantically thinking about how strong that Tamyeon is. He's so strong. But if the young man gives up and lies here, all his efforts will be for naught. So while dodging the man's blows, Siv has to remember what he went through all that hellish training for. Remembering how he got fucked day in and day out, every time. Siv went on the defensive, but he noticed Tamyeon's jaw is open. This is a chance. However, his opponent made up for it in the moment, and right after that, he smacked the schoolboy right in the pot. Tamyeon was pleased. Things were going well. Now the little bastard was finished. But Sivu quickly recovered from the shock and wasn't about to give up so easily. And the asshole, after such a fucking attack, moved on. No. Tamyeon can't believe it. Does this kid really want to stupidly fight until he passes out? And that was indeed the case. Sivu was in the flow. Yes, he was missing punches, but he was also doing damage to his opponent himself. However, his thoughts were very far away. Hyunseong was such a fun and cool guy. What had happened to him? No. Sivu knows for sure. No matter how heartless Kim becomes, he's still the same on the inside. The young man can't understand why Hyunseong has taken on all these dangers all by himself. It might take Siv a lifetime to realize what's going on in his friend's head, but that's okay, because Kim reached out to Sivu at a difficult moment in his life. It wasn't until Timon produced a takedown and felled the young man that Sivu was finally able to focus on only one thing, the inevitable victory. And a couple moments later, onlookers couldn't believe it. Wow, he really hit it. It's a fucking shame so many people came to watch. And some high school kid made a pro surrender. What's Duok gonna do now? Meanwhile, he thought that if it really ends like this, his reputation will fly to the bottom. Everyone would start saying, Kyun Chuli as a fighter, listen, as a trainer. So right now, Duok just has to use his secret weapon. And that weapon is Shin Chan-hoon. The Seoul-based trainer considers him the most talented student he has ever worked with. And Ji-hoon was certainly thinking of an extravagant debut that would turn him into a star on the martial arts scene. But he has a lot of respect for Duok, so the trainer owes him a favor. The man agrees to get in the ring, and Duok turned to Gyunchul. He seemed to want to see what both of his students could do, so let the other sucker fight Chun-hoo. Hyunseong, when he heard this, remembered. In his past life, there were two people who had soared in the national martial arts arena. One of them was Kim Mu-yu and the other was Shin Chan-hoon. Of those two, it was Chan-hoon who jumped out with a striking debut and earned the nickname Dynamite. It symbolized the guy's explosive fighting style. He took over the nation like a hurricane and was invited to the UFL just 2 years after. At this point, Shin Chan-hoon is not at that level yet, but is definitely talented. This is the perfect opportunity, the perfect chance for Kim to prove himself. So, of course, he's in. Sivu, on the other hand, the main character we'll talk to later. And when Hyunseong and Chang-hoon were in the ring, and as usual, the signal to start the fight rang out. Few in the audience could keep up with their scintillating moves. Chang-hoon thought the schoolboy would be fucked up quickly, but to everyone's surprise, Hansen dodged the future champion's punches with ease. And what's more, Kim took a good whack at Chang-hoon's body. The man didn't understand why all of his punches were either blocked or failed to reach their target. How dare that little brat take on him? Coach Kim and Sivu were also puzzled. After all, Hansen used a style that was unusual for him, and the protagonist himself realized that calculus wouldn't work. Calculated action. No, Kim doesn't know how long it will work. Seoul is an undiscovered territory where enemies are spread out. The protagonist will definitely have to fight with heavyweights in the most difficult conditions, so he's just gonna have to suck it up and go with his instincts. After all, Sivu and Hyunseong wouldn't always be able to be in perfect condition. In a moment, Kim with a beastly expression on his face, greatly increasing the speed and power of his punches on his opponent, which frightened the man very much. What the hell had just happened to that schoolboy? But when the devil himself is fighting you, you have to be vigilant. Chen Hong only missed one punch, but which one? And pressed against the cage, the man realized with horror. Now he's been cornered himself, and Hyunchul frowned. The physique, the ability to assess the situation, the talent, the ambition. As an athletic fighter, Hyunseong is perfect. He has no equal. But what really scares the coach about him is the guy's lack of self-preservation instinct and wild determination. And at that moment, Kim Hyun-soon knocked out Jang Hoon with an uppercut, thus ending the fight in just one round. The audience cheer. What a sight. Jang Hoon just got knocked out, really? That's fucking awesome. And Kim himself turned to Hyunchul. He understands perfectly well how wild his request was. The young man was sure it was not easy to agree. But thanks to the coach, Hyunseong has reached the desired level, and Kim is truly grateful to Hyunchul for keeping his promise. And that was all the coach could do for the young man. Please let Hyunseong take care of himself in the future. The way Hyunchul's charges completely defeated Duhak's disciples in the bout shocked the national martial arts scene. Those who heard Hwanson's farewell speech considered it as preparation for his debut and eagerly awaited the rise of the new god. Seeing the abilities of Hyunsul's disciples, they began to shamelessly write to him, as if they had forgotten how they had ignored him for years. However, Coach Kim himself did not care about any of this. The man was now sadly drinking a beer. He thought he would be relieved when the deal was finalized and Hyunseong and Siva would leave. But after all this, it was as if the coach had lost his will to live. At first, of course, Gentry was doing it for the money, but at some point he realized, as someone who once made a living teaching, he really loved training people. At one time, the man had thought he would succumb to Duek, but as he trained those thoughts evaporated without a trace. Gentry could, of course, latch on to any of the cleaners. After all, they're calling him so eagerly, and so they'll start making money. But will he have the kind of disciple who can rekindle that flame in him? And at that moment, it was as if the gods had heard Guntul. An unknown guy entered the coach hall. He was just looking for a man. That last match left a strong impression on the lad. The young man doesn't care who is there or what he says. He believes that Gunkulg is really cool. So the guy asks for help with his training. After all, he wants to be a champion. And the coach was touched by such sincerity. Why does this guy remind him so much of Kim? What's his name? And the guy introduced himself. He's Kim Mu-yeol. A few days later, Hyunseong and Sivu met in the park. The latter couldn't understand why the fuck Kim had been practicing with him all this time if he still didn't want to take him to Seoul with him. And yes, Hyunseong really can't, but that doesn't mean he doesn't need Sivu anymore. Kim will definitely contact him. When he does, have the guy come to the capital. Hyun Sung truly respects Seva and his help is desperately needed by Kim, but not right now. So until then, the protagonist will leave Dosan in Seva's hands. Okay, soon. The young man reflected on his recent dialogue with Kim and decided to pay a visit to Sungho. Who does Ambal think is gonna run this place after Kim's gone? Whoa, surprise. Why the fuck is Siva even asking? Okay, of course, it has to be Seon Ho himself. Sivu may be Hyun Sung's buddy, but he hasn't done much of anything, has he? Exactly. In which case, the guy and Ambal are in trouble. Obviously, when Hyun Sung quits and Seon Ho graduates, there will be questions again. And even if Sivu tries to step into their shoes, the guys will think he's weaker than the big guy and forget. That's why the young man calls the big guy to go one-on-one with him right now. However, Sung-ho was angered by this. This kind of power is not something a guy can handle. Does he understand? It's a little early for Sivu to decide to break into their hierarchy. However, who does Ambal think he is? Sivu has learned a lot from Hyunseong while he's been around him. Ambal is a good judge of character, so he's going to show the big guy his skills right now. And started Sivu off with a knee strike to Sung-ho's liver. And before long, word spread around the school that Sivu was turning out to be a badass. He beat up the elder Sunha and all the rest of the gang who spoke a word against him. After the showdown with the Ambo, Sivu began to restore order in the school hierarchy. The third-year students came for him first, then the second and even the first years, who did quite well in the fight, but the result was that they were all summarily defeated. The only one who stood aside from the fight was Jin Woo. This big guy doesn't need to be in charge. As long as there's someone in charge, there's bound to be someone else. That's enough for him. Oh, right. He forgot all about Kim. Well, I guess being third isn't bad either, right? Time flew by. Exams passed and the school year was coming to an end. Hyunseong once again perfectly passed all subjects with 100 points. That's what he created everything for. His grades and himself in Ganami, the place in which scholastic achievement is expensive. Two of these factors will break through the ceilings. Kim sure the gold circle won't sit on their asses when someone hires them. But at that moment, his thoughts were interrupted because someone approached him. It was Lee Kun-min, and he has a serious conversation with Hyun Seong. Akarik realizes how low it was of him to ignore Kim's problems after he helped him. Kun-min will understand if Hyun Sung is now resentful of him. There's no excuse for him. After all the events, everyone started ignoring the guide. Branding him selfish, Kun-min became invisible. All he did was his usual cramming for his studies, but it wasn't hard at all. On the contrary, Kim can't imagine how happy Kun-min was the whole time. He was just happy that Park Min-chul wasn't bothering him anymore. He finally felt how good it was to live like everyone else. The fact that Kun-min was left without friends for a while wasn't so bad. After all, the bullying he had experienced before was much worse. Besides, he now has new friends who understand him. They used to be in the same position as Kun-min. But sometimes the guy thinks to himself that if he had gone back in time to when they formed the PTA, he would have done things very differently. He probably wouldn't do anything again. After all, Kun-min was just a pathetic coward now and then. He had been avoiding Hyunseong all this time because he scared the hell out of him. But Kun-min realized he can't do this anymore when he hears that Kim is transferring to another school. He wants Hyun Sung to know they're all truly grateful to him, because thanks to Kim, they were able to start living instead of existing. Kun-min's actions were the catalyst, and the other students began to approach Hyunseong, but the protagonist didn't understand. He didn't disperse all the gangs to help others, he was just sick of them. So heir to smile at school children. Don't compliment Kim, he doesn't deserve it. Don't mistake his selfishness for kindness. And once outside, Hyunseong became too emotional. No, you can't take it all to heart. If his anger disappeared, he would forget his real purpose. But the main problem was that the school was not the end of the people who were grateful to Kim. Even on the street, there were people who wanted to express their gratitude to Hyunseong. Here was one of those high school students who approached Kim with kind words. But what does all this have to do with Hyun Seong? Kim trashed those stupid bastards to prove he's stronger. So let the guy shove his appreciation up his ass. However, the schoolboy was not afraid. It doesn't matter why Hyun Sung did it. After all, the fact that the boy got out of hell thanks to Kim is still a fact. Dosun has a lot more schoolboy-like guys than Hyunseong thinks. After Kim took all of Dosun under his thumb, the wall of that site became a discussion place where people like the guy find out how each other are doing. They discuss how to respond to bullying and keep an eye on the douchebags Hyun Sung has dealt with. And when the guy handed Kim the phone with the proof of his words, the protagonist looked at the page of the site, immediately stunned. Every day was a nightmare for the victims of school violence, but thanks to Kim, they're all suddenly living in a different world. Schoolboy will say this because of the other subscribers including, "Thank you so much Hyun Sung." And as Kim went on about his business, he noticed more and more teenagers on the street who smiled at the sight of him. A clear memory of eyes full of fear suddenly popped into the protagonist's head. In the eyes of their defeated enemies, Kim thought that hate would lead to more hate. So he must be evil, no matter what it is. Perhaps it could be called perverse justice. The protagonist thought he had stepped into something really dirty, but the more trash he cleaned up, the happier people became. So is Kim really evil? No. This is justice, bloody justice. It's something no one wanted to do, but someone has to. And the protagonist is happy to take on that role, because it could be exactly what he came back in time for. And a while later, the protagonist was back in the walls of his school. That as of tomorrow, Kim Hyun Sung will finally say goodbye. The protagonist chatted with Daewon about the transfer and quickly said goodbye to Kim Yeon-chul. But these two had no idea that when Kim Hyun Sung had his eyes on someone, a comfortable life could be forgotten. The protagonist isn't going to forgive them just because they'd help out a little. There's no doubt in my mind that they'll be helping other assholes when Kim is no longer in school. Rotten leaves need to be trimmed off. But Kim's musings were interrupted by Shuna. The guy has some free time on his hands. However, Hyun Sung doesn't think he and the girl are close enough to have such personal conversations, that the girl said she wasn't referring to herself. Her father wants to meet the boy, and soon Kim was sitting in a cozy establishment. The men sitting across from Hyun Sung are having a treat tonight. So while the food is being prepared, he offers to chat. Well, Kim is Hyun Sung's classmate, so the man can speak to him the same way he speaks to her. And former high-ranking official Cho Seung-fi thanked Hyun Sung for understanding. Hyun Sung doesn't know much about this man. He lost his son and is now the chairman of an organization against school violence. And with all that, Trojan can't stand those thugs. So the guy's not sure this meeting will be good for him. And Seung-fil started the conversation from afar. He had learned some very impressive facts about Kim, so he sought a meeting with him. The man has made many efforts to get rid of school violence, but alas, it's not easy. So when he heard that some schoolboy was able to deal with it, he couldn't con. And Seung-fil was overjoyed when he learned that these were not just words. The level of school violence in Daesan had dropped significantly recently. However, for months, the man had been tormented by an agonizing thought. What if his son had a friend like that? What if someone had spoken out about the injustice that was happening? Would his child still be alive today? Seung-fil was a terrible father. He didn't pay attention to all these signals his son was showing. When the boy's grades plummeted, the man only lashed out at him in the late evenings and never once asked him why it happened. Then, out of the blue, his boss suddenly said he wanted to change schools. Seung-fil thought the child was trying to avoid the difficulties he was facing, so he pressured him even harder. What happened then still sits deep inside the father. He only wanted his family to be happy, and now the man can't understand what nonsense he prioritized over his own happiness. After all these events, Seung-fil moved to Daesan in order here to nurture at least Seong with dignity and to nip school violence in the bud. However, the result of his work was not much. Unlike Hyunseong's successes, the stick they call evil, now Kim is the one holding it. And now the guy's headed to Seoul. That should mean an expansion of the work done in Daesan. Based on that, the man has something to say to Hyun Sung. No matter what Kim does in Seoul in the future, Seung-fil will always be on his side. As long as his social organization exists, no one will be able to obstruct the young man so easily. The man asks to keep in mind, behind Hyunseong is Seung-fil and a lot of people like him as members of the social organization. And Kim will not forget today, no matter what happens. After shaking the official's hand, the protagonist thanked him and met the man's daughter on the street. After their last conversation, Shona realized that she was really just empty-headed and did nothing to help the victims of school violence. The girl wasn't sure she could take responsibility for her actions, but now, thanks to Hyun Sung, Sung has a new dream. When Kim gained real power, no one could resist him. Shona looked at it with her own eyes and still couldn't believe it. Although it was a filthy power, that's why a girl should get her hands on something like this. In the future, she would become a prosecutor at any cost, to grab power with her fists and live her life as she pleases. And with a sly look at the protagonist, she asked him to win and become her hope. Because as long as Shuna thinks of Kim, she will do everything to achieve her goals and not give up along the way. Well, Kim had gotten the girl's point. He'd be rooting for her wholeheartedly. Winter vacation has arrived, and during this quiet time, Kim Hyunseong spent a lot of time with his family. They ate deliciously, enjoying the beautiful views, and even went to an amusement park together for the first time. Kim's grandmother looked younger. After such a good vacation, the old lady was happy. Now all Kim needs is a beautiful girl for his grandmother to marry off her favorite grandson. Hyun Sung was offended by this joke, which means he's only 19. In any case, wherever Hyunseong's family went together, home was the best. They were happy, cherished moments. In fact, what the protagonist liked most about going back in time was not the possibility of revenge, but the fact that his family was no longer suffering. Hyun Sung was over the moon. But now it's really time to go.